Hello everyone and welcome to the RGDS podcast, and in this episode we are continuing our adventures on the Your Sinclair Top 100, and in particular in part 2 we are counting down from 50 to number 1, so I'm super excited to see what is in this, section. Anyway, joining me, like the last episode, is the wonderful Paul Driscoll himself. Hello, mate.
Hello, everyone. You all right? Yeah, we're back for more craziness, as you say.
Yeah. But you know what? What I really like about this one is a lot of people have reached out and we've had a lot of really good feedback. So it made the pain of re-recording it and the lengthy time it takes to, edit down a podcast, and of course you work tirelessly behind the scenes on its video counterpart, that it made it all worth it, hasn't it?
Oh, definitely. And it's been really, really popular, this one, which is great to see. And particularly with the video, I think we're up to 500 views, which, that's not a sniff on what we get on the audio.
No, but, we're not a predominant.
Well, we're just starting out with YouTube, aren't we? Really, but it's just clearly this resonated, and we've and particularly the feedback that we've had from so many people. But if people haven't seen or listened to part 1, that's episode 335, and we'll put it in the previous episode, and we'll put it in the show notes, so please listen to that first and then come to this,
because you'll get the full enjoyment then, and that little surprise towards the end when we're speaking about Bounty Bob. A lot of
feedback
from that. I think some people nearly swerved their cars off the road, poor blighters. So it was everybody that's listened to it was in absolute kinks of laughter with it. So it had to be kept in. I don't want to spoil anything.
It was just one of those comedy golds, wasn't it?
Good times. So but I'm super stoked for this next half, because I think both you and I would agree that the first 50 there was some hit and miss elements, subjective as we said, but there was things we'd go, I'm not too keen on this game. But I think the second half, there is real classics within this. It definitely, definitely deserve to be in here,
there's always going to be, there's some, we'll mention them right at the end, some eyebrow missing titles, but for the most part, everyone mentioned was really solid. And we said in the part 1, this isn't, every list is subjective. It's not necessarily about these are, we're agreeing that these are the best games. It's more the case that it's really interesting to find out great games that are suggested and discover new ones or replay some of the best that the Spectrum had to offer.
I think so. There's certainly games on this that I haven't really bothered going back to since back in the day, just because either I probably overplayed them that much, I'm just a bit, no. Or others I just completely, not necessarily forgotten about, but the impact of the game and how good it was has been forgotten, if you know what I mean. So I've been really pleased with some real good ones in this that I've thoroughly enjoyed.
Definitely, me too.
Right, so I think it's time, because this is going to be another long episode.
Let's make a start.
So let's make a start.
Well, let's just say before we start, thank you again, Gary Arnott, for the fantastic cover.
Yeah.
We're reusing again, obviously, for part 2. Loads of people really have been impressed with it and mentioned as such. So your work certainly has been admired and didn't go to waste. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Greatly appreciate.
Right, should we go on to number 50 then?
It's number 50. Would you like to introduce this one, good sir?
Yeah, I'll introduce this one. Number 50 is Sega Arcade Classic home port. It is Enduro Racer. This came out in 1987, and it was made by Alan Laird, who went on actually to program games like The Seventh Guest, and also had Ian Morrison, who did the Amiga ports of and ST ports of Outrun. So so quite a group here working on it. But should we go on?
I suppose he was involved with the Outrun port on the Spectrum anyway. So
I suppose. But should we go on to what Stuart Campbell had to say? So if you haven't listened to the first one, Your Sinclair, just for a quick summary, Your Sinclair did a top 100 Spectrum games, and it was written by this article by Stuart Campbell, who's a veteran of the magazine industry. He did famous on the Spectrum and the Amiga, and he did his top 100. So that's just a quick summary in case you haven't seen part 1. But let's see what he had to say. I could do a top 100 of motorbike racers alone, but in any genre there are standouts. And this is by far the best one, involving having to jump across rivers by wheeling into logs and riding around the backs of palm trees on a beach. Enduro Racer is the slickest and prettiest racer around, and it's the kind of game that still won't be showing its age in 20 years' time. If ever you wanted to cross Outrun with Helter Skelter, this is the game for you. So, yeah, that's quite a good encapsulation. Do you want to sort of explain it to our listeners?
Yeah, I mean, anybody that's played a Yu Suzuki game, like if you're familiar with it in arcade, you'll be familiar with the type of game. It is a scalar type racing. And, you know, all the arcade ports, you know, the big software houses, all raced out to buy licenses. This is nothing different, obviously, by Activision, not Ocean in this particular instance. And, you know, it is what you expect in a good racer. But this one stood out in the arcades and at home because, unlike Hang-On and things like that, you aren't just rooted to the ground. You can wheelie and jump over dirt mounds and launch yourself right into the air, you know, losing control obviously, but then land again. It just made the game that little bit different, that little bit exciting. Obviously in the arcade, it's a very much tactile machine with a, you know, sit-in motorbike which you can wheelie and, you know, turn the throttle and such like. But when this came out, it was spectacular. It really was. It's all one to go back and look at it now and go, well, he did mention 20 years' time, it's going to be still a classic. But it's a very well done motorbike racing game, and I think it admirably converts the arcade version and captures the spirit of it quite well on the Spectrum. I really like the graphics, they're top notch. I think the detail on the, not just the motorbikes, but just the backgrounds and the objects at the side of the road that as you buy are all very well pixelated. You know, yeah, that's what really stood out in this. That it's not a mess, it's very clear. Yes, monochromatic, as all these racers are, but just spectacular, to be honest.
This blew me away. Yeah, I actually prefer it over the arcade original, actually. It runs at a cracking speed. Yeah. And of course, you get the added excitement with Enduro Racer, where you could do the wheelies at the right moment to do jumps over objects and sort of progress. So it's, you know, it's got more to it than
basic
other
racing.
Yeah, basic racing is a little bit more to it, and I don't know, it just plays and looks absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I think this is the best version out there, personally, certainly that I've played. I've never played the Atari ST version, but certainly
if the Amiga version is anything to go by, then
yeah, well, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't think it came to did it come to the Amiga? I don't remember. No. So the Atari ST, it certainly came to, but yeah, I've never had the opportunity to play it. But the Spectrum version is, as you say, just, yes, it's monochromatic, but it is gorgeous to look at, and it runs so smoothly, and it sort of makes you lament, why couldn't they have done this with some of the other sort of like Sega racers out there? Because
yeah, well, as I say, it's clearly using the same engine.
Yeah.
To a degree, it depends, because that was US Gold. I mean, we say engine, he'll rewrite it from scratch again, but from what he learned from Outrun, making that port and then going on to this, you know, there are similarities, but I suppose the sprites and motorbikes are slimmer, they're taking up less.
Yeah, no, I don't know what it is. I mean, clearly there's labour of love. It works, and this is a really good version. If you love the arcade game, and to be honest, you know, I've been lucky enough to play the arcade original because it's in Blackpool, in the arcade club in Blackpool, and it just isn't that fun, to be honest. I was quite disappointed, having, you know, sort of only played it in the home ports.
Yeah, it was one of these holy grail arcade games that was rare simply because of the very nature of it and how much real estate it would take up in arcade amusements. That you didn't see it in many places. So yeah, I'm the same. I've seen it on my travels, and just a bit more underwhelming, to be honest.
Yeah, just for something feels off with the arcade, but not with this. Amazing what it's throwing around, like even like the other cars and bikes, you know, all running at amazing speed. Now we put it on our list, so as like in part one, we'll mention some of the other lists out there. So we did a top 40 Spectrum games, and it made our list at position 29, so a lot higher on our list, I think deservedly so. Crash put it at 59 on their top 100, and they said the best bit was the speed and bikes belt around the course, and the worst bit crashing on an obstacle. So yeah, I think I agree with that. It's a real solid one, and a great one to start with our show, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so shall we go on to the next one then? It's your turn.
Okay, number 49. So Mirrorsoft, the company that brought us Dynamite Dan, brings us probably the most well-known video game, and probably one of the most played video games of all time, in the year's 1988, and this is Tetris. Now, before I read Stuart's little piece on it, this was my first foray into Tetris back in the day. Obviously, the Game Boy version came, was that a year later? The Game Boy version came out, 89, would it have been?
Yeah, about 89,
yeah. So, you know, it really made Tetris more famous, didn't it? I mean, Tetris sold the Game Boy and Game Boy sold the Tetris, but, you know, in that way. For this, you know, I was blown away with this game, something I hadn't really seen before, a very much different puzzler, very glued. But anyway, what does Stuart have to say about this? Yes, it's a game that makes Amiga and ST owners look at your Spectrum with real jealousy, because the Spectrum version of the classic Russian reaction tester outperforms the 16-bit ports every time. In avoiding the temptation to dress the game up unnecessarily, with complicated graphics and pointless shimmering backdrops, Mirrorsoft makes sure that Tetris on the Speccy captured all the pure compulsion of the original without the distractions. Even though it's been done a dozen times on the big machines, the Speccy version is still the best Tetris you can buy.
Yeah,
well, I agree with that sentiment. I haven't played this since back in the day. There was no need to come back to it because you do have other versions. I quite liked some of the ones in the Amiga, to be honest. And so yeah, even on modern systems, how great is in VR Tetris Effect, which is the go-to one to play now. I absolutely love that in VR, really do. I don't know if you've tried that one out yourself.
Oh, I love that, yeah. I mean, it's great even not in VR. It's a perfect encapsulation of music. It's
a more sedate, relaxing game of Tetris, until it starts getting frantic, obviously, but it shows you the staying power. The concept of the game is bang on, and therefore it is enjoyable. It doesn't date. It just gets introduced to a new generation of people, to be honest. So, for this being fresh for me back in 88, I just thought it was spectacular. Now, he's saying it doesn't have all the backdrops. The game does. But what's good about it is there's options to change all the backdrops to different patterns and effects. But if they play with your eyes, you can just go for the simple plain backdrop. So it's fine. You can choose, basically, which I like options in games where you can customise it the way you want it. But that aside, it's just a solid and very tight game of Tetris to play. It really is.
100%.
It suits the Spectrum's colour palette, I think. All the bright colours and that. And all the different shapes coming down. It all works, move it, rotate it, slam dunk it down. That's a mistake. It's quite sensitive, actually, pressing down on the Speccy version.
It goes pretty quick. Yeah.
You end up firing the next object down if you're not quick enough releasing the down button. But that aside, I think it is a solid and brilliant version. And if anyone has not played this particular one, because the listeners might be going, oh, it's Tetris, but seriously, it's an early doors one.
It's got good music as well, this one.
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah.
Really, really polished. And of course, it was quite short-lived because this was done by Mirrorsoft, and shortly before it all went tits up when Robert Maxwell decided to go for a swim off his yacht after spending all the pension money.
Yeah.
And of course, there was all the legal wranglings, wasn't it? And the David Whittaker music's really good. It's absolutely solid coding by Peter Jones, and it's just really colourful, solidly put together. I mean, this is probably actually, outside of the original Game Boy, which I love, it's probably the favourite official version that I've played, because there's. I mean, the SNES is obviously really solid and nice, and the NES and things like that. But yeah, for the home computers, I think this is one of the best I've played. It just works. As you say, the Spectrum palette, the backgrounds, it all plays fast and solid. Just has everything you want from a Tetris game. And it doesn't have what a lot of the later Tetris games sort of fell foul of, like Tetris Worlds and things, where they tried to mix in additional things to justify its existence. Whether this is just purely Tetris, which is what everybody wants, really.
Yes,
so I think it's a great one. And Crash put this at number 29 in their top 100, so a lot higher. Didn't make any of the other lists. But they said the best bit was the game may be frustrating, but it's fun. The worst bit, putting the blocks in the wrong place. So
that's life.
That's life.
People go through their whole lives trying to perfect.
Oh yeah.
No, did you see that young kid that eventually got to the deaf screen that couldn't cope anymore? So
I did. I'm sure he's not the first. Surely, no, I bet there's others.
No, I don't trust anyone that plays video games with gloves on. That's a bit like what I see in Arcade Club when they play that window, the washing machine game, whatever it's called. You know the one I mean, the Japanese touch screen game.
Oh yes, yeah.
They've got their white gloves on. They're like Marcel Marceau doing miming.
Awesome. But that's 2 for 2. This was a genuine. It's one that I'm not really sat down and played on the Spectrum. Unlike you, the Game Boy was the first version of Tetris that I really sat down and played. So awesome. Yep. So shall we go on to the next one then?
Let's go.
Right, so number 48 is Renegade, released in 1987 by Imagine, technically Ocean at this point. And let's hear what Stuart Campbell, of course, that's the Renegade by Taito arcade port,
Technos,
the Kunio. Technos, wasn't it? Yeah, sorry. The Kunio-kun beat 'em up of the same name. So, shall we go into what Stuart has said about it? Never mind your final fights, never mind your way of the exploding fists, never mind your international karates. This is comfortably, if that's the right word, the most brutal beat-em-up that's ever been. Eye-watering knees in the groin, sickening vicious headbutts, enemies ganging up to hold players' arms while someone else punches the living daylights out of him, and the player retaliating with flying kicks at speeding motorcycle riders. Don't try this one at home, kids. And all without the slightest danger of ending up in casualty. What more could you ask for? So I'll pass it on to you then, Kingy. Do you want to...
This is a huge game for me. I mean, it was very short-lived in the arcade, so it did come to my one, and I fell in love with it. But then it vanished, and then not that long on the back of it, Double Dragon appeared, and you forgot all about that. And it was almost like, is this a memory? But thankfully... Ocean Imagine came and brought us this wonderful arcade conversion. Now, this is one of these other ones I always insist is this, because going back to the arcade version now, because it's an arcade club, or playing it on MAME or wherever, it's brutally hard, and the control system is a bit not as refined as Double Dragon. That's where this issue lies. Here, they've nailed it, and they've made it better than the arcade. So not only, in my opinion, is this not only better than the arcade, probably aside from R-Type, maybe on an even pegging, I think that this is the Spectrum's finest arcade conversion. I absolutely love
old things, particularly thinking of some of the ones coming up.
No, absolutely. For me, this is, I have played this countless times over the years. I always fire it up, especially the 128K version, because it has extra levels, or extra level. It has brilliant music all the way through, and I think that you don't have all the moves in the 48K version either, so the definitive version is the 128K one.
Yeah.
Subway station opening is iconic. That is by far the best memorable level in the game. It just looks great, where you can throw them off the edge. It's a bit like on level 2 as well. You can throw them off the pier. So that's a good quick way to complete the levels, try to get as many of the baddies, because once you defeat so many of the henchmen, the boss always appears and you have to beat him as well, and he has a energy level like yourself. But it's such a brilliant slugfest. The back kick, you throw them over your shoulder, the knee to the groin, or punch the crap out of them when they're lying on the ground. Brutal game, but each level does provide a different challenge. So obviously level 2, as you said there, you've got the motorbike gang, so you have to do a flying kick to get the first so many riders off the motorbike before the main battle commences. Then you're in the red light district, up the alleyways on the next level, all the prostitutes with their excite me whips, and Big Bertha, she's a big,
she's
huge
watching
woman.
on, isn't it?
Yeah, she just charges towards us. You have to place a perfectly timed flying kick into our face how nasty is this game. But you know what? I love Renegade. 48, no, get that higher in the charts, folks.
Yeah. I mean, I do prefer the sequel, Target Renegade, but I totally get. I mean, they're sort of basically the same game. I just think they refined the gameplay a little bit more, because I found going back to this, I found it really, really tough.
It's not tough. It's actually right. The recording that, if you're watching the YouTube video now. Okay.
Yeah.
That is my first attempt at playing the game for this podcast. I didn't complete it, but I got to the last level. Right. So it is not difficult. So just watch how I play it, Drisky. Learn from me.
I'll learn.
And say, and actually realise that although Target Renegade is its answer to Double Dragon as a scrolling or beat 'em up, multiple screen beat 'em up, I think going back now, this one.
Do you actually prefer this to
Yes,
Target
now,
Renegade?
yeah. I love both, don't get me wrong. I love Target Renegade, especially Gary Biasillo's soundtrack to that as well. But this is more pure arcade, and I adore it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really solid. Beautiful graphics, really beautifully drawn. As I say, great with the music of the 1 to 8K and all of that. And so it's done by the same team who did Target Renegade as well. You've got Mike Lamb, so you got the creme de la creme of Ocean. You got Mike Lamb did Batman the movie on the Spectrum and Amiga and things. RoboCop did that port. You got Ron Fowles on graphics. He did things like Short Circuit and Arkanoid, and of course Fred Gray, who did the music for Where Time Stood Still. So
great as that tune.
I know, that's an amazing tune. So it gives you an idea of the quality. Your Sinclair reader list, because that's one thing that I thought I'd add in for the bottom 50. They gave it position 48, so same position basically.
Same position, yeah.
Wizword put it at number 17.
Yeah, go Graham.
And he put it above Target Renegade. He put Target Renegade
I'm
at
with him there.
78. Yeah. And World of Spectrum, so the people vote, they gave it joint 57th position. And Crash put it at 31. And they said the best bit, the rip, mangle and maim fun. And the worst bit, it's a bit sluggish. Which I don't agree with that. I didn't find it particularly sluggish. Yeah, so really, really solid. It's another absolute classic.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think it's because I came to Target Renegade first. That's probably where my love tends to go.
I've seen divided views on this. I mean, that's not to make.
They're both great games. Don't you?
I think equal positioning wherever you put it in the charts is a good one to say. Actually, even if you put this at number 2, maybe Target Renegade deserves to be at number 2 with it alongside. They're both games that show that if done right with the right team, it makes the Spectrum sing. There's very little to complain about either of the games.
Brilliant. So shall we go on to the next one then?
Yeah, in number 47. Now we're going to the House of Manic Miner. Yes, Bug Bite, and the sequel to the Birds and the Bees. If anyone's ever played that, and it's Antics, which is Birds and the Bees too. So 1984, this was released. And what does Stuart say about this? There's no shortage of games which call on you to rescue someone or other. Most of them simply ask you to battle through a hostile scenario and reach your goal, at which point everything magically becomes alright. However, in Antics, when Barnaby, the bee, reaches his kidnapped cousin Boris, the air bee, the story is only half complete. Barnaby has to guide the weakened and slow-moving Boris all the way back to the start again. If he goes too fast, poor Boris gets all confused and lost. The frantic rush to go slowly, if you see what I mean, against a tough time limit, makes this just stick out about the most heart-wrenching game in the whole world. Oh, shucks. Yeah, so I think initially, I mean, if anybody's ever played the Birds and the Bees, it was a more simple game where you did play Boris, and you just had to fly to the flowers, collect the pollen, and take it back to the hive, but avoid the birds and all the other nasties that were in the game. So it was a very simple game. Quite enjoyed it, actually. A very, very sort of spectrum-y game, if such a word exists, if you know what I mean. It defined the spectrum. It looks like the spectrum back in a time where people were just inventing genres and such. So this one, I remember this coming in quite excited because I did enjoy its, prequel, if you want. And this was very much a different game. Initially, I was a little bit disappointed which was silly because why would I want more of the same? That would just be quite boring. What could you do if you didn't change the game up? So you play Barnaby, looks more like a wasp, to be honest, rather than a bee in this instance. And you're more going down subterranean levels and, I suppose, into ant nests.
You're going into the ant nests because you're rescuing your mate, isn't it?
So they're quite labyrinthian in that way, and you just have to work your way about. And the best way to do that is keeping collecting the pollen that keeps his energy levels up. So there's all underground plants that you can collect. It's quite a nice little animation, don't they? They go into bloom once he's went to them. There's a lot of ways that look blocked, but you need to rub yourself against every straight surface because some of the blocks erode away and opening up new routes. So it's a maze game where there's baddies. Some of the things like ladybugs and that you can sting, which will take a bit of your stamina and pollen away. Whereas like the ants, because they're more defensive, you can't sting them. They've got armour bodies, haven't they? So they'll rapidly deplete your energies. So it's a case of avoid sting. So work out your strategy in each of the screens, remember the map, and eventually find your way to Boris. And then, as Stuart says there, guide him all the way back, which is actually the trickiest part in the game. Because it's like Ant Attack or other these rescue games where the other person follows you. It's always fiddly and tricky, yeah. I mean, you mentioned Where Time Stood Still. How hard was it to make them follow you on that, you know? Yeah. So, but no, I have fond memories of this game. I don't know if I would put it in my charts, right, my top charts. But that's not to say it's a bad game. I played this with a smile. Yeah,
this was new to me and I really liked it. It's I guess it was a bit of a surprise because I was expecting, you had to avoid the bugs, whether you sort of sometimes just have to go through them, isn't it? And that seemed a bit strange to me. But I love the maze idea. I love the fact that, as you say, finding the where part of the ant wall is like broken, so you can find ways through. Yeah. So I love exploring things like that, and it was all very cute. And as you say, it's a nightmare when you actually finally find Boris, but and try and rescue him. But yeah, no, I quite like this. Would it be in my top 100? Probably not, because it was new to me really. But I can see why you put it on. It's quite cute. I quite like it. Yeah, one that I definitely would recommend. Didn't make any other lists though. No, this is definitely a Stuart Campbell.
A Stuart curveball, yeah.
So, shall we go on to the next one?
Yeah, what have we got here, Paul?
Yes, we're on 46, and this is Bobby Bearing, and this is a Edge game that came out in 1986. So, shall I read out what Stuart Campbell has to say? Bobby Bearing, or Spin Dizzy with Balls. This beautiful game never achieved the success it deserved for reasons which escape me. It's another Marble Madness alike, but whereas Spin Dizzy was all sharp angles and sudden edges, Bobby featured properly rolling balls, round tunnels and curved surfaces. It also called on you to act the Good Shepherd and herd other characters around. If pushing a marble across the curved slope with another marble while contending with moving blocks, nasty enemies and sudden gusts of wind sound tricky proposition to you, then you're halfway to understanding what made the game so incredibly addictive. So this was one that I did know back in the day. I did own. I don't know how quite, because I don't really remember the cover, and I don't think it came on any cover disc, so it must have been a dodgy one, or I don't know how I got it. But
and we have covered it in our Edge episode,
and we've covered it in the Edge episode. But yeah, I always found it's an intriguing one. It's a massive maze, and that's the thing I remember sort of playing this as a kid, is just going exploring, and it still impresses today really, going on. It's amazing how far you can go exploring. I think with adult eyes I struggle with this a little bit, like I think I mentioned in that Edge episode, just because it is so big and everywhere looks the same. It's just occasionally different colours, isn't it? I mean, it's got lots of different unique landscapes, but there's nothing that really jumps out to you that says, okay, we're here.
This area, this zone.
This is here. Which, to be honest, when I played it as a kid, it didn't really matter, because it was just like, it just happily wandering around. It was just fun to explore. But yeah, I guess I'm more cynical with my older eyes. I mean, what's your thoughts of this one?
Yeah, partly what you're saying. I mean, I love the concept of it, that his cousins have wandered from the nest, if you want, and been lost in these metaplanes, and the idea you need to usher them back. So that does make it incredibly tricky. Now, back in the day, I did play this to win it. You know what I mean? So I was absorbed in the fullness of the gameplay rather than just the exploratory adventure. You have to do that first to learn the maze, but this is the thing. When we were kids, we seem to have mapped these games in our minds so
before
easily.
beer, I told you.
Yeah, just before beer. Yeah, absolutely. BB, you know. I can't do that now. So you're right. A lot of the areas, like the half-pipe intersection corridors, you know what I mean? Or little right angle ones, you know, there's not much in the screen, it's just a passageway to an area. Back in the day, I knew where I bloody was. Now, lost. But I did eventually find a cousin.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, on Spectaculator, I was gutted. I don't remember it doing it in the past. I tried different versions and different modes, you know, 48k mode, around 128k mode. Every time I got into a room where there was a cousin, the game froze and crashed. I was like, oh, I was really getting into it again. So I need to go back and...
I mean, that sounds like with the emulators, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just an emulator issue, yeah. I mean, there's more than other emulators I can fire and try. It's just obviously a glitch with this one. Yeah, because I love the challenge of pushing one of his relatives back to the main start screen, because that is really tricky. I mean, you can't... Well, he made a Spin Dizzy reference there, right? I freaking love Spin Dizzy. But Spin Dizzy does have a ball. You can change it from a gyroscope to a ball in the game, so he's slaving shite there, for starters, right? But you can't fall off the edges on this, you know, fall into the void. So that makes the game easier.
Yeah.
But there's other minis and crushing blocks.
Still can get crushed.
Oh, absolutely. And the more you get crushed, the more there's a pause and the time limit rapidly turns around. But I always loved how you got the names of his cousins when you got in. It appeared, you knew you were in a zone where they were because it said their name. But yeah, I think it's still a classic game, and it brought back a lot of fun memories, because at this period in my life, when this came out, the isometric 3D game was the thing, wasn't it? And I couldn't get enough of them, where I was playing Fairlight by the Edge as well, or Night Lore, or Head Over Heels. You know, I couldn't get enough of them at this period in time, and this is up there with them, and I still thoroughly enjoy it for sure. Yeah,
I can see why it's on the list. It is solidly built and very interesting. Yeah, very good. I didn't make any of the other lists, though. So shall we go on to the next one then, Kingy?
Yeah, if we have to.
Right.
If we have to.
Do you want me to read this one out then?
Yeah, you go for it.
Okay. Right, okay. The reason Kingy stepped aside, because it's a football game, but it's one that people might not have played before. It is International Match Day, which is the third in the Match Day series. You had Match Day 1 and Match Day 2, and then you had a 128k exclusive by John Richmond called International Match Day, which certainly passed me by and probably passed a lot of people by. So shall we read out what Stuart said? There's only one international match day, one international match day. There's only one. Doesn't really work, does it? All the same, there is only one international match day, and it's the best, but least well known, of the incredibly popular series of Spectrum footy games. International Match Day was slicker than Match Day and more playable than Match Day 2, but unfortunately it was only available for the 128k Spectrum machine. It's still worth searching out if you're an enhanced spec chum in search of an ultimate soccer experience. Kickoff, Gaza 2, don't make me laugh. That's what he has to say. And yeah, I mean, Match Day, to people who perhaps don't know the Spectrum, that was like best the Spectrum had to offer for football games. It's from the side. The players really walked around, really than ran.
With the famous Bear Bother rehashed.
With the Bear Bother rehashed, yeah. But it captivated us as kids, because it was the closest you could get to playing football on the Spectrum, and it certainly had a certain charm. Yeah, I mean, Match Day 1 and Match Day 2 definitely used to play as kids and loved. It's one of the few games, because I've mentioned like a lot of my friends at the time were obsessed with football, so I often had to play these football games to
if you
to
can
entice
beat
them to play.
join them.
Yeah. And but even so, I did not know about this game, so it's awesome. Okay. No, I did not know that there was a third in the series, and it really good. It sort of like adds music. It's got nice music, and it's
international official countries this time rather than Rittman Rovers and such.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just nice little sort of improvements here and there. And I was really quite taken. If you wanted to play, if you've got fond memories of Match Day, this is the one to play. It really is the best of the three, I think.
The cutscene animations are the additional thing as well, when you or the opponent score a goal, when you get close up with the fans waving their flags and whatnot.
Yeah, and it's full of little things like that. So it is the best version, really, I think. Yeah, I quite taken with it. Any more you want to say on this before we go into the other bits?
This is a game I would play with my brother a lot, to be honest. So
yeah,
I don't mind games like this, to be honest. They're not. It's never going to appease football purists. Let's be honest about that. It just takes the core element of the game no more than a grandstand version of football does, but just with better graphics, really, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Had good fun with it. I think going back now, it's quite frustrating because there's no pass the ball option. You can only just chip it and hoof it, So if you were playing like that in your local sort of the bit of grass near the houses, you probably pan a window in, big sign up saying no ball games, but you did it anyway. This is a definitive version. I do think Match Day 1 is better than Match Day 2 anyway. And it's nice to go back and see early doors football games. It's something that has greatly evolved, and people obviously love following the FIFA series and things like this. But this is the origins of this thing in games like this. And yeah, I mean, Match Day was always going to be in some shape or form in a top 100. It was a no-brainer. It was going to be in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly interesting that, what some of the other lists sort of chose. Because I'm like you, I don't... Maybe it's just the nostalgia is more with the first one. But I didn't like Match Day 2 as much. But clearly, in all the other lists, they did prefer Match Day 2.
Okay.
I mean, for example, the Your Sinclair Readers Top 100, they did include this version and said position 88 for this game. But they gave position 4 to the original Match Day. But Wizword gave Match Day 2 position 4 and Match Day 1 position 71. So clearly he much prefers Match Day 2. Same with Crash. Crash put Match Day 2 at position 19, so really high up.
Yeah, my trouble is I just didn't care enough for another football game. I did play a Match Day 2 as well. But to be honest, without going back and playing it, now, I'm not going to be one to compare football games, so that just seems like a chore to me. You know what I mean? So, I mean, whatever shape or form of Match Day, because it did bring football to the spectrum in a new and more modern way, then absolutely was going to be in there. Yeah,
so I'm glad it did, and I'm glad that he introduced me to International Match Day, which for whatever reason passed me by.
Yeah, you're done.
Right. Okay, so we go on to the next one then.
Yeah, number 44, and it's a budget title, and it's Rescue by Mastertronic. It came out in 1987. Now, interesting one with this. Don't know why, where it was an exclusive for Your Sinclair. That was the only magazine that reviewed it. It was not reviewed in Crash, and it was not reviewed in Sinclair User or any other 8-bit mag at the time. Bit of a strange one. Funnily enough, because of that, we reviewed it recently, and the Crash magazine will always called Crashback Review, which we review a game that wasn't reviewed by Crash, where it was out of publication, like the early 90s when it went out, or the odd game that wasn't picked up. So this has been recently played by myself for review as well. So it's like, there's Rescue right there. So it was new to me then. Not new now, but still new, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But anyway, what does Stuart say about Rescue? A classic budget game. There isn't really anything outstanding about Rescue at all. The graphics are great, but not outstanding. The sound is zappy, but not remarkable. The number of rooms and so on isn't anything out of the ordinary. And the run-around arcade adventure zapping, collecting and rescuing, obviously, game design has been seen 1,000 times before. So why do I love it so much? Tell you the truth, I'm not entirely sure. Until I can put my words, trust me, I know I'm right. Yeah, I mean, it's decent enough, this game. So how do we describe Rescue? It is another rescue game where people have to follow you around, unfortunately. It's a bit of a recurring theme in this particular episode. So you're on a space base where there's all buffing scientists working away on the next weapons, to win the space war that's going on. You're a security guard on this base, and the enemies have now invaded it. So you have to find the scientists within the base, which is obviously a labyrinth of locked and open doors. And then once you open their door, you have to pick up their weapon, because you can't leave the secret weapons behind for the enemy. So you have to take that. And in true fashion, like if anybody's played games like Sleepwalker on the Amiga, these boffins just run frantically because they're shit scared, right? They're going to get killed or captured. So they're running around like a headless chicken, and you have to block ways with picking up other things and dropping it down to help guide them back towards the escape pod to get them into that, get them in there, drop their secret weapon in there, lock the door so they don't run out again, and go and find the next scientist. It's bloody hard and annoying, because there's a room kind of 3 exits, and the little buggers bounce all over the place. It's like, right, I need to stop them there, and they all move at right angles, so if they bounce on something with a 45-degree angle, they will go, perpendicular to that, and so forth. So there is method to it to actually do it, but you need to know the map first. You need to know your way back to the escape pod. Therefore, you know the route you need to encourage them to go in. And that's basically this game. I mean, what do you think of it?
This was one that was totally new to me as well. I quite like the graphics. It's sort of like very clear, everything. And it's kind of the viewpoint. It's like overhead. It's a bit like, imagine like the specky version of like Alien Breed, isn't it? The sort of viewpoint. But it's just, as you say, it's not, it's all about the rescuing and the picking up of all the items. I quite enjoyed those, sort of like just taking them back to the escape pod and just enjoying the graphics really, and of course you got your little blaster to shoot the odd sort of security robots or whatever they were, or was that the enemy, and and just go shooting if you got frustrated, which was just fun. I mean, did he review quite well when you did it on the Crash?
I can't remember what we gave it now. Was it sort of mid to high 70s, I think, or maybe low 80s? I can't remember now. It's amazing how quickly you forget that. But yeah, it was. It is enjoyable. It was only a budget game, right? But beside that, it's very playable, and I think you nailed it with the graphics. They're very crisp, very detailed, very colourful, and it's very different in its rescue guide idea. I think it's got enough of its own unique thing it's bringing to gameplay that, I mean, you would not have complained if you had purchased this with your hard-earned pocket money. Yeah,
exactly. And it's done by Steve Cork, who did the specky version of Star Paws. And World of Spectrum, so the People Vote, gave it 97 on their, or joint 97th, on their top 100. So, yeah, I think that's quite an indicator that it's quite beloved, this game. Yeah. I was quite taken with it. There was just something fun about getting them to like the hibernating pods and trying to direct them, like give them a little nudge, or just patiently waiting for them to run in the right direction, and like closing all the doors.
It's a bit like a game of snooker or pool. If you bounce it off enough cushions, it will eventually go in a pocket.
Exactly. Quick, shut the door. We got them to that section. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Interesting. Just on about the offer. Steve Cork, right? I was looking earlier on other games he did, and obviously you mentioned his more famous ones, but there's one called Kagara, right? Have you seen that?
No, not seen it.
It looks like Adventure, as in Atari's Adventure. What on earth? I don't know if you've seen it.
I'll have to give it a... This is what's so wonderful, isn't it, with retro games? There's always like more rabbit holes, and that's why I always like to see, that's why I sort of mention like who made them, one, because they deserve credit for their fantastic work, but also because it does, for me there's a great excitement of finding out who made these, because chances are if they made one classic game, they're going to have made another ones I might not be aware of, so I'll look out for that one. What was it called again?
Kagara, Cagara. Okay. Yeah.
Awesome. No, we'll have a look at that.
It's weird. I'm going to check it later. Maybe just it's the castle. It looks like the first castle you go in Adventure, and it's got a surrounding. It looks more like Saberwolf border with all the the foliage and flowers, if you know what I mean. But it's like I'd probably be very disappointed when we fire it up, but I was like, ooh, I'm going to try this out.
Well, based on this, I think you might be onto something.
Yeah.
So really good.
Next game?
Yeah, so is it me this time?
It's you, yeah.
I've lost track. Yeah, okay. Number 43 is another fantastic arcade port. It is Midnight Resistance, released in 1990 for Ocean. The development team was Special FX, and of course that's the coder Jim Bagley on coding duties, and Charles Davies on graphics, who did Batman Cape Crusader, brilliant graphics, and Hudson Hawk. And Keith Tinman on audio. He's the one who did the music for Pushover and One Step Beyond, and also the rather atmospheric The Thing, if you remember that, on the PS2 and Xbox.
Yeah, quite good actually.
PC, really, really good game. But let's hear what Stuart has to say about this. These days, coin-op conversions on the Spectrum tend to be production line churn amounts that are nothing but pale-faced, mumbling shadows of their ST and Amiga counterparts. What a rare pleasure, then, to see one turn out as good as this. Programmers, Special FX, refuse to take the easy way out and do yet another monochrome Yawnorama. Instead, they gave us an action-packed blaster which positively glowed with 8-bit pride. Not to mention lovely, colourful graphics stuffed with life and character. This is the game that proves the Spectrum can still compete with anything. And I agree with that. This is it's another one in the arcades I never really got on with, but I love the home ports. I loved it on the Amiga. That's probably where I played it historically the most. But this Spectrum version is sublime, isn't it? It's really clear graphics, so much detail to the graphics. I mean, I don't know how. Well, it's because I do know, because they've done like a thick black line around all the sprites. But it just it just works so well. Everything's so clear. And it's so playable. I mean, I'm going back to it, just had me salivating all over again. Just amazed how quick it's all running, how many bullets are on the screen, and how much fun it is to play even today. I prefer this over the arcade original. It's another one that I prefer over the arcade personally. I mean, what's your thoughts on this one? Yeah,
so the first of me playing this was at this time, and one level demo. I can't remember if it came with Crash on the cover tape, or when you bought an Ocean game of the same year, you got the demo of the game just to say, look, you can also buy this. I genuinely can't remember how I played the demo, but I was absolutely gobsmacked back at the time, and had to rush out and purchase this because the Spectrum's days at this point were numbered. And this would have been, I think it was the second last game, possibly, maybe not, maybe one of the Dizzy ones that came out at this time I purchased as well. But this is towards the end of my Spectrum game purchasing because, well, as I always said, it was Chase HQ2 that made me just box it all away in complete disgust that was it. The Spectrum was over because that was such a shoddy conversion. But this, honestly, we can go back now and laugh at some of it and its shortfalls, but you have to admire the colour, the size of the sprites, everything that's going on. They've really captured the arcade brilliantly, and there is no real evidence of slowdown or anything. It really is a remarkable coding feat, this, and one of Ocean's finest moments, if you ask me personally.
Yeah, I totally agree. I didn't know this, I'm only searching, but it appeared as a demo on Sinclair User issue 102, so that's probably where you played it, which also include the brilliant tank, which is like an overhead as an aside, but the full game of that. So I definitely moved on. To be honest, I didn't play this on the Spectrum back in the day, but I have obviously subsequently played it many times when exploring the Spectrum library. But to be honest, it's been a while since I've sat down and properly played it, because as good as it is, I say all my memories tend to be on the Amiga version. But I'm so glad for this episode, because going back to it, it really is a joy going back to it. It's just so beautifully done. Yeah, it's got its own charm even above the Amiga version, really, I think. And I'm still amazed how much that Jim Bagley managed to get it sort of like throwing around the screen, the amount of bullets and everything. It's just impressive. I guess being at the end of the Spectrum life, there was all the expertise of Ocean as well, just meant
and I miss that, because people were doing crazy things with the system by this point that far exceeded what anyone could imagine was possible out of the... But it's more than a tech demo, because a tech demo does
really
not
playable.
make a good game. It's very playable and is lush. And that's no wonder it is in a top 100 and in the top 50, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we put it at number 38 on our top 40, and the Your Sinclair Reader top 100, they gave it position 11, so they loved it far more than Stuart Campbell. And Wizword put it as position 59, so very comparable really to what we have. And the People Vote, World of Spectrum, gave it joint 47th position. And finally, Crash, on their top 100, they put it at position 10, so very high up on their list. And they said the best bit, the mindless blasting and ace graphics, and the worst bit, the control system, is a bit of a swine to master. And it's true, sometimes you end up shooting the wrong... Because of course, to those perhaps not familiar with the arcade original, with the arcade original you had like a dial that was controlling the direction of shot, as well as your joystick to do the movements. So it was, and that's probably why I don't like it, because it's one of those where you've got real complex controls. So they did well to make it all work on one joystick.
Because rotary control games are really hard to bring on, because even when you play it on MAME now, where you're playing Akari Warriors or Guerrilla Wars, and even multiple shooting directions in the rotary stick there, I know you've got the hacks, and it's great if people have hacked these games to make it work on systems that was meant to be played on, but I know our friend Snarkade, he's built his own rotary stick USB plug-in thing. I just wish I can do with one. You want this thing where you've got your trackball, a rotary stick, a spinner and a joystick all in one. It takes up a lot of real estate though, doesn't it? And a lot of wires to wire up to your...
Exactly, too much. So a question for you, when you go to the weapons section at the end of the levels, what's your weapon of choice?
The spherical cannon gun, if you want to call it that. I think it has maximum destruction. I think the flamethrower doesn't give you that much.
No. So is that a three-way shot one?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's one I use. Yeah.
Because I'm shit. I'm not precise. I'm more a blunderbuss.
Exactly.
Sniper.
I'm the same. That covers most of the screen. It's fantastic.
I don't care for collateral damage as long as I get its target as well.
I totally agree. Awesome one. So should we go on to any more you want to say that?
No, I'm desperate for this one. Yes, please. Okay, I'm more desperate for this one. I am a jobby, and I'm needing a jobby.
I forgot again. It's your turn, isn't it?
It's me, yeah. Right. This is very early. We can actually say the year 1982, the year of the Spectrum's release. Now, there's not many games that came out of that much credible value at that very early stage, because you did get a lot of sort of, even the software house wasn't a thing, was it, Paul? You know what I mean? So there was a lot of mail order things with Gobbler Ghost and, alien invaders, aliens, stuff like that. So to see something with a huge license come out at such early doors is impressive. So what am I on about here? Well, number 42 brings us Melbourne House's The Hobbit. Yes, the text adventure based upon J.R.R. Tolkien's magical works of The Hobbits before it goes on to Lord of the Rings. I was smitten by this game. Not everyone likes text adventures, but anyway, before I wax lyrical on this, I wonder if Stuart does as well. Oh goodness, it's an adventure. Well, it had to be done. The Specky's first successful adventure is also, to this day, one of the best. Converted faithfully from the book, with all the characters present correct. Shite, but anyway, I'll let him away with that. The Hobbit perplexed gamers for months on end. Luckily, it was so rewarding that players stuck at it until there was an end. It's also the game that introduced the phrase "Thorin sits down and sings about gold" into the national consciousness. No, I don't quite understand it either, but that's adventure fans for you. Brilliant.
I love his writing.
Love it.
And you see why it's my favourite.
I mean, you're on Discord and someone types that every so often as well, so it always appears. It's up there with "all your base are belong to us" in that way. Well quoted phrases from games. So yeah, text adventures aren't for everyone. You have to like them to really get into it. But The Hobbit was very special because it just wasn't just this simplistic, you know, dungeon crawler like Colossus Cave or, you know, things like that. This had a real time factor where the non-player characters came in and out of the screen as they decided. And it's like, come on, I need Gandalf to appear to carry me out the window or whatnot. But, or it was a day-night cycle where you had to wait on the trolls turning to stone during the day so you can go back and get the key to go in the troll's cave. I just loved working with the parser, and I really felt back then, because I was besotted by the 1977 cartoon of Ralph Bakshi's work of The Lord of the Rings. I was smitten with that. It's dated now because they didn't have a huge budget to fully animate it. There's a lot of human actors drawn over and that kind of kills the wonderful animation in that movie. But I got sucked really into the fantasy genre by this game. It came with the book as well, because it was dear. It was $14.95, so I got it as a Christmas present with the book. And I hated reading books at this point. I think most kids did, because at school you're first on the classics like The Railway Children and bollocks like that. You know, I just wasn't into that kind of thing. But then, enticed by the cartoon of Lord of the Rings, encouraged by the game and its more simplified version of the world of the Hobbit, to get to you know, go and get the treasure from Smaug the dragon. This was sensational. Nothing short of sensational for me. And I read the book and become an avid reader after that. And to be honest, I think because of that, you know, it's one thing, I've never struggled with words. I've always, even at school, reports were like, Gordon can always convey himself in words. And, you know, some people are numbers people, some people are words people. You can seldom be both. Sometimes you can be, but they're just clever twats, you know. But no, so what I'm trying to say is this game had a profound impact on me and my interests, the type of games I wanted to play, and reading, to be honest. So thank you for Hobbit.
I mean, I'm the same way. This is such a special game. It was one of the few games that we got where the whole family were totally enamoured with it. It was one that, as I've mentioned before, where we would sit round together and try and all work it out. As one of the few games that my brother and sister took any real interest in as well. It was, you know, I think it was partly, you know, it's got fantastic artwork, isn't it? Interspersed, as you're saying, it was just, it was like a whole open world, right from, you know, the first screen when it says you're in a comfortable tunnel like hall. To the east is a green round door, and you'd actually see the picture drawn where it's what it's describing. I mean, it was just magical. And as you say, all the characters had their own, not artificial intelligence, but you know what I mean, they had their own, doing their own thing.
Autonomy in that way, didn't
autonomy,
they?
I mean, Phil Mitchell, who sort of like made this, you know, he did, and Veronica Megler, of course.
Which is important to see females in that industry, because that was just a summer holiday job in between university for her. So she I remember seeing a review by her, but we'll see if we can dig it out and put it in the show notes. But she was unawares of the success and how fond people think of this game and see it as a landmark title.
Yeah, it's a sort of shame because she never really did anything else. Whereas Phil Mitchell went on to use the engine again for Sherlock, which we've covered.
Incredible game, yeah.
And he also did The Fellowship of the Ring and Crack of Doom. So, you know, whereas he sort of went on to do other sort of text adventures, her involvement, and she was important to the development of it. But this is really special. There is a 128k version that's been done as a fan-made. To listeners as well, that adds. But to be honest, there's something about the original graphics, because obviously they've touched up the graphics, that I prefer, really. I think it's just nostalgia. But awesome. I mean, we loved it. On our list, we gave it position 9
Has to be in the top 10. 40. Has to be.
Yeah, so this is quite low, but clearly Stuart doesn't like text adventures, does he? The Your Sinclair Reader Top 100 gave it position 68. So I think a lot of the Your Sinclair Sinclair readers didn't like text adventures as well. You had to be more of a Sinclair user, Crash enjoyer. But but beyond that though, it didn't really make any other lists that I could see, so that was quite surprising. But I think it's a special one. I'm glad at least it's on the list here. I'm with you though, it's a special game that I would have probably put higher.
Awesome.
Okay, shall we go on to the next one? This is one that I truly love as well. My God, it's a good list, isn't it?
It really is.
Okay, we're on to the next one, number 41, and it is Fantasy World Dizzy. This was the third Dizzy game, and only £2.99. It was a budget release, and it came out in 1989, of course, by the Oliver twins, and published by Codemasters. So let's go to what Stuart has to say. Of all the Dizzy games, I've decided to put this one in the chart because of the character interaction, the well-balanced puzzles, the charming atmosphere, but mostly because of the broad Glaswegian accent on the speech sample at the beginning. Are you trying to tell me you're Scottish, Stuart? Note from the editorial. All the adventures of this world's cutest egg are great games, but this one mixes together the best attributes of each one to the best effect. It's also the game which finally made budget software, not to mention Codemasters themselves, respectable. I'm completely with him that if you had to choose, because obviously you don't want to fill a list with all Spectrum.
What one represents Dizzy the
games.
best.
And I agree. This is the pinnacle. So whereas the first one, they were sort of getting their feet, the Oliver twins, and I do love the first one actually. Then you had Treasure Island Dizzy, which was great and it was wonderful at the time, but it was also quite unforgiving. Whereas when you got to Dizzy 3 and this one, Fantasy World Dizzy, they've made logical puzzles. All the puzzles sort of make logical sense. It's got a great sort of where it ramps up the puzzles. You've got that famous bit right at the beginning where there's like a jug of water and there's a fire blocking the entrance. And it's
almost like the obligatory tutorial level in a single screen to get that over and done with. Modern games, please take note of this. It sort of explains, and then you're off exploring the castle. Of course, this was the one that also introduced all of the Yoke folk family as well. So that was great. You've got all your sort of like family members that you get to meet. Yeah. I mean, before I wax lyrical more on it, I mean, what's your memories of this one? Absolutely the same. The first Dizzy, I don't know what's wrong with it. I probably because it's not balanced enough to defeat the wizard Zax, and I just find out these games were released very rapidly, so you've seen no reviews of them, especially Dizzy. It was a new game. Oh, what's this? Oh, that looks good. I'll buy it. You take it home and go, oh, right, this is quite good. It's a object-based fetch quest puzzle game, basically, and it was enjoyable. Maybe because from Treasure Island and onwards was 1 to 8K versions, and you had these very jovial and optimistic Dizzy tunes that were always fantastic in all of the adventures. Perhaps I liked that just a little bit more, because I adored Treasure Island so much and played that through to completion. But this came out, and I think you're right. It's the refinements here. It's the last game by the Oliver twins. Yeah. Before other people. Well, they did the design of the other ones. Yeah, they passed on they didn't coding duties. Yeah. So I mean, you don't really notice that difference. So it's probably a silly point to make, because all the Dizzy games are incredibly fantastic. Magic Land, Spellbound, and and they're all just great to play. And there's something, I know a lot of people that don't like Dizzy games at all, but I just think there's a magical ingredient to them that people love. And the retelling of basically fairy tales there, whether it's from your Hans Christian Andersen type things, or these are all where there's a bit of your childhood in them. Remembering the tales your mother read you to bed. I don't know. There's just something warm and comforting in a Dizzy game, and they give you a clue, isn't it? Whereas with perhaps some of the other games of this ilk, like the Wally Week and things like we mentioned. But they were brutally hard. These ones were. Yeah. You knew they were doable. Yeah. Because they were based on fairy tale. You had a clue of what you needed to do. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still got the frustrations of it's so easy to
accidentally hit a flaming torch and poach yourself, and
that's
and things like that.
The jump mechanic, not everyone likes the cool somersault because you can misstep a
so
jump
easy
because
to
of that.
yeah. Going back to it, I mean, I was like, oh my god, like just do the jump wrong and then suddenly you're in the flame and away you go.
Sure.
But yeah, no, I think it's a magical game, and clearly this is well loved. I mean, we put it at position 19. So very high up on our list, deservedly so. The Your Sinclair reader list, their top 100, gave it position 37, so they liked it even more than Your Sinclair. Crash gave position 11, and they said, the best bit was the cute sprites, colourful scenery, and excellent sound. Worst bit, the alligators that bite your body. Yes, because there's a puzzle very early on where you have to time your jump to land on the alligator when his mouth is shut, and there is a way, and I won't spoil it, but there is a way of shutting his mouth permanently, so at least you don't have to do it. But even so, even with his mouth shut, it's so easy to mistime the jump and then fall into the water and drown, isn't it? Which is annoying, to say the least.
For sure, yeah.
But yeah, I adore this game, and I'm probably with Stuart and the others that if you were going to choose a Dizzy game, this is probably the best one to try. It's one that I always recommend when people have asked, they're perhaps new to the Spectrum, and said what Dizzy game should they play first. Yeah. Awesome. Shall we go on to the next one then?
Number 40. We're at number 40.
We're
First
getting
10
there.
done. Yeah, we're getting there. This is a real classic for me. Absolutely love this. So we're going to go to the year 1985 from Vortex Software and Costa Panai, or however you pronounce it.
Panahi. I looked it up.
Is that Panahi? Okay, I have been educated today by the Driscoll on how to pronounce something. That's a change.
Yeah, that's a change. Only because I looked it up.
Okay, thank you for doing your research. Panahi. 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 And yeah, it's Highway Encounter. Incredible game. Anyway, what does Stuart say about this? Costa Panahi was quite possibly the Specky's biggest ever cult programmer. From humble beginnings with Android 1, he built up a catalogue of incredible games that took the Spectrum closer to its limits with each succeeding release. The stunning colour-filled 3D graphics and game plot and its basic concept predated the 16-bit Smash Lemmings by 5 years, so tricky that it was only the most dedicated of gamers that ever saw the last of the 30 screens of zapping and puzzling action, but every second of it was joy. Yeah, so the basic premise of this game is the aliens have invaded and your Dalek robots that you have, all 4 of them, which represent each and one of your lives, 5 of them, I apologise, 5 of them represent your lives. So they're all in a chain moving up the highway. It's an isometric Roman straight road, but there's obstacles in the way, and there's the aliens themselves, or defense mechanisms as well. So the idea is not to have your lemmings, as he kind of, compared them to, because you can only control one of them at a time, and others are just drones that go in a straight line. We don't want to get them all muddled. They can all go ski-whiff, but try keeping them in that straight line, going up the highway, and not getting them killed. Now, this is a game of patience in this. As long as you don't whiz up each screen, land on the screen, stop your droids from moving by letting them hit something that's blocking their way, a barrel or a destructible block, bollard or something. Figure out how to kill or inhibit the other moving things on the screen to allow them to progress. And it's all done on a rotational or directional control, so you have accelerate, slow down and rotate left and right. So that's quite fiddly in its own right, and of course shoot as well. But if you play the patience game with this, and I think it's very unique, it looks like nothing else on the Spectrum, it's its own thing. There's a really enjoyable game in this, and I really recommend anyone to play it. What's your view, Paul?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a good little sort of puzzler, and I think it did a far better job of other games like Brat or Sleepwalker, isn't it, where you're guiding these sort of like drones through, because it's all about sort of clearing the way and just blocking them in at certain points so you can safely continue. Looks fantastic. I'm not sure quite what you meant by full colour graphics, because the actual gameplay's monochromatic.
Yeah, exactly.
Beautiful colours around, but yeah, I found this really engaging. It is a game that you do need a little bit of patience. It takes a long while to get through the level, isn't it? There's a long way to go on this highway. But yeah, I just really clever. And of course, Costa Panahi, he did lots of clever ones like Android 1, Android 2, Deflector, TLL, Cyclone and Hate. Yeah. Just every game that he did brought something interesting and new, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of my favourite authors for sure.
It's good. Yeah, and I can see why. This really special, I think. So it's another fantastic one, but it is one that you've got to have the patience to work your way through.
Maybe use save states in this day and age if you're playing it under emulation, just to learn the progress, or put infinite lives on or something. That's it's not. It's the trouble. It's a sequel, Alien Highway. Just more of the same, to be honest. So a lot more difficult, a lot more different challenges in it. It's still worthy game, but it doesn't deliver or offer any much more than this original one does.
Well, that's what you really sort of need. I mean, that's not a bad thing. I mean, you think, going back to Lemmings, like no one complained having more levels.
No, there's still not enough Lemmings levels, are there?
Yeah, no, I thought I just loved the whole concept of like making a safe passage, like you're pushing like barrels or objects to like trap enemies, and
because there's horizontal moving ones, if you want to call it that they move in the opposite plane from you, so they will definitely hit one of your drones if you don't stop it. So push a barrel into its path to stop it moving, and let your army progress up to the next screen.
Yeah, I mean it's clearly well loved. World of Spectrum people vote, put it at position 43, so clearly loved by a lot of people. Crash put it at number 72 on their list, so a lot lower down. They said the best bit is the astounding graphics, but the worst bit, it's very hard.
It's not really.
No, I don't think it's only hard if it's to keep your patience in check.
Yes, absolutely.
Because there's too often when I was I can leave that one that's just bouncing because I can't be bothered to go all the way back and get another block, and I usually or I can just nip past him. But no, this is solid and unique, and it just shows you the wonderful eclectic range that the Spectrum can give. So very pleased to have played this. Right, okay, so we go on to the next one then. Okay, we're on number 39. We made the 30s. We're getting there. Right, this is Mercenary, a flight simulator adventure First City Escape from Targ, to give it its full name. Most people just know it as Mercenary. It came out in 1987 and published by Novagen Software, of course developed by Paul Wokes. But originally this was a 1985 game, amazingly, that came out on the Atari 8-bits. It was, this is a port that you got on the Spectrum, but very impressive port. So shall we go to what Stuart Campbell says? John Pillar recently reviewed this as a budget re-release and gave it 99%. I'm not arguing, a bit like Elite played underground. Paul Wokes' epic of espionage, sabotage, trading and blasting has an atmosphere of electric tension and suspense, which belies the simplistic look of the vector graphics. Mercenary is clean, sharp, fast and deep enough to keep you playing for weeks. What's more, it was visually indistinguishable from the 16-bit versions, but with a kind of playability that you only ever seem to get on the older machines. Now more than ever, don't miss it. So they're clearly, quite a fan of it. Yeah, I mean, how do you describe this? It's a line vector, isn't it? Very simplistic in looking, where it's just the bare minimums of what it's sort of showing you. You start off crashing into a planet, which you're like, because I was very rusty playing this game again. I was like trying my best to what am I doing with the controls? I was convinced I was doing something wrong. But you're meant to crash. You crash into the planet, and you're like, oh darn, and then. Ouch is what it comes up, because there's a little dialogue box that sort of tells you status reports, and that's how it communicates to you. And thankfully you got credits, like money credits in your name, and there's a ship that's for sale, or you could nick it if that's what you want to do.
Of course you nick it. I'm not paying money for it. It's lying there.
Oh, well, then you got to fight the other ship, haven't you? I wasn't very good. And suddenly you get like a job once you've got you in your ship. You've got a job offered to you, and the whole idea is you've got to earn enough credits, enough money to get off the planet, isn't it? So you're doing a series of things. Very special game. It's kind of like Elite, but more on a personable level, because you can actually go in underground complexes. That's the big thing.
Yeah, and you're not trading goods, you're trading favours. Basically holding yourself as a mercenary.
Yeah, you're a mercenary.
Yeah. But the good thing about that is you can do jobs for both warring factions, play them on both sides.
Yeah, that's right, because the situation, Planet Targ, there's the native Palyars, and they're fighting for their existence against the evil invading mechanoids, which is a race of robots that seize the planet. But you as a mercenary, you don't really care about that. You can go with either side and do any jobs you want just to get off the friggin' planet. Yeah, I mean, back in the day, this blew my mind. I loved the first Mercenary games. I found it a little bit difficult going back to remember. It was less with the controls, but because you've got to fly to the complex and get in. It took me a while to get my head around it, but I mean, it was special. When you landed in a complex and you actually got out the ship and you actually wandered through a complex, even though it was just like simple line diagrams and the occasional bit of furniture and things, it just was all moving at fantastic pace, and your mind filled out the blanks. It really was like this whole world.
Yeah.
And just that extra level of excitement that you didn't really get with sort of Elite, where of course you're really always stuck in your ship.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was really good. I mean, what's your memories of this one?
Yeah, I played this intensely back in the day, and I remember really getting a lot out of it. Coming back now, I've kind of moved on now, but yeah, and that made it a bit more harder, a bit less palatable to play, to be honest. I'll be frankly honest about that, because I was coming in. I've not played this since back then, or probably played it like you then on the 16-bit counterparts when you had them. Because
this was on that 10-star bundle, so one with it's like Buggy Boy and things. This was one of the games.
Oh, right,
okay. So I've got fond memories, particularly probably more on the Amiga, but this is.
But no, I mean, generally I love the idea. Like you said, you can get in a craft, and it's quite zippy once you're in You know, you can't leave the planet. I always think, why can't you just leave in that craft? And you've got a new ship, but it's more like an aeroplane. It's not, it's not ready to fly yet. You need to
you need an interstellar.
Interstellar
spaceships.
drives, and you can go. So the landscape, the surface, is like scorched earth policy by the mechanoids fighting them. So the residents of the planet, they've all been forced underground. So you go into the buildings, you can get elevators down. There's a tunnel-like complex where you move about. Certain doors are locked. You have to get keys to get through them. You know, you get missions, requests from them, earn your credits, earn the trust, whatever. So that balance was very good and enjoyable. It's a thing of its time. I think that's what I'm more trying to say.
I think you're right, I mean, and to be honest, it's, you know, I mean, the third one in the series, which came out only, I don't think came out on the Spectrum, but certainly came out on the Amiga. Mm-hmm. You know, they improved, you know, Paul improved it each time.
Yes.
But I get why it's here. Historically, it's an important, impressive game.
Yeah.
Having said that, it didn't really make any other list apart from the Your Sinclair readers list.
Okay.
And they actually loved it. They put it at number 15, so they put it even higher. Mm-hmm. On their list, but I'm glad it's here. Put it that way. It was nice to go back to, but I'm with you. It's coming at it in today's world. It's quite difficult. Yeah.
Right, moving on then.
Mm-hmm.
Number 38, and it's my turn.
Yeah.
Right. Well, at number 38, we have another arcade port. It is Atari's classic Gauntlet. Now, what a game the arcade was! It was very much a pay-to-play arcade game in many ways, because especially in the later levels, many of the hordes that ran towards you zapped a lot of your energy. But US Gold grabbed a license in 1986 and gave us a very worthy Spectrum version of it, and let's see what Stuart says. Do I really need to tell anyone about Gauntlet? The arcade's 4-player epic of Dungeons and Dragons slaughter-filled mayhem transferred to the Specky better than anyone had dared to expect. US Gold managed to cram every last level of the original game in with the aid of the least intrusive multi-load in history. That's right, because sections loaded, maybe get about 6 levels per multi-load, which was really good. As a recreation of a coin-ups feel, it hasn't been better to this day. And as a game in its own right, it's as great as it ever was. One of the true milestones of Spectrum gaming. Yeah, it's an excellent... I mean, we loved Gauntlet, and anyone that hasn't played it, it's a top-down dungeon crawler where you can play up to 4 players in the arcade, only 2 on the Spectrum, sadly. But imagine if you had 4 players.
Oh, go around a little rubber king.
That'd be hilarious. Brilliant, because it really does require cooperation. You get greedy players that run and get all the treasures, or the open doors when you're not ready, or get you trapped with Death with his finger pointing towards you. You know, you can get trapped within the walls because the screen moves up and the exit is out of the screen, and a player could be up there. So it does require that kind of level of cooperation. But it was a phenomenal success in the arcades, and a very popular game, arcade conversion that came out on all the 8-bit computers of the time,
all the systems, and
really not just, and the 16-bit as well. It was just so popular that if there was a gaming system it was out on, and the Spectrum's one, we rushed out and bought it, and quite frankly loved it, because it is representative, very well representative of the arcade.
It's just really all you could hope. I mean, it's amazing. It still impresses me how many monsters are on the screen at one time, and just moves at a cracking pace. Your character's always moving at a great pace. There's so much, considering how small the character is, so, they're fully recognisable, aren't they? I mean, you've got... which character did you always play? I tended to play the Thyra, actually, which was Valkyrie.
Yeah, I was always Elf.
You're always the Elf, Yeah, really good with the bow and arrow, wasn't it? Yeah, so you had Thor the warrior, Thyra the Valkyrie, Merlin the wizard, and Questa the elf. Yeah, and this is... I mean, it feels like I've never really looked to see if it's missing any particular levels, but it feels like the whole game. And...
See, the first 8 levels will always be etched into memory, whether it be the arcade version of this. You know them well.
Yeah.
And after that, they're so complex and so, involving that you're so busy battling that you don't seem to recall where all the secrets are, or if there's a, like on level 1 you can jump to level 4 immediately if you so chose to. Don't go for the first exit you see, because it could be another one. It seems like everything's in place. He's saying it there, don't quote us on that, but it gives the illusion that it's tit for tat.
Yeah, no, I agree. And this is, clearly loved by a lot of people. I mean, Your Sinclair readers a list for their top 100, they put it at position 39, so sort of comparable position, really. Wizword put it at position 73 on his list, top 100, and Crash put it at position 83, so lower, but at least it made all the top 100s. And Crash said, the best bit, the small but perfectly formed sprites zip around the playing area. Worst bit, the guy in the black robes who can kill you with one touch, affectionately nicknamed Desmond Death.
Desmond Death.
Yeah, I agree with it. It's a really solid arcade port. Loved it back in the day. I loved the sequel as well, which was sort of more of the same. Yeah, it was, for whatever reason, this arcade game really
resonated with people.
People. I mean, it was such a huge. To our listeners, perhaps younger than us, you lucky devils. Yeah, it's difficult to understand how big this game was.
But back in its day, the arcade version was just visually impressive. I mean, Atari had a signature. Their games looked like Atari games, and especially with the Poke chip on board, they had their unique sound with that digitized speech as well. Shots can now hurt, or elf is about to die. You need, all these kind of things. It was just that that robotic voice that it has. It's just brilliant. I love it. Absolutely.
Fantastic. Right, okay, shall we go on to number 37 then?
Yeah.
So number 37 is Lode Runner, and it released in 1984 by Software Projects as publisher. And of course it's a conversion of the 1983 original by Douglas E. Smith. So, right, let's hear what Stuart has to say about Lode Runner. It doesn't really look like one of the greatest specky games ever, does it? What with those character square red and black bricks with tiny little stick figures running around it. What you probably don't know is that Lode Runner is just about the longest running computer platform game in the world, with roots going right back to the Apple, Ask Your Grandad, and all the way up to the Game Boy. A game doesn't last that long without being something special, and Lode Runner's just that. Actually more puzzle game than platformer. It's one of the most addictive things ever. That's all. So, yeah, I mean, do you want to describe it to our listeners? I'm sure most know what.
I mean, if Space Panic and Chucky Egg had a bastard child, that's what Lode Runner is. So it's a ladders and levels game where you can't jump, and there's little stickmen also chasing after you. You have to collect the gold bricks in each of the single screen levels, avoiding them. And the AI of the bad guys is quite good, actually. They love to make a beeline for you, and they will choose the shortest route up and down the ladders, or the shimmying across the ropes, across the chasms in the place. But it's as simple as collecting all the bricks. A ladder will appear, you climb up it and you go to the next level. But it's a tricky but an enjoyable game. I mean, I really do like Lode Runner as a game. It evaded me all my Spectrum life, would you believe? I could not get a hold of it. I couldn't get a copy of it. Never seen it anywhere, even on mail order to purchase. I only ever saw adverts for it. And what was making me really want to get it, because as advertised, it had its own level designer. And you just saw the infinite possibilities, especially as a young kid. I can design my own levels. I'll never stop needing any other game again, because I'll just make my own levels forever. And that would be the pitch you would say to your parents, just to buy it for you. But alas, it wasn't until emulation that I finally got my hands on it. I mean, as I said, I knew it was a Chucky Egg-like game. Obviously, this came before Chucky Egg.
Yeah.
In terms of, what came first, the chicken or the egg, but, so I wasn't feeling like, I was missing out because I had a game of that nature. But I just loved the look of the minimalistic sprites in this game, just a little matchstick men, and it's very basic in that way, but that's all you need.
But exactly. I mean, you want that zoomed out look where everything's on the same screen. The important thing is the character moves at a fantastic pace. It really is quite frantic as you sort of like, because when you dig a hole, you effectively can trap the enemy in, but only for a short time. They will dig themselves out. The hole will fill in again. Yeah, this is really engaging. It's not actually one that I've played on the Spectrum before, but it's a really good version. I'm so glad they decided to keep it minimalist and zoomed out, because it's the better game for it, really. So awesome one. Done by the coding duties was done by David Anderson, who did Rambo First Blood Part 2, and he did that Tapper that we mentioned in Part 1.
Raid over Moscow.
Stuff like that. Kung Fu Master. So Beachhead, he did loads of solid ports, really. And Ian Morrison again, did the sort of like the Outrun graphics and Turbo Outrun and things like that. So really, really good. And I think the Spectrum version is up there with some of the best I've played. Actually, I think it's very, very good.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Okay, so should we go on to the next one?
Number 36, and the year is 1988. Houston brings us Rafael Checo's Cybernoid. Absolute classic. Different take on a shooter, to be honest, but let's see what Stuart has to say about this classic title. Remember what I said about Costa Panahi? Well, forget it, because Rafael Checo was an even bigger cult. The difference is that poor Raf only ever wrote one really good game, and that is it. It has to be said that flip screen shoot 'em ups with add-on weaponry aren't the stuff which Legends are usually made of, but the imagination, playability and attention to detail of this one lifted it way above its origins and into the realms of the unforgettable. It's worth getting just for the huge maces which swing around your ship and pulverise everything, but it's fab game too. Well, I like Rafael Checo's games. I mean, Exelon and Stormlord are just as excellent games to play in my opinion, but Cybernoid does stand out of his peak on the Spectrum anyway. And I love it. I mean, as I said, it's a flick screen shoot 'em up, so that's quite difficult, because normally the shoot 'em ups we're used to have waves of aliens coming in, so you need to be ready for them coming in. It's not quite like that in this game.
It's more of a platform puzzle than a shooter, isn't it?
Yeah, where you're fighting against gravity in that way. I suppose in a way like Flappy Bird works in that way. You have to use the pull of gravity at the right time to bring your ship down, because there's many pillars and short gaps to squeeze through, as well as using all the different weaponry you have. So 1 to 5 on the keyboard changes it to, say, bouncing bombs, a shield, heat-seeking missiles, or mines to lay down. Or you can pick up other weapons, like you said. There's a mace that rotates round the perimeter of your craft.
Looks so cool. He's right.
That looks weird, because the trail behind it is incredible. Or there's a bat shoot gun, a rear gun that goes on the backside of your craft to shoot anything that comes from behind. So it's colourful, it's stunningly gorgeous, difficult to play but thoroughly enjoyable. The main concept of this is when you do shoot the aliens in each of the screens, they drop treasure. You need to collect that, because when you get to the each stage is an exit where you land on, and you need to collect, say, X amount of thousands of credits to make your quest worthwhile, basically. So you have to bear that in mind while playing it. But it looks unique. It's got its own style, this game. I love the graphics. And
I love the explosions of things. I mean, it's really showing the sort of like technical prowess as well. Yeah,
and that soundtrack, everyone goes on about Jerome Tell's soundtrack, say on the Commodore 64 or the 16-bit versions. I'm sorry, but Dave Rogers' music on this is really good. Exceptional. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, no, awesome. Yeah, I'm like with you. I mean, of course, Rafael Checo, he went on to do games like First Samurai, Second Samurai, and Street Racer as well. So, Street Racer was, whether you like the game or not, it was impressive to do that without Mode 7, particularly on the Mega Drive. So, really good. It is a beloved game. Your Sinclair readers put it at position 79. It's quite low on their list. Wizword put it at position 3, number 3 on his list. And the World of Spectrum People Vote gave it joint 29th. So
respectable game, though.
Respectable. Didn't make the crash list for some reason. No. Shall we go on to the next one then?
Yep.
Yeah, this was new to me, so I really enjoyed this one. This came out in 1987, and it's done by Firebird Software. What is it? It is Eyeball 2, The Quest for the Past. And let's hear what Stuart has to say about this one. Originality is something you don't see much of in the budget world. Great though they can be, budgies tend to be simple rehashes of previous successes. This game, however, broke the mould and later inspired programmer Tim Kloss to write one of the best 16-bit games ever, Kid Gloves. He had to push that in, didn't he? He loves Kid Gloves. Basically, a puzzle game. Eyeball 2 gleamed with slick presentation and imaginative design, and all for £1.99. Don't blow 12 quid on this month's latest crappy, unoriginal, licensed rubbish. Scour the bargain bins and find yourself a copy of this instead. I promise you won't be disappointed. So yeah, so as you mentioned, like Tim Kloss, who did this, he did Kid Gloves, which is a platform game we adored, on the Amiga. He also did some of the programming on Medieval 1 and 2 on the PS1, and also the Mr. Blobby game on the Amiga for his sins. I guess that shows you that not everyone has a perfect track record, but yeah, I mean, I was really impressed with this one. It was sort of like new to me, but do you want to describe it to our listeners?
Yeah, it's quite a unique one actually, and I purchased this on the strength of the reviews on Crash at the time. I mean, I had the first one, but this it pales in comparison to this. So it's a single screen bouncing shoot 'em up where you play this kind of mechanoid spherical robot that, you know, he's on a quest to find out the origins of where he's been made from. So that's why it's Quest to the Past. And basically you just have to figure out how to open the exit on each of the levels and shoot the bad guys that are in there. So through the course of playing it, they're just weird and wonderful levels, and you don't know 100%. Well, like the early levels is a key. Once you get the key, you can get to the exit. The key isn't always evident on some of the levels, you know. It's like, how do you get to this? So there's some are time release, some things crumble away after a certain amount of time, or it requires interaction by yourself, like smashing something and blocks fall down and opens away. There's also power-ups that can either help you or hinder you in the game, so extra bounce you may need, or you know, the usual things you kind of expect in a game. But what I liked about this, that for each of the levels, it didn't run out of steam. It just kept
it's always
going
something unique, and
yeah, that's right, and that's what made it stand out as a great hybrid of a shoot 'em up and a platform and a puzzler, to be honest. And yeah, I mean, would I put it in a top 100 list? I don't know. I mean, I've never played it since back in the day, but I remember thoroughly getting a lot of fun out of it back then, and still going back today, actually enjoying it with a smile.
I love this. It was new to me.
Okay.
I'm sort of realising that, you know, I mean, obviously we can't be experts on all the sort of systems, whereas perhaps I know a lot of Amiga stuff and other systems. I realise that there's quite a few gaps of Spectrum games, because I tended to only sort of play there's so many on the Spectrum that you just can't know them all. Yeah. And this really blew me away. I just love the concept. You got you know, the bouncing mechanics. It's good physics and just negotiate. You know, you can shoot. It all looks just fantastic. But it was, you're right, the not running out of steam. I think that's the perfect way to put it, because it felt like you get with modern Mario game, or any Mario game, to be honest, where you know, like typical Nintendo, where you're always impressed just when you think you've seen everything, they throw something new at you. Yes, this gave me that same sort of vibe. You know, I mean, it makes clever use of springs and things to give that puzzle element, and just everything. Just you were excited to see what would you'll be seeing next. So real classic, definitely a thumbs up from me.
And how great is the speech on this game?
Oh, yeah, forgot to mention the speech is awesome.
You can't not mention the speech, yeah.
No, really, really clear. Some of the best speech. I put in my notes, actually, some of the best speech.
Yeah, it's not like Ghostbusters, which is like...
Yeah, this is eyeball. It's like, wow, that's coming out of the spectrum. Yeah, eyeball. But it's, really, really good game. This was one of the big surprises for me. And
this would have worked. I'm surprised it wasn't... Maybe there is, I don't know, you tell me. But I take it this was exclusive to the 8-bits, because... Imagine this on the Amiga. This would have been it has a vibe of a cult PD game, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I
don't think I'm going to quickly look it up. This only came out on the 8-bits. It came out on the Spectrum, the Amstrad, and the Commodore 64. Not tried the other versions, but I just really, really like it. And I suspect the Amstrad version is probably like a direct port of the Spectrum. And the Spectrum's probably the best one to play, I think. Yeah, awesome. Shall we go on to the next game then?
Tuesday evening, after tea and compulsory prayers, the last mouse on Earth tried to hide from mankind inside the machine. Just before it died, as the nerve gas eased its sphincter, the last ever mouse dropping caused a slight accident. You may control the progress of this accident on my behalf, and with my permission, and lead it up the telepath.
Forge your soul in molten spirals, which must not stop spinning. Reach out and touch them. I keep the watch. I see it all. I tap the phone. I file a number. I take your truth. I give the lie. I steal information. Cover the land with signal and cable. I am machine. I am machine. I am machine. I have always been. In the beginning was the Word.
Yes, let's do that. So number 34, we're going to 1984, and the magical software house of Automata brings us really the Spectrum's equivalent of a prog rock concept album. It's the best way to describe this in my eyes, right? It's got deep meaning, it's got a host of famous actors of the day who are all acting and speaking on the counterpart audio cassette that you play in tandem with playing the game. What am I on about? It's Deus Ex Machina. Now, how do you describe this? Well, before I describe it, I'm going to let Stuart, and hopefully I don't need to. That'll be better. So this probably is the most ambitious entertainment software project ever attempted on any home computer. 2 loads full of stunning graphics and a synchronised audio soundtrack, including proper real-life stars like Frankie Howerd, John Pertwee, coupled to a madly over-the-top story of a totalitarianism and genetic engineering, made Deus Ex Machina an experience the like of which had never been seen before or since. Genuinely affecting and disturbing at times, this is software as art. God, that's a mouthful the way you worded that there. Right.
So I describe it, or do you want to describe?
You can help me describe this. It all starts off with a mouse turd. That's how all things start in life.
Yeah, so this is real high concept. It's probably, I mean, still to this day, I think it's the most high concept video game that I've ever played. Yeah, you had an accompanying audio tape that you play alongside. It's the same, as I mentioned, it has the voices of people like Frankie Howerd, obviously of Carry On fame, and famous comedian. John Pertwee, Wurzel Gummidge, and Doctor Who. He's one of the doctors. brothers, wasn't he? And Ian Dury.
Hit me with your rhythm stick.
Yeah, they hit me with the Blockheads group fame. And I mean, as a general, it goes through the 7 stages of man. Yes, your William Shakespeare. And the idea is you go from birth to death, really, don't you, with the 7 stages of man in the form of some bizarre mini games, isn't it? And I'm sort of running out of steam, so I'll pass it to you. Do you want to describe some of the mini games?
The mini games obviously starts, as I said, for whatever reason, as a rat in a lab, it does a dropping and the sperm evolves from that. Life begins, basically. So the mini games start with, the DNA strand, really. And you have to keep the momentum going of the rotation of the DNA strands. So you have a cursor that you can move about the screen. There's a blue cursor, I think, is the opposite of you. So the idea is just to, if you start slowing down, spinning it. And many of the early levels are kind of like that. It's just basic contact on the screen. But as you listen to the soundtrack, and there's very synthy music going on as well. The music's actually quite good, in all honesty. It's well produced and well acted and all that. But you have to appreciate, I mean, I did play this back in the day. I had a mate that I borrowed it from, and you were excited by this vibe of it, right? You'll pop side B in the cassette, and it tells you the countdown, and you get the cassette to 0, and you play it, and all these voices come on. But I didn't understand at that age what the hell was going on with it.
I still don't understand at my age.
I don't. What is the market that they're aiming this game for? You know what I mean, right? Because all I see is countless screens where things stop moving and I have to get them moving again. And for the first part of life, that's what's happening, right up to the sperm, right? To be the dominant sperm and that then impregnates the cell. Then you have to protect the outer wall of the uterus, protecting the fetus growing, and then it's some weird Monty Python-esque thing where the kids spin it. It's to travel out of the womb with all the eyes looking at it. You have to avoid colliding with the eyes. It's strange and it's odd, and as I said, as you said,
it is beautiful in its oddness, though, isn't it? I mean,
they're
not the greatest. They're not the greatest mini games. That's the only thing I would say.
It's boring as shit. Let's be frankly honest about it, right?
Yeah.
It's not for me. It never has been, never will be, but it's much talked about. And I don't know whether you can, I mean, there's a lot of things. It's like there's the level where you're walking the outside world and there's all the influences of, you're out the safety of the womb, and there's war and lies, hate, peace, things that have a impact on our lives, but it's all very metaphorical, really, isn't it? And it's way too highbrow for me, and I'm sure there's many of our more intelligent listeners, because everybody's far more intelligent than you and I, Drisky, aren't
yes, let's be honest.
In this world here about this, that I could not have done a high school piece on this and explained it. I wouldn't have even.
No. I mean, it's intriguing, is how I would say. Yeah. Certainly worth a watch on. We're putting the show notes to YouTube where link, they've added the thing. If you do like it and you're intrigued, there is on Steam. There is a 30th anniversary version. Slightly touched up graphics and things. They've added bits and a director commentary as well, which I suppose that shows you how I feel with this game, that I couldn't bring myself to spend the $3.99 to hear the director commentary to understand what the hell it's all about.
Yeah.
But £3.99, not too bad. And there is, surprisingly, actually, not done by Mel Croucher, but there is a sequel, Deus Ex Machina 2, that came out very recently. Well, like a decade ago or whatever, on Steam as well for £4.99.
So what does that offer? I mean, we've had the tale from birth to death. I mean, is this afterlife?
I didn't really look. Yeah, I mean, it's based on the descriptions that most people were saying, which to be honest, on both, either people were saying this is the greatest thing ever, art incarnate, or they were saying this is crap. There's no playability here, and I think that's very, very true. This is certainly a very polarizing game, but I'm glad it's there. I mean, Mel Croucher, I mean, he always did interesting ones like Pie Mania, which we've done before. And my name
Pie
is
Man
Uncle,
series, yeah.
My name is Uncle Groucho. You win a fat cigar.
That's a great game. That is fantastic. Yeah.
So he always did interesting games, and this is certainly the pinnacle of interesting.
Yeah, you can't take away the ambition. The trouble is, it's not what I wanted for me in 1984, and it's not what I want in 2024. So.
Yeah, I mean, basically, if you ever wanted to see like a Pink Floyd The Wall album, The Game, this is kind of it, isn't it? It's that same sort of like, absolutely, what the hell am I watching?
Yeah, and maybe take some hallucinogenics while you're at it.
Yeah. I'm glad it's on here. It's interesting.
Oh, it's good to speak about.
It's definitely more about the art than the playability. Mm-hmm. So it depends what you're going into with the game. So shall we move on then?
Yes.
Didn't make any other lists, by the way.
Good.
Let's go on to number 33, and it's Night Law. So this is a real classic, of course. It came out in 1984 by Ultimate Play the Game, yes, who are now Rare, and it's made by the co-founders of Ultimate and Rare, Chris and Tim Stamper. And this was the, I don't know, is it like the third in the Saberwolf series? I can't remember.
Yeah, well, you had Saberwolf, and then you had Underworld, and then there was 3 games mentioned at the end of Underworld, which was... Come on then, tell me.
Oh, bloody hell. I'll leave it to you with the thing. I can't...
Night Lore, obviously.
Yeah. What's it called? Gunfight?
No, it's not a Cyberman game.
Oh, not a Cyberman game, no.
Should be, though. Pentagram.
Yeah.
And the non-existent Meyer Mare. Which
that never got made, yeah.
No, never got made. So anyway.
Right, okay, so we'll hear what Stuart has to say about it. Mm-hmm. We're really getting into legend territory now. Night Law was the game which pioneered the 3D isometric graphical style, later to be imitated into oblivion by 100 lesser designers. It took Spectrum graphics into a whole new world, and up to a level which simply hadn't been believed possible, even by the machine creators themselves. The game was conveniently brilliant too, and the traditional Ultimate Play the Game polish gave that thing a shine which was almost blinding. Yep. Revolutionary. I think that if you were to sum up in one word, revolutionary would be it. So I'm going to pass it to you to describe the nature of the game.
Yeah, I mean, before I get into that, there's certain games, it's a bit like, do you remember where you were when JFK was shot kind of thing? I remember vividly the evening, I can still see my bedroom for when I was a child growing up, where I was sitting and, sitting with my jaw in awe the minute I fired and loaded up Night Lore. So what is it? It is a classic isometric Cyberman game in which you have been cursed at the end of Saberwolf by turning into a werewolf, and you need to find the cure. So you went to Castle Night Lore to find the old wizard, so he's somewhere in it, and he has a cauldron, and it tells you the ingredients that you need to pop into the cauldron to eventually cure you of the curse, basically. Yeah,
because you're basically a werewolf, aren't you?
Yeah, well, there's a day and night cycle, so you are Cyberman, and when the moon comes in, you go through the transformation. It's brilliant. It's absolutely fantastic. It was a cool animation. But the graphics overall were incredible, because only on 2 of the planes, because it was isometric, right, would you see the walls or the woodlands in the castle or the castle grounds, right, or the archways. So then in the centre of it then, there would be, blocks, portcullises, things to jump over, jelly-like things running, but you name it, all the crazy things you expect in these games. And then, anybody listening to a Spectrum podcast knows Night Lore, but it doesn't really need much more explanation. Some people don't really get on with it and didn't rate it. I think it's absolutely remarkable. I truly do. It was revolutionary, like Stuart says in this, and it paved the way. It paved the way for many imitators. There's a certain game on this list that is a beater of it, which we'll get to on this list, but more on that later. This was Antics gave us isometric 3D, but it's a very different game, isn't it? This just opened our world, and amazingly they sat on this game, wasn't it, for a year? Because they claim, it's an urban legend and propelled by them, saying that because Underworld, it was completed before Underworld. So whether it's true or not, it's a good story, isn't it? That, imagine if they did release this earlier on in 84 or late 83 or whatever, you know, that would be a thing of legend. But it's so hard to describe the impact now, looking at this now. You go, what's the fuss? You know, it's a 3D game, but we didn't have games looking like this back then, and especially on the Spectrum, it was sensational.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and that's the reason they sat on it, by the way, or allegedly sat on it, is because they knew how revolutionary it was, and they knew it would affect the sale of their other like Saberman games, 2D games. So they sort of held off. But yeah, no, this was very, very impressive. I do think other games have come along which have bettered the isometric, obviously. But yeah, for impact, this is undeniable.
These guys invented the wheel. That's that way.
Really good. And then they get sodded off and impressed on the Nintendo. They left us, our poor specky boys, and went off to work.
The land of the rising sun.
Land of the rising sun.
Yeah.
And revolutionise that industry as well.
Imagine doing that twice over.
I know. Impressive guys. We put this at number 13 on our position. So our top 40 was number 13, so very high up. Your Sinclair readers put it at number 22, so they loved it as well. World of Spectrum, so the people vote, they put it at joint 36th. Bizarrely, it wasn't on the Crash top 100, which surprised me actually.
Oh, really? That's an omission. That's a bad omission.
Yeah, I guess because it was quite an old game, maybe they just felt they wanted to shout out new ones. Right, shall we go on to the next one then? Okay, so let's go on to number 32, and this is a really special one. It's Jet Set Willy. So I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy, because this is your one, isn't it? I'm taking it over again.
That's all right, it doesn't matter whoever introduces it. You're not stealing my limelight on this one. Not at all. Yeah, so... I mean, number 32, Jet Set Willy. I mean, come on. And this is, I mean, we don't need to describe this very much. I mean, it is a sequel to Manic Miner. It defined the 2D platformer on the Spectrum, and many imitators came in its wake. So let's see what Stuart says about this. This was probably the Specky's most eagerly awaited title ever. Impatient gamers besieged shops for months until it finally appeared, and no one was disappointed. It's a superficially simple platform epic set in Willy's surrealist mansion, with some of the most tortuous timing traps in the history of computer gaming, and a genuine being there feel which had rarely been topped. It looks a bit slow today, but the superlative gameplay will soon make you forget all about that. Yeah, absolutely. It is a game that kinda is dated now, but in its time, it was full of the zaniness and the mindset of Matthew Smith. And Manic Miner was kooky. It was obviously single screen levels, and this one was far more ambitious. The basic premise is, because he got his riches in Manic Miner, he bought a mansion, had a big party, all the glassware and the bottles are spread throughout the mansion from where all the guests were getting drunk. His housekeeper Maria won't let him get in his bed. She's standing with her arms folded at the entrance to the master bedroom and pointing, get in the sea, pal. I am not tidying your bloody mess up. You can get in your bed with that.
First,
So, you know, whether he's got the DTs, whether he's walking about in the mansion, whatever, there's zany things all going on, and some memorable room names, like We Must Perform a Quirker Fleeg, or, you know, we all know the ones. And it was the best exploratory adventure ever. I don't think anyone cared enough for collecting all the objects. You just wanted to find rooms that you had never discovered before, and you just felt the master. It's still a game map that is etched in my mind, and I know my way about it, and I just absolutely adore it to this day. Yeah, I mean, you know that because we play on Thursday nights with the Discord lot, Jet Set Willy Online, most Thursdays, and we've done that for the last few years now, and we still love it.
No, that's wonderful. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? It's like 60 rooms, such a huge game, you know, and it's so, I just love there's so much imagination to all the enemies that he did, you know, whether it's like I particularly love the hair that does like a sort of like spin, pirouette.
Pirouette, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
And there's just amazing. So every level just has a little nod or a wink.
I didn't even know what an orangery was until, adult years. There's only posh people had them.
Yeah. Because of course you get the name of every
I miss
room.
that. I miss rooms that have names on them. I think every game, it should be law, no matter what you're playing, every room you're in needs a name.
Yeah. No, I think it's nice because it adds you get a little bit more of the humour of the person making the game. And of course,
think so.
It's just so much fun. I mean, the nightmare room where you turn into a flying pig.
That's right.
And you make your way through.
The reference is lost though when there's also with a flying pig there is the Battersea power station, so there's your reference to Pink Floyd.
Right,
and most people didn't pick up on the kind of nuances like that.
It's just I think it's lovely. I do think it's one of the best Spectrum platformers.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think as well it is immortalised by Roger Tisserman's zany artwork that Software Projects commissioned him for pretty much all of their front covers, and I think they're very unique, and I love the
hurling up into a toilet bowl
with a bottle of champers in his hand, and obviously also famous for its anti-piracy colour card, which had a grid that you had to punch in the colours, say F5, and you had to punch the corresponding colours into the screen. But it was so easy to replicate that on a bit grid paper that you stole from maths. So it didn't really...
I don't know, I had a dodgy copy.
There was pokes anyway to put in to bypass that.
Yeah.
A bit after the game loaded anyway. But yeah, classic game, very influential, and has to be. And to be honest, personally, we put it higher, and needs to be higher.
Yeah, we put it at number 15 on our top 40. And the Your Sinclair readers, they put it at number 33. So very similar decision back in the day. I guess like when you this period 1991 when they did all of this, wasn't it, the top 100? I guess people were just looking at the more current ones, perhaps that's why it's so low, both with Stuart and the Your Sinclair readers. Wizword put it at number 15, so the same position we did, and Crash put it at number 23, and they said the best bit, the excellent Matthew Smith graphics. Whatever happened to him? Because to our listeners who perhaps don't know, he basically disappeared and ended up working, was it in a factory in Amsterdam or something like that?
A commune. It was probably farming on the land out in Amsterdam. It's the stuff of legends. It was almost like him and Lord Lucan had vanished, and you'd win their riches if you ever found them and located them.
Exactly. And the worst bit, they said, was Martha, Sick, the housekeeper. So is it
Martha? I said Maria, didn't it? Is it Martha?
Crash said Martha. I don't know.
I can't even remember now. I'm having a memory fart. See, we've had a fart today.
I'm pretty sure it is Martha.
Yeah, I just got muddled up. Yeah.
But there you go. That was it's a solid one, isn't it? Really good. Right, shall we go on to number 31 then?
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, right, okay. So this is interesting choice, to put it mildly. Number 31 is Lunar Jetman, which of course is Ultimate Play the Game, another 1983 game, and done by Chris and Tim Stamper. But let's hear what Stuart says about this one. We triumph without glory, and then we conquer without danger, said the French dramatist Pierre Corneille in 1636. And I'd like to think when he said this, he was thinking about Lunar Jetman. Ultimate's incredibly tough moon-based alien stomper was their first attempt at a game using the Specky's expanded 48K, memory. And what a stonker it was too. Hugely clever and funny, it was also the game which you simply had to be able to play if you wanted to have any peer status at all in 1985. Funny how things turn out, isn't it? I'm not sure why he says 1985 and 83. I think he was already perhaps got a bit senile, maybe? I don't know.
I think so, yeah, I know.
I double-checked. It's definitely in 1983 it came out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So do you want to describe this to our listeners? Yeah.
Sure. Well, following on from our hero's adventures, Lunar Jetman himself, in Jetpack, which is, I still think, one of the Spectrum's best games of all time. Written in
certainly
16K.
Vastly superior to this one.
Vastly superior. Let's say that right now. as you said there, it's a real strange choice. But what makes this different from the original? Yes, let's not do a rehash or, make things more improved. Let's try a slightly different adventure. So the story is after Jetman assembles his spaceship in Jetpack, he wasn't really assembled that well apparently, and he crashes on some kind of alien planet and he discovers, how fortuitous for this, or for Earth anyway, he discovers they don't like us Earthlings at all and they're ready to launch a missile attack on planet Earth, and only Jetman can save the day. So what he has to do is he has his moon buggy and he must pick up a bomb, put it on top of the sort of pickup truck part of it, if you want to call it that, the cargo hold, and get in the truck and take it to the missiles. Now, easier said than done. First of all, when Jetman is out with the vehicle, he is just bombarded by a complete ferocity and impossible wave of aliens is the best way to describe it. It's like a war of attrition on Jetman. It really is. You die and you die, and it's so frustrating because you're trying to collect the bomb to put it in, land it on the trailer. There's even more to do as well. Is that, well, it's a planet, and probably taking inspiration from Moon Patrol. The planet is all riddled with craters. So this buggy, not a very good moon buggy, can't go over these things, even though it looks like it really can, if you ask me, with its big chunky tyres. He has to get out and lay bridges down to, so he can drive across them. So they're all over the place. It's one of these games where you're in and out, in and out, in and out. If anybody owns a car, they know about that, letting it out and it wants back in. It's bloody like that. And the difficulty of the swarms of aliens make it really frustratingly hard, to the point, quite frankly, although it looks gorgeous, this game, isn't enjoyable. I don't really rate it as a game, and it pales in comparison to Jetpack itself, personally.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I think this is a misstep of Chris and Tim Stamper, where normally every game has good gameplay balancing.
Yes.
They always felt fair, even if, they might be tough. And this just isn't fair. It's just not, there's too many enemies, so there's too frustrating on that. The idea of sort of like, putting the bomb on the rover's okay, but then the stopping to like build a bridge or cheat by getting in and out, which sort of nudges it across over the thing, it isn't fun. That fundamental part isn't that fun to like with the go. If they just had simply done it where it had better balancing, and instead of building bridges, which is like slows the action down, they made it like like moon buggy and things like that, where you're Moon Patrol, where you're like jumping over and having fun. That would that would be good. In fact, somebody in the indie scene, make that game. That sounds fun.
That would be good actually.
But it's I mean, I don't agree with this choice at all, but to our listeners, play Jetpack instead. That's the one that should have been on this list.
But just to end it on, obviously there was a whole legend about this ever elusive trailer for the rover that you could find on the planet. Now this is just a myth that was confirmed a myth and years later, but someone had sent in some kind of mock-up into Crash. A reader had sent a mock-up of it into Crash that just got the school kids talking, and everyone then, it was like, we know, I think it was the Stampers themselves, they knew the game was crap, but if they put this mystical thing in, that
it would entice people to play
people to play, it's a bit unfortunate. No, to be honest, even if it was a tad easier, it's kind of boring because the terrain doesn't change apart from the potholes to put the bridges on, so there's nothing there.
The gameplay mechanic of getting out and building bridges and you say just going left and right just isn't fun. No. So it's a very strange misstep as far as I'm concerned on the Stamper Brothers. But I mean, technically a marvel. Very nice wheel animations. I will say that.
The graphics are amazing. Don't get me wrong. It absolutely is. I've always wanted, even back in the day, playing this. This is not just about thinking it through rose-tinted glasses, me back being as a kid, or looking upon it as a jaded adult now. I mean, I so wanted to enjoy this as a child, and there's a charm, there's a real allure to Ultimates games, and they were the big AAA titles back then. I so wanted to love this, and I was disappointed right from the outset with this. This was not Jetpack. That's it.
No, I totally agree. Right, should we go on to the next one then?
Yeah.
We're on number 30.
Woohoo! Yeah. We get our lights back soon.
Well, we've got to edit it first.
So number 30, we are going to the year 1987, and we're back with our friends Hewson, or Hewson Consultants as they were originally known as before they changed it to the shorter name, and it is the wonderful Nebulous. So let's see what Stuart says about this first. Here's another game with versions new out for the NES and Game Boy that looked like a transcending machine boundaries for years to come. John Phillips's beautiful tower ascending game featured amazing rotational scrolling, but the truly staggering thing was that it was overshadowed by the overwhelming addictiveness of the absurdly addictive gameplay. Climb up, fall down, climb up again, and that was about it. It just goes to prove, if there's still anyone out there who doesn't believe it, that the simplest ideas are always the best. Yeah, I mean, I agree with the sentiment in terms of sometimes simplicity is by far the best idea for a game. To be honest, I think Nebulous isn't all that simple, but, you know, I suppose, is it that much different?
It's so impressive.
Is it visually that much different? Yeah, visually. Is it that much different in terms of gameplay than, say, Jumpin' Jack that we mentioned in the previous
but it's
episode?
got the visuals, I mean, to our listeners, so first of all, this, to our US listeners, this was known as Tower Toppler, so you might know it as that instead. But Nebulous is basically a really clever rotating tower with platforms around the edge. And you play this sort of little, I don't know, weird sort of green
amphibious,
two-legged
frog-like
amphibious
creature,
thing. Yeah, and the idea is you just got to get to the top of the tower. But that's not so easy because, as I say, there's bad guys that will knock you to the bottom and you get all of that frustration. You know, you sort of like, you can go through the tower, through doorways at certain points. And it does have that frustration where, like, it's so easy to die or miss time a jump and then go all the way down to the bottom or a long way down. But it looks gorgeous. I mean, it still impresses today. I mean, how John Phillips made the Spectrum sing like this and the other platforms, it's just very, very impressive.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, incidentally, actually, John Phillips went off to Bitmap in the later days, Brothers in later days. He did the Mega Drive port of Speedball 2, and he worked on Z, or Z to American listeners, or the sequel Steel Soldiers, which was those real-time strategy games Bitmap Brothers did right at the end, post Amiga days. I'll be honest, I've never been that much of a fan of it gameplay wise because I get frustrated with it. I always sort of tried to play it again and again, both on the Spectrum and the Amiga, and I always liked from a technical standpoint, but I always used, you know, it was one of those sort of like I play it for half an hour and then sort of walk away in frustrated disgust. But I think that's more on my poor game playing abilities rather than I mean, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, I was blown away with it back in this day, like from what you said. To describe the rotating tower, it really gives this true illusion of 3D, doesn't it? The way the other pixels as well, you know, like the platforms, the creatures, or anything on the screen seem to give the illusion of curving round with the rotation of the tower. They're disappearing into the background. It's probably a very simple sprite trick, but especially on the Spectrum that has no hardware graphic control like that, it was absolutely impressive because obviously the home of it, to be honest, both the Amstrad and the Commodore 64 version absolutely kick its butt because they're full colour in comparison to this one, but the Spectrum is never going to be a colourful adventure, but it runs at a very good pace and you can still see everything very clearly. Because there's difficulties in certain monochromatic games where you can't make out what kills you and you walk forward and it's very clear with this, you know, because of, and you say runs at a pace, and you don't miss the colour because I will say actually the high res, well, relatively high res of the Spectrum, sort of the detail it can give. Make up for the lack of colour.
Really make up for it. I think, I personally, whilst the others have the full colour, I think it looks, for me at least, better on the Spectrum, but that might be nostalgia. But really, really impressive. Just gameplay wise, it's one that I get frustrated with.
Oh yeah, it's incredibly hard.
Yeah.
Trouble is as well, the underwater, I don't think it's the necessary conduit levels between the main towers you go to. There's underwater submarine shooting sections that all the other versions have apart from the Spectrum, but I don't really, I think they kind of break the continuity of what the game's about.
Yeah, you don't really need that. Yeah. No, a solid game. I can see why he's put it on the list. It's certainly popular. It's a World of Spectrum, so instantly nobody put Lunar Jetman on any list. World of Spectrum, though, put it as joint 10th, so that's like the people vote on World of Spectrum. So it's clearly a beloved game. Good. So I can see why it's here. Good. So shall we go on to number 29 then? And this is an interesting one. Yeah, really interesting one. It is Think with an exclamation mark, and it came out in 1985 by Ariola Soft and developed by Tigris Marketing. So this is a really interesting one. So I'll read out what Stuart has to say.
Yeah, sure.
We're all born mad, some remain so, especially if they've been playing Think for any significant period of time. So said the 20th century playwright Samuel Beckett. Well, sort of. And he was right too, because this board game you couldn't play on a board is one of the most brain-torturing ever devised by mere mortal. The whole balance of the game can alter with a single move. And if you can beat the computer, you've done something you can be proud of. Woo! Party time! Note from the editorial. Take on a friend though and you've got something that can change the look of your face. If you're going to play this with a chum, take your boxing gloves. So shall we describe what this is then?
I think so. I mean, I think the easiest way to describe this is a more sort of grown-up, maturer version of Connect 4, but don't let that put you off. Would you agree?
Yeah, no, I really loved this. This was a total new one to me personally, and I really loved it. It's really addictive. So basically, it's a 6x6 grid, and you've got your red tokens and blue tokens, but they're you know the counters like Connect 4, but that's where the similarity and the whole idea is to make 4 in a row. But that's where the similarities kind of end, because unlike Connect 4 where you're putting it in just purely at the top, you basically put it on the right and the bottom. You can choose which square you want to put it in, and when you put the square in, it offsets everything by 1, and if it reaches off the edge of the board, the counter disappears. So it actually makes it really addictive, because you've got to keep in your mind of like moves ahead and that everything will offset. It gives a whole new dynamic. It's kind of like Connect 4 Plus is the way I like to think of it.
Yeah,
I was quite blown away with this, and I got quite addicted. This works perfectly with the Spectrum sort of like bright colours, and it looks really nice for its simplicity. And I couldn't stop playing it. I mean, what was your take with this one? Yeah,
I played it a couple of times back in the day. One of my mates had it, but I didn't really consider it then because I wasn't one to play things like that. But so really I know of his existence, and that's about as far as it really went. So firing this up now, it was a bit like what I said previously in the other episode. It's been hooked on Scrabble, and after playing this and going on to a few other games and rather continuing on playing the next games, and I think I'll have another go of Think. It's like that with it. And as you said, the simplicity of the sliding of the tiles. So I made that reference to previously to that board game Labyrinth, where it does that with the corridors of the maze, where it can either slide horizontally or vertically, therefore dynamically altering everything you had planned in the game. You think, right, I'm almost ready to get, I've got 3 here, I'm going to get 4 in a row, and then your opponent, whether it's a human or computer, and the computer's quite devious, by the way, folks. It just scuppers your plans. Your plans are, so as you said, it's a bit like, in some ways, there's a kind of a chess strategy, which you had alluded to there, where you really need to think, well, I need him to shove it up the way. He might not be thinking that because I've kind of got things horizontally laid out, but I'm working up the way, and if he slides things up, it can, it's just
Yeah,
it's clever.
It's really good. I mean, that's what I'd say to a listener. Play it. This is definitely one that I think will be new to a lot of our listeners, and it's well worth cranking up and
yeah, I think it's hard. It's hard to describe it in a way to give it the justice that it deserves.
Yeah, which is why everybody watched the video version.
Yeah,
it's become very, very popular actually. The video version. I'm being pleased
well done,
with the Spectrum one, part one. So thank you for everyone watching it. We really appreciate and listening, of course. You know, however, I mean, it's nice that we give people the options to either listen or watch. It's great. Interesting. So this is made by Chris Palmer, who did Deactivators and They Stole a Million.
Why aren't you mentioning A View to a Kill?
Oh, and A View to a Kill. Yeah. Well, I didn't want to say. I thought I'd just concentrate on the good games. And then David Bishop. Now he's interesting. Not only did he do Deactivators, but he went on to work for Virgin and do all the games like Cool Spot, Aladdin, Lion King, Global Gladiators, etc. And there's also Don Hughes that worked on it as well. And he's one of those that I couldn't really find out. He's not really done anything else in the industry that I can find.
He got his millions from this game and sailed off to the sunset.
Exactly. But no, this is a really good one. But should we go on to the next game? Because it's talking of good games.
Well, it's funny how you should mention this very such game here. And so number 28 is Deactivators, and it came out in 1986. Fantastic game this, but let's see what Stuart says first. Most puzzle games rely on their simplicity to be instantly graspable, but Deactivator glories in complexity. Computer games have taken some strange approaches to bomb disposal, but having robots roving around in a strange gravitational fields throwing the things through windows to each other has to be the most ridiculous yet. It was also tensely gripping that players were completely hypnotised. If you're after some seriously weirdo cyberpunk thrills, give Deactivators a try. Yeah. Oh man, Deactivators. I flippin' love this game. I can't remember where I came across it. I think it was a cover cassette. I think you maybe said, was it Sinclair User or something? Or?
Yeah, I think Sinclair User had it as a cover cassette. I know for me, I had it on there was Computer Hits 4. Do you remember those?
Yeah. Is that the Bo Jolly ones?
Yeah, I think it was one of the Bo Jolly ones, but that was a great one. That was Spin Dizzy, Contact Sam Cruise, Spin Dizzy, and Starquakes, Deactivators. Really, really good one.
That's a great compilation. There's some of my favourite games just on that one box set there.
Yeah, you'd love that compilation. But but Sinclair User sounds about right. Yeah, one of the later ones. Yeah,
and I was smitten straight away. So, how do we describe the Deactivators, Paul? Good luck, he says. Well, the game is split into two screens, okay, left and right. And if you look at the grid below, that's the viewpoint you're taking from the grid. So they're always adjacent to each other. That's basically it. So you might not get through to the room on the right. That may be access for another robot. It just depends on how the alignment on the grid works below. So the idea is, as you are bomb disposal robots that must find the bombs and deactivate them by throwing them out the window that you have to find on the level. If they blow up in a room, it makes it inaccessible, and therefore you might not be able to complete the rest of the mission and get to the other bombs, because it could be a main route through that way, so you have to be very careful. You can jump between the different robots. Now there's an icon menu driven thing at the bottom as well, where you can either choose your robot, just look around, or throw an object that you're carrying. So like on level 1 you've got 3 robots, but you have to be very careful because there's enemy robots there as well that chase and pursue you. So you have to be very careful and not touch them, because the minute you make contact with them, that's it, your robot's destroyed. So it's a game of kind of cat and mouse. Let them chase you, fall down the hatches, and they're not very good at falling from high heights. And eventually, after maybe 2 or 3 repeats of this, their components blow up, so you're free to roam the section of that building that the robot you're controlling is restricted to. So you are always restricted. There's locked doors. It might only be a window that joins onto a room that another robot accesses. So that's what Stuart was saying in the passage, that you can lob a bomb through the window.
You can control the strength. It's very good. It's very
really good.
done.
But eventually the bombs start diffusing as well when you're carrying them. So you start panicking and making bloody mistakes whilst you're doing it. And, you know, as soon as you drop it again, it stops fizzing. It's only the moment that you handle it. And the idea is always to find out the exit window, if you want to call it that. But that could be hidden. There's circuit boards to be found that you then need to activate the control systems that maybe open secret panels, make the teleports even work. Yeah. So it's so all the robots can work in partnership. You need to. It
does revel with its complexity as we're describing it. It's one of those. Sure. It's one of those that to describe it is really complex. And when you play it initially, you're like, "What the hell am I doing?" But yeah, it's just, you know, very quickly you start to understand what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
I mean, I do remember this game, and I remember struggling with it as a kid. But going back to it with adult eyes, this is just such a clever idea and such a unique idea for a game. There's never been anything like this, is there?
No.
And
maybe slightly Spy versus Spy, very slightly.
Very slightly, yeah. I mean, but this is all about sort of mostly cooperating. It's just, I mean, it's far more advanced than Spy versus Spy, isn't it? And what you're doing.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, no, this is a really interesting game, very engaging, and yeah, definitely one to pick up. So glad it's on the list. And it's interesting, it didn't make, apart from Wizword, you know, Graham, it didn't make any other list. He put it at position 58, so he you know, a little bit lower down his list, but yeah, very good. I'm glad it's here. It was great going back to it, because it's one that I struggled with as a kid, probably didn't play it as much as I should have, so it was good going back and giving it a proper go now.
I'm glad you did. I'm glad you enjoyed it, because it's a hidden gem. It truly is a hidden gem for the Spectrum. And what a great 128K soundtrack on it as well. Oh,
I love the music on it, yeah. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. The music is phenomenal, isn't it?
Yeah. So an all complete package. So
yeah,
really, listeners, if you're looking to try something new on the Spectrum, fire this one up.
Awesome. Right, shall we go on to number 27 then?
Yeah.
Right, okay, this is Super Hang-On, released in 1987 by Electric Dreams, and let's see what Stuart had to say about it. Do you feel the need? A need for speed? Well, sod off. We don't need any of that Tom Cruise nonsense around here. We're all too busy having fun playing this immensely wonderful motorbike racing game to be bothered with all that dim-witted macho posturing. Super Hang-On is even more thrilling than going for a ride with Andy O, and that's really saying something. Fast, slick and stomach-churning, this is the real thing brought to life on the Spectrum with a vengeance, and with some pretty spiffy graphics to boot. If you were born to be wild, grow up with this. And it's true. I mean, of course, this is based on the Sega arcade classic. Had good ports on a variety. Well, certainly on the Amiga had a great port as well. But this
really
is
good
amazing.
Version on Amiga, yeah.
Yeah, this was amazing on the Spectrum. It runs at incredible speed for the Spectrum. Plays just like the arcade parent, really. Obviously, it's you know, you got your yellow sort of backdrop, and then everything's sort of black and white with red bits on the side of the road to give it a little bit of colour, and the bike's got a little bit of colour.
Well, that's impressive, but sorry for interjecting there. Unlike every other racing game that we've probably played, and once you started playing Spectrum, once the authors mastered the racing game in the Spectrum, they all kind of looked maybe a tad homogenised. Some had better engines than others, but aesthetically they kind of looked all the same, didn't they?
Yeah,
but those touches of colour added to this made a huge difference, by the way. It blew me away to see colour added to the main motorcyclists. It really was brilliant.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. You know, this is, just very, very impressive. Great home port. Interestingly, so it was made by Chris Wood and Zara Johans, but bizarrely, Melvert Dink did the music. And of course, he's more famous for his programming, so I don't know quite what he got involved with here, but he did the music. I had to double check to make sure it definitely was the music and he didn't do the programming. Because of course, Melvert Dink did games like Street Racer, First Samurai, Scars, things like that. But he did the music, that's probably the weakest bit, to be honest, of this game, is the music.
I mean, he obviously did Aliens, Big Trouble in Little China, and Jerry the Germ for the Spectrum, and Nightmare, when we played Nightmare. Last Ninja 2 conversion. So he's got a good pedigree of gaming experience even on the Spectrum. But it's such a bizarre role for him to play. Nevertheless, good contribution, obviously, because I think this is very representative of how good the Spectrum can be with these kind of arcade conversions. It's up there with the Chase HQs, but doesn't get quite talked about. So Enduro Racer was before this. Would I argue, have they got them in the right order? I think so. I think this is better than Enduro Racer, even though I do enjoy that as well. And it captures the arcade spirit perfectly. It plays like the arcade. I remember. I think I got this on budget. I didn't get it when it first came out on the Spectrum, and I was really impressed with this. It's very good. I mean, obviously, it got quickly superseded by when I got my lovely shiny Amiga, but very solid. This one, very solid. Okay, lovely. Shall we go on the next one then? Yeah, number 26.
Classic after classic.
I know, we're getting there with these. It's good. It's a really exciting countdown now, the final, sort of even towards the final 25. So number 26 is Light Force, and that came out in 1986, and that was on the Faster Than Light label, or FTL, programmed by Turner Noggs, Greg Fallis. So that's a strange, genre change for this man. It specialised in very good RPG-like games for the Spectrum. Gives us a very fantastic and colourful shoot-'em-up. So what does Stuart say about this? Light Force boasts the best use of colour in a Spectrum game there's ever likely to be. FTL managed to pack this brilliantly vertical scrolling shoot-'em-up with more colour than is actually physically possible on the machine, and made it one of the very few Specky games ever to truly have the feel of an arcade game. Light Force plays as good as it looks. Lots of games can claim such an accolade, but this is one of the few where it's actually a compliment. Yeah. I mean, the description of colour. Yeah, I mean, everyone speaks about how they crammed all the colour into R-Type, and let's not take away from anyone how incredible an arcade conversion that is, but the use, it's not just the use of the colour, it's the size of the sprites on Light Force, along with the smooth and very fast scrolling with no discernible slowdown, is a real impressive feat on the Spectrum, isn't it?
Oh, it's just amazing. I mean, this is one that, absolutely stunning. The backdrops are so detailed, and you say the ships that you control and the sprites are so big, and moving at a pace, it's not slow. You really feel it's just amazing, like attack waves. This feels, as close as you'll ever get to like a, one of those sort of Toplin shooters. But it's original and it plays really, really well. It's fair. I mean, that's a mistake that a lot of European developers tend to make, is that they would, do very technical marvels, but actually not make it very fun with the attack waves. It would be unbalanced. Whether this is actually quite balanced as well. It's been well thought out where the enemy placements and the waves, and therefore it's a really, really addictive game. It really is. I mean,
to do this, without waxing lyrical on the graphics much more, to do what they've done without any notable colour clash happening, and we're not just on about objects with one colour either. You'll have enemy ships coming with you with two colours on them, flying over a coloured background, not just or got things on it like bushes below, so it's not just a black background. So it's real technical wizardry going on here. But in terms of a shooter, now I'm not the biggest fan of shooters on the Spectrum, to be honest. There's a few that I love, but it wasn't a genre I really went for. I just didn't think 9 times out of 10 it worked, or it was what I wanted to play on the Spectrum. Because I suppose I'm lucky I had, my lion's share of them down at the arcades if I wanted to play these kind of shooters. Coming home, I was more into exploring worlds and adventures. That's what the Spectrum more was for me. But this, I bought into the hype back in the day. Crash Smash, all the rest, and big previews. It just looked incredible, absolutely incredible. And yeah, it didn't disappoint on purchasing. It was just an absolute fantastic shooter. And I remember my brother bringing his mates round, and they all wanted to play it because the visuals, it really stood out. It just seemed next gen. They were used to how the Spectrum looked on other games, and this stood out being, well, it kind of plays a bit different. It looks different. It is different. So good for them for creating this. Really good.
Oh, this, as I say, I mean, I remember this came out, well, obviously it came out a lot years later, but the way that when I played it was on one of my favourite cover tapes of all time, which was Crash issue 84. So quite late, January 1991. It was the one which had the Dizzy 3.5 as well.
Yep,
so you got like an extra Dizzy. But it had so many things, and this was like on tape A, Light Force, and just even in 1991, the jaw, my jaw hit the floor, as they say. Just such an impressive game. Just
as a bit trivia, I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's a cheat in Mastertronic or MAD, their direct, the $2.99 range label, the Game Zub, if you press, I can't remember if it's 1357 or 2468 on the title screen, then it launches up a shoot 'em up called Light Farce.
All right, I remembered that, but I forgot.
A mockery of it, yeah. So I don't know if there was beef for it. It's just a friendly coder's tongue-in-cheek thing, but yeah, I had a similar but more crude shoot 'em up thing hidden all red. I mean, there you go. You got Zub, which is a classic budget game, and then another game hidden in the background. Clearly, too much time in development house to do that.
Yeah, I mean, he was talented, wasn't he, Greg Fellis? I mean, he did do Ad Astra, which was a shooter.
Oh, I forgot he did that. Yeah. Absolutely, and I do like Ad Astra.
But he also did Swevo's World, Hydro Fall, Heavy on the Magic. Talented man. Yeah, really, really another one to sing about on the Spectrum. And incidentally, Roy Carter did the fantastic graphics. He also did Thundercats. I thought you said Roy Castle there. Dedication. That's dedication. No, Roy Carter. Now, it didn't. Out of all the lists, Crash did put it on the list. I think quite low. Position 82 they gave it. And they said, the best bit, impressive graphics, plenty to blast. Worst bit, just a tarted up shoot 'em up. And I think that's being unfair, personally. And this is why I like Your Sinclair. You see the quality of writing of Stuart. He's quoting French humanists.
He's been pretentious there.
But hilariously so. He's doing it with a tongue firmly in cheek. Right, shall we go on to number 25 then?
Yeah, big one here.
Yeah, big one. Right, is it you now, wasn't it?
You?
Or was it me? Oh, yeah,
I did like first, yeah.
I've got such a bad memory. Right, okay. Number 25 is Manic Miner. Yes, I think everybody knows this one. Came out in 1983 by Bug Bite Software, and of course done by Matthew Smith, the total legend that he is. But let's hear what Stuart has to say. It grieves me that some of you haven't heard of this. The first real specky platform game, Manic Miner's character, sense of humour, brilliant design and mammoth addictiveness. In fact, it's even more addictive than a mammoth, made it the first true computer gaming legends. It's still a great game almost 9 years later. And I doubt we'll be able to say that the same of any of today's games in the year 2000. Come to that, in the year 2000 I'll probably still be playing Manic Miner. And I think it's been true.
There's never a moment, every year I'll always play Manic Miner at some point in my annual calendar. That's the best way to say about the legacy of this game.
So to our listeners, and maybe there's some particularly like overseas that may not know the game, it's a single screen platformer. You have to go and collect all the flashing objects on the screen and then get to the exit. That's basically it. But each level has a name, and they're all very memorable, isn't it? Like the Menagerie, the Attack of the Mutant Telephones.
Yeah.
Minor Willie meets the Kong Beast.
Eugene's Lair.
Yeah, Eugene's Lair. And the characters, that the enemies, there's just so much imagination.
Yeah.
You know, I particularly like on the bank level, you get the bouncing checks. That always raises a smile when I get to that bit of the game.
Is that just, with chicks? You got that far? I don't believe you've gotten that far.
Oh, I have got that far, but it's not this time. I tell you, not this time. It is quite far in the way, but yes, it was with Infinite Lives.
At least you're honest.
Yeah, this is every level is sublime, isn't it? With this, every level is sublime.
Absolutely. It is. To me, it's the most perfect platform game on the spectrum. There's been many imitators, but the most of them have paled in comparison to it. There's something very perfect about all the levels in this game. That every one of them has been given much consideration on its layout and design, and they provide just such an incredible challenge to the player that some people find the game impossible, but it isn't. It's highly completable and loopable countless times.
Yeah, you've proven on video.
Yeah, even our listeners of the show, and I know Oblisky and Henhouse Pete, hi guys, they played it in tandem with me at the same time. We countlessly looped this to prove such a thing and had great fun playing it, and then went back to playing each individual level to see what the maximum score you can humanly score on that level. That's playing it perfectly, pixel perfect, you know, no hesitation, no procrastination on the level. You just go for it. Don't stop at any point. And it's amazing, the scores. I've still got the spreadsheet for that, for the scores we did on that. We had great fun playing it. The minute you say Manic Miner, the theme tune, badly screechy theme tune, plays in the head. It was one of the earliest games I got on the Spectrum as well, for me, and I've played it ever since. That's the impact this game has had on me, that Manic Miner is one of the finest games on the Spectrum, and one of the finest games, in my opinion, ever made.
Yeah, and it's difficult when you come at it cold, because you have to learn the jump mechanics, don't you? And it's learning about the patterns. But it is, as you say, it's once you master the jumps, you can do, as you say, I mean, people with the patience can loop it and do it. When
we covered this for it's 35th. Well, Jet Set Willie and Manic Miner, the sort of 35th anniversary of them. What I'd said back then to you was, it's like clockwork on every level. Everything works in synchronisation, and you actually learn to know where everything is, so you don't really need to keep an eye on it, because with understanding the mechanics of a level, you know where it will be, therefore you can time everything. It's a dance, it really is, and once you learn that dance, you can really show off in the game incredibly.
I just love it. It's always bringing something new to just whether it's like in the VAT with like the kangaroos. I think they're kangaroos and things, isn't it? Just every level just it brings a smile to your face, and it has something clever and new to each level. It's very much like that feeling you get with the Mario games, where they don't just do the same thing. They know to like mix
cutter
it
model.
Yeah. They sort of mix it up. Right, yeah, I mean, to put it in perspective, we gave it position number 1 in our top 40, as it should be. Definite classic. Yeah. The Your Sinclair readers, they put it at position 6, so they clearly absolutely adore it. Wizward put it at position 35, so a lot lower on his list. But bizarrely, Crash gave it a position 95. I think that's ridiculously low.
That's silly.
Yeah. See, I told you. I'm by the end of this, I'm going to convert you across to your.
No, you used the list. The readers. You used the readers chart though. Like readers always have taste, no matter what.
Well, this is the Crash, the writers' taste. This is the top 100 of Crash.
Don't blame me, I wasn't part of the team then.
Anyway, they said the best bits, it's simple but addictive gameplay and the strange creatures that chase the poor player, a bit like Corky. I don't know if that means like is that the comic Corky? I don't know why they're saying. And the worst bits, graphically, it's very dated and it's easy to complete. Easy to complete. Little arrogant little SOBs. I disagree with that on almost every level. But no, I mean, this is one. Whenever people ask me a handful of games, they want to experience the spectrum, I usually give a handful of games of these, and this is always one of them, because as good as Jet Set Willy is, and it is awesome, I think the purity of Manic Miner, people can get into it right away. They might be tearing their hair out, but they could get into it right away and see, the wonder of it. But my word, that music does get to you after a bit.
Well, it does. It does that. It's best, at least you can turn the sound off, the music off in the game. At least you have that option. So.
But awesome one. So should we go on to the next one then? Yeah,
absolutely. Now, this is a real interesting one. Mm-hmm. Now, we're... 1986 seems to have quite a lot of games in the chart here. I mean, this is no exception to this. And at number 24 is Star Strike 2 by Real Time Software, the sequel to the very popular but Star Wars rip-off Star Strike, 3D Star Strike. So what does Stuart say about this? Real Time made a name for themselves in the specky world with Star Strike, their excellent clone of the arcade game Star Wars. The sequel was so good that it improved on even the coin-op. Honest, the fast-moving, solid 3D graphics are, with the possible exception of the Freescape games, still the most impressive the machines ever boasted, and the game itself took Star Wars a step further and added a non-intrusive strategy element to the space blasting. Stunningly impressive, stunningly atmospheric, just stunning, really. Yeah. I mean, do you want to describe this one to the listeners on this one?
It is kind of like, I mean, it's from the cockpit, it's a space shooter, it runs fast, it's all happening in sort of like 3D. So think an action version of Elite, basically. Yeah. And it is so much fun. It looks so good on the Spectrum. You've got all, it's amazing sort of like going from place to place. You've got the maps, you've got space stations, there's like objects, things like that to go to. It's absolutely stunning. I mean, coming back to this, because it's one that I've not really played that much as a kid for some reason. I'm coming to realise that, I guess because when you were younger, you just played the games you had. It's a bit like you with the Amiga, isn't it?
Mm-hmm,
your brothers. There's a lot that I, aware of, but I've never really sat down and played properly. Mm-hmm. And this is really, really good, isn't it? It's just solid. I mean, it's done by the same people who, as you mentioned, that did the creators of Carrier Command. You had Ian Oliver and Graham Baird who did this, and they did the programming of Carrier Command and Star Fox as well. On the Amiga they did Carrier Command. I was blown away by this. Just purely the speed it all runs at as well. It's not sluggish, which Elite is quite sluggish really, but this, watching the explosions of the ships is really quite stunning. Right. Picking up the diamonds. So, I mean, what do you think of this?
Oh, I mean, right. How I bought this down at John Menzies, it was, purchased it there. And the reason I had the cash for this, I was walking home from my mates just across the local park. And you have to look down in this neck of the woods because there's always a dog shit somewhere, right? So on my travels there was a tenner lying on the... I kid you not, there was a tenner lying on the ground. I was like, whoa! It's like looking about, no one's there. That's going in my pocket, right in the bloody pocket. I mean, a tenner back in those days, it's 86, you felt you struck gold. A tenner was this...
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Considering your pocket money was it even 50p? Maybe it was at that time, So to put that into perspective in terms of ratio to that... So I was like, right, I am not going home. I'm away down to Menzies to see what games I can buy. And Star Strike 2 was there and I purchased it and was not disappointed, shall I say. I think it really took... Well, there's no point in comparing it to the first one. The first one was an all-but licensed, a Star Wars arcade clone, and it was incredible. To be honest, it's even better than the official licensed version. That's the go-to one. It's absolutely brilliant to play, great fun, runs at a great pace. This one, well, it was just a different creature altogether there. There is a bit of strategy, there is some arcade elements to it, but it was the different environment. So basically the premise of this game was you bet the your enemy, the equivalent of the Empire, whatever they were called again, and you will, you know, strike when the iron is hot. We're going on the offensive. So this is you attacking all their infrastructure. So there's a whole solar system map in the galaxy where you can choose to go to, and it will tell you the types of terrain that you're attacking, whether it's agricultural, industrial or military. And each of these different types of planets are different. There's different things you've got to do. So that made it more immersive in that way. But the shaded 3D solid graphics that, yeah, they compared to, say, the Freeskate games like Driller and Castle Master, yeah, they're a bit more sluggish. They're great games, don't get me wrong, I completely love those games. But this, it was always the thing, the good bit in this, for example, was a solid shaded space station where you had to then dock and then get into the same rotational
spin
as it. I thought that was addictive as hell, and just it was just the right balance of skill and shooting that made this really stand out as one of the finest space shooters on the spectrum.
I was blown away. I mean, and it's got the trench runs like in Star Wars, but it's
more involved
as well as but more involved. I mean, it's got some fantastic, you know, with spinning fans and a whole host of things. It's another one that keeps. Yeah, it is like sort of like Star Wars Arcade Plus. It really is impressive, and it's. This one I definitely want to spend more time with. I was just very, very impressed with.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed
really,
this.
really good.
Yeah,
definitely recommend.
Because no one ever really speaks about this one too much.
No.
Now, if you want a little bit of assistance on it, now, like with its predecessor, you paused the game and on the first one you typed "I wanna cheat." You probably remember that famous cheat, okay? And it gives you infinite energy. On this one, if I recall correctly, because this is purely from memory, you hit pause and you type "hear and obey" on this one, and you get your infinite energy and force fields.
Oh, that makes it.
Whatnot.
I'm going to try that. I mean, it'd be even more fun. You'd be a superhero with a super shield. Yeah.
But yeah,
this
superb game.
Really good. Really good. Interestingly, didn't make any Your Sinclair reader list, but Wizword put it at number 68 on his. But he preferred the original. He put the original at 38th position.
Yeah, I can understand that to a degree because it delivered the
purity.
The purity of the arcade version. Yeah, I can understand why it would rate in anyone's charts.
Crash put it only at position 96.
Ooh.
They said the best bits, the fast wireframe graphics and the enormous depth of play. The worst bit, the simple fact it's not available anymore. Well, that's not really a valid criticism, is it?
That's been arsey, that has.
Yeah. Well, you see, that's my problem with Crash.
But then,
you see.
what year was that, the Crash?
It was also like similar time.
Yeah, the death, the nail in the coffin period.
Yeah, the nail in the coffin period. So probably all the greats had gone.
Yeah.
Because admittedly, Your Sinclair, you know, he wasn't a regular writer. He was shipped in from Amiga Power to do this article. Right, okay, so we go on to the next one then. Another classic for everybody to enjoy. This is The Great Escape. Came out in 1986 by Ocean, and of course the famous Denton Designs. And let's hear what Stuart has to say about this. And while we're on the subject atmosphere, we'd better say a word or two about The Great Escape. Much fated programming team Denton Designs had their finest moment with this mostly black and white Colditz style arcade adventure. It captured the prisoner of war camp feel perfectly with the aid of an innovative design. The automatic ability to wander around the camp simply obeying the rules and touching the controls only when you wanted to do something naughty was a stroke of genius. Even your score was calculated in medals. If your dad thinks that computer games are a waste of time, show him this. And this is another great one. I mean, do you want to describe it to our listeners?
Absolutely. This is one of my most favourite games of all time as well. I think it's Denton Design's finest hour, if you ask me. Now, obviously it takes place in a prisoner of war camp during the Second World War. Lovely isometric graphics and what you expect. I mean, you know, they look like Denton Designs graphics rather than Ultimate's graphics. It's hard to explain that unless you play it and see, then you recognise their kind of signature. So obviously the idea is to escape from this very such prisoner camp, And, well, you can't just walk out the front gates. That would be silly, wouldn't it? So, yeah, there is, in the game, there's the zones, the red zones where you're not meant to be, and the green zones where you're following your daily rituals like roll call or eating in the mess hall, things like that, the places it's permissible to be in. And you can simply just play the game in a sandbox and live life as a prisoner of war if you so chose to. But his morale on the flagpole on the left-hand side starts slipping if you just live such a life. So the idea is to find the right tools to escape and stash them, keep them out of the view of the guards, in the tunnels under the stove in your bedroom. I'm not going to call it a bedroom, whatever you want to call it.
Your
sleeping
cell.
Quarters. Yeah, the cell, sleeping quarters. So the game is just terribly exciting because when you can nip away after roll call, which you must attend each morning they come hunting for you, is then you can do what you want as long as you don't get spotted. Sometimes it's better under the cloak of darkness when you're meant to be sleeping, because it's blue and dark outside then, and the spotlights are all searching about. I had never felt such sort of tense excitement in a game as a kid, as much as sneaking out those huts at night time and trying not to get caught, because there's still patrols moving back and forth looking about, and you have to stay in the shadows against the buildings as the searchlights. It was so exciting that it was a few times I actually had to go for a poop. I was that excited, you know what I mean? It was absolutely brilliant. So eventually there's parcels that get dropped by the Red Cross, but they get kept for the guards. The guards go, we're not giving them to the prisoners, we'll put them in our own quarters. So you can sneak in there and help yourself to things. You can find guards uniforms, so you can masquerade as a German officer and such like. But you must eventually find, it's a bit like the Monty Mole survival kit. You won't complete the game unless you have the correct items, like the passport and such like that. The rest is up to you to discover. I don't want to spoil that for you. But I adore this game. I will fire it up and play it happily today and get just as much enjoyment, and maybe still have to go for a poop as well when I'm playing it. So, yeah.
It's so impressive, just this living, breathing world that they managed to squeeze in. To the Spectrum. It's so detailed, the graphics. Of course, you've got so Denton Designs. So this is made by John Heap, who did the Alien game on the Spectrum and Where Time Stood Still. He did Wreckers on the Amiga, Eye of Horus on the Amiga, and you got Ali Noble. She did Pedro, and of course Frankie Goes to Hollywood, which we've covered on this list as well. The graphics, that is. But yeah, just the detail. I mean, it was so impressive. I'll be honest, as a kid, I was lost really what I needed to do. It was a little bit beyond my little simple brain. But I was enamoured by just running around and exploring. And as you say, you can build like a tunnel hidden behind some, like a boiler, isn't it? Or
stove.
Whatever it is. Stove. Yeah. And as you say, with all the prisoners and the guards, it just captures it. So
it is a 3D equivalent of School Days. It has very similar concepts.
That's a good way of putting it, actually.
Yeah, where you won't get in trouble and won't be pursued if you turn up to the areas you're meant to be, like the period bell on School Days. But what's good about this game, if you weren't sure where to go when you were in the green area, if you just let go of the control keys, within 10 seconds the computer would take control for you and automatically walk you to those areas it's meant to be.
So you didn't have to find it with the map, isn't it?
That's good. Right. Yeah. But in a red zone, you're on your own, pal.
Yeah, and that's denoted by the flag, isn't it?
Yes,
the
that's
colour
right.
of the flag.
The colour of the flag, yeah.
Yeah. Just such an impressive, detailed game. Just shows you the level of complexity that the Spectrum was able to achieve. I mean, this was, I think, universally loved. We put it at number 3 because we're awesome. Your Sinclair readers, they put it at number 29. WizWord put it at number 6, so very similar to us, very high up the list. The People Vote, World of Spectrum, they put it at joint first. That's how much they love it. And Crash put it at position 36. So a little bit lower down the list. They said the best bit, ace presentation and graphics. The worst bit, again, write and tell us if you find one. So they don't have any negatives, but they still put it at 36. So there you go. Yeah, so that's great. Any more you want to say on that one before we move on?
I think we're good.
Yeah. So this is number 22, and is it you now?
It's me again, yeah, for sure. Well, we're going a little later in the Spectrum's life, but my goodness, this is one of the finest arcade conversions that ever graced the Spectrum screens. What game I'm on about? That's Chase HQ by Ocean. Obviously, the arcade conversion of Taito's fantastic Cops and Robbers racing game. So what does Stuart say about this one? After you've shown your Amiga and ST owning chums Tetris, why not really sicken them with this superlative driving game? They'll be instantly converted to the Specky gospel. Amazingly fast and incredibly well programmed, Chase HQ turned a mediocre arcade game into a Specky classic. Even the title sequence was bursting with character and indicative of the kind of loving care that so few people bother to put into Spectrum games anymore. The added plot gives Chase HQ an element of compulsion which lifts it into the realms of the special. A treat. Yeah. I mean, would you like to just give a little...
Yeah, I mean, I think most people know. So this was, it came out in 1989 by Ocean, and this, I think everybody knows the Taito classic. The idea is that you're in a cop car, and you racing along to capture the particular criminal or whatever level you're on, and the idea is, so there's sort of two bits: one, racing to the car within the time limit, and then within a certain time limit you've got to keep bashing into the car until it catches on fire, and eventually like they can't go any further, and then you've arrested them, and then you go on to the next car. I think everybody knows the game, but this was just a stunning, it is for me the best arcade port on the Spectrum for me personally.
Okay.
I've got such fond memories of it. This was one on that Wheels of Fire, one of my favourite compilations. And
I don't think you've ever mentioned that one, Paul.
But this is just, I mean, I remember getting it at Christmas, and this was just amazing, absolutely amazing. It just showed you what the Spectrum was still capable of, and I would still play this even after I got my Amiga. I'd still have my Spectrum there, and I still would play this because it was a better version than the Amiga. It just played better, and of course with the 1 to 8K version you had all the music and whatnot,
and the speech.
Really good programming team. And this was John O'Brien who did the coding. So I mean, he did the fantastic WC Le Mans on the Spectrum. Of course, he did the racing sections of Batman, and on the Sega, the Mega CD, he did Batman Returns and Adventures of Batman and Robin on the Mega CD. So he did because they're both racing sections. So basically, you reuse this engine again and again. And he also did the rather infamous CDI versions of Zelda. Do you know the Zelda one?
Yeah, I know the ones you mean.
Gamelon and Link, Faces of Evil. And of course, as interviewed on Humble Podcasts, Bill Harbison did the graphics, and he's a lovely guy. We're lucky to meet him at retro events as well. Cool. But he's did graphics on, he did the Amiga, Jurassic Park, Lethal Weapon on the SNES. Batman, of course, he did some of the graphics, and most recently, in terms of big games, he did Sonic All-Star Racing, worked as part of the graphics team on that. So, and I know he's working on VR stuff now, so he's still in the industry. And of course, music-wise, it's Jonathan Dunn, who needs no introduction. I mean, what's your memories of this one?
I mean, you echo my sentiments on this, to be honest, Paul. When this came, I mean, the hype was there to start off with, the accolades from the magazines raving about this. You just had to get your hands on it. Firstly, the visuals. The visuals are they're meticulously drawn, every bit of sprite and graphics in this game. I think this is the finest looking racing game on the Spectrum, hands down. And it is the best racing game on the Spectrum. There's no doubt about that. There's just something more fluid about this one, and the subtleties of the graphics, even from when you then go in pursuit mode and the magnetic police light gets put onto the roof, and you get the shine from it, the flash from it, and then the red like the arcade, the red and blue lights at the top above the game screen on the border, they start flashing. You know, it's just little subtleties like that. But this is how, if this was written like this is how Outrun should have been as well, personally.
Oh, no.
Right, this is the point, isn't it?
Yeah, it always makes me so cross that Outrun got such a bad version when you look at this.
Yeah, someone just needs to reverse engineer this, go in the code, and write us Outrun with this engine, because we'd be very happy people, wouldn't we?
Yes,
but
yeah.
It's this is how to do an arcade conversion properly. It's still fun today to play. It's not. I don't think it's. You can say it's dated in one hand, but in other hand, I don't think it has. It's a bit like what you've said about the Amiga version. You actually had a preference to this, just like I said for Renegade earlier on. There, it's the same. I actually prefer playing this. I probably spent more time playing this. Well, I would have, obviously, because I wasn't putting money in. But I dedicated a good chunk of my teenage life to playing this game, and well, you can see the reasons why. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and it's amazing the hoops that Bill Harbison had to go through with John O'Brien to get all of this to work. He goes in a lot of detail on our podcast.
It's worth listening. Yeah,
worth listening. It's quite interesting, all the tricks and things they had to do to get that level of detail and still have the speed. So yeah, awesome game, definitely high up. I mean, we put it at position 24, and I think that's because you were trying to keep away from putting too many arcade conversions, isn't it? So I think that's why it's a little bit low. Your Sinclair readers, they put it at number 1. That was their number 1 back in the day, at the same time this list was compiled. Well does Spectrum, so the people vote, the modern people vote, they put it at 43rd, joint 43rd, and Crash put it at position 2, so they clearly loved it as well. They said the best bit was fast vertically scrolling sprites and the title screen presentation. Worst bit, with a bit of practice it's easy to complete. That was their pros and cons of the game. Right, shall we go on to the next one then? And this is me, isn't it?
Yep.
So you can't fool me. It's me. Right, okay. This is number 21, and this is Alien. Alien! And it came out based on the 1979, is it, film?
Yep.
And real classic. This came out in 1984 by Mind Games, and it's another John Heap game that we mentioned earlier from Denton Designs. But let's hear what Stuart has to say. Your Specky may have done a lot of things in its time, but has it ever scared you? Explosions don't count. If not, you've obviously never played Alien. On the spec, Alien was a tension-filled strategy game where you controlled the entire crew of the Nostromo in an attempt to blow the evil beastie up and escape to safety. Just like in the film, the alien was wont to appear without warning from air vents and munch a member of your team in seconds. The game was so taut that when you did stumble across the old E.T. herself, even the neighbours 3 doors down could hear you scream. I love his writing. Yeah, so did you want to describe it to our...
Yeah, I mean, if you want to hear about this more in detail, please check out an episode that Rick and I did a few years back now on all of the Alien games, done right through all the computers as well. It was an epic episode, honestly.
Long but good episode.
Yeah,
one of our most popular, actually.
Yeah, I really enjoyed doing that one. And Rick done a wonderful job on a stereo version of it with the sound of the spaceship and that in the background. He really wanted to make it cinematic, and he spent a long time editing it and making it sound and feel the way it was, so please give that one a listen. But anyway,
one day I want to get some of our archived versions onto video, but it's having the time.
But yeah, for sure, especially that one. That's as long as these episodes are. It was about 5 and a bit hours long. So oh god, it was a long night, and we got hammered drinking while doing that one as well, as Rick and I do. So anyway, so right, this game, you might look at it and go, what the hell is this? You might even go into it and go, I'm not got a clue what I'm doing, right? But please give this a bit perseverance, because it's a very involving, and as Stuart said in his blurb there, very tense, atmospheric game. You might not think it, right? And I'll explain that in a moment. So it's an interface-driven strategy game that you control the commands of the crew, what to do from the right-hand side menu. So go to here, pick up this, use that, you know. So it's not a text adventure, it's a real-time strategy game. And unlike the movie, where you know who the alien is going to erupt out of, right? It's random. So the game starts and you're all in the mess quarters, and then all of a sudden, such and such dies, you know. Lambert, he goes, or whoever. Yeah. And that it's like, right, anyone could be the alien, but there's that person, and then it scuttles away. And it's like, shit, right, what are we going to do? So there's a couple of options. Obviously, all commands given to the crew by this interface. So you can either kill the alien outright, using weapons, so you have to get down to the armory. That's really hard to do. Or you can, like the movie, airlock the alien and suck it out to space. Or yourselves can get into the launch shuttle and leave, but you can't leave without the cat, no matter what character. You always have to, the cat. Yeah. Now, there's a bit of a bug in the game where all the seats are taken apart for yours, and if you go in with the cat, there's not a seat for the, like you would put a cat in a seat, right? Right. So, and the game's buggered and say, bye, you can stay with it. So, if you want to stay with the cat, that's fine. Leave the buggy. I know what I'd choose.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's an actual fixed version out there. We've done that in the show notes of the previous episode, where there's more modifications and other bug fixes to make the game the definitive version. But anyway, beside that, what makes the game tense though is the alien can appear at any moment. There's small sound effects in the game, so you see all from the layout, the blueprint, if you want to call it, of the Nostromo. You'll see where the doors are, where characters are, or where the air ducts are. All of a sudden you hear the ka-tung, and that means there's an air vent open. It could just be the cat coming out, or it's just an air vent falling, or you think the alien might be there. And your imagination just went mental playing this game. Absolutely mental. And you
builds the pressure with the simple graphics, isn't
it? Yeah. And other people are starting to get wiped off. It's like, oh my God, it's like, how am I going to do this? Also, the robot, the android, right, Bishop, right? Well, Bishop isn't necessarily Android
it's
either.
not Bishop, is it? It's the other one. I can't remember.
Oh, sorry. I always get the name muddled up. Sorry. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Aliens. Yeah. I can't remember the one.
Yeah.
The android. Yeah.
Yeah, the android. The computer chooses randomly who's the android as well. So basically, the computer not only chooses who's going to die, who's going to be the Star Trek red coat in this particular game, right? They also choose who's going to be the arsehole. You know what I mean? And that's good, because if it always was the same person, you just wouldn't trust.
Yeah, it gets the replayability, isn't it?
Yeah. So the game has infinite possibilities, infinite replayability in that way, and I can see why it's a very respected game by Stuart, because it is deeply involved and very different from any other game on the Specky.
And there's a lot of depth here, as I say, like Jones the cat, isn't it? He's he can give you early warning of things around you, but he only likes some of the characters and not others, so he'd be less likely to follow.
That's right. There's all attributes to the characters.
It does make me laugh though. I'm such a kid. When you actually see the alien, whereas it should be scary, it looks like he's playing with himself.
yeah, it does. You
so
child,
it makes
Paul.
smile. I'm such a child. But it's but no, for the simplistic graphics, there's just so much depth and tension that John Heaps managed to build with this game, and for such an early game where movie license were. I mean, you look at Atari, well not the the Atari 2600 version of Alien, and they just like, oh, Pac-Man. That's what the average person would do. Let's do Pac-Man with alien characters. But he really kept the spirit of the film.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, nailed it. Yeah.
And it still holds up. I think it's really good. We didn't put it on our top 40, but the Your Sinclair readers, they put it at number 77. Wizword put it at number 81, and it didn't make the crash list. So, I think I'm glad it's here. It was lovely going back to it. So, good. actually go on to the next one. We're on number 20. We're getting there. We're getting there. So this is over to you, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So Beyond Software brought us a series of games in 1985, and number 20 brings us Spy vs. Spy, based on Mad Comics characters. So let's see what Stuart rambles on about this one then. This game must have ruined more friendships than any other. Spy vs. Spy is a supremely entertaining game, but try 2-player mode and you'd better be ready to experience ecstatic triumph and crushing despair in a minute. The traps which witless spies blunder into are alternately hilarious or teeth-grindingly infuriating, depending which side you're on. The split-screen display meant you had no excuse for not spotting what your opponent was up to. All you could do was get back up and perpetuate some of the same slapstick violence in return. If both of you somehow forgot what the actual point of the game was and all the excitement, well, so what? Yeah, so do you want to say what the point of the game is, Paul?
I was very much so what side of things.
Secret plans? Had to find the secret plans?
Yeah, you had to find the secret plans. So basically you're finding objects and then you lay booby traps under things that then takes out the... So you got one spy which is wearing the black hat, and you got the other wearing the white hat, just like in the Mad comics. And it's done, go from room to room. It's sort of done like, I don't know, like not 3D. How do you describe it? It's sort of like you get the depth of the room and you go from room to room. There's nice little detail, and it's just really trying to find the objects whilst laying booby traps that will then take out your enemy. It's one of the great 2-player games. It's a lot of fun if you've got a like-minded person that has the ability to know what's going on and play it properly. It's a great one, this. So lovely to see. I mean, what's your memories of this one?
Lots of fun memories of this. I remember seeing it on the Commodore first, actually, and playing it on the Commodore, and I was just super excited to eventually get my hands on this on the Spectrum. Yeah, not as visually impressive as its C64 counterpart, but didn't take any of the fun of the gameplay away. Yeah, playing it against a computer it's okay, right? You get to learn the ropes of the game, but playing it with a mate is where the fun begins.
Needs to be 2-player, this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can stick fight when you're in the same room as each other to injure each other. Yeah. Or
that's usually what we ended up doing when I played it with my mates, because we end up seeing each other and keep bashing each other.
The different types of booby traps, you can either wire a pail of water that can then electrify you to the door handle, or a gun booby trap, or a bomb if they open the filing cabinet or behind. Basically, you have to search everywhere for looking for the secret plans, right? So if you can put the odd trap in the same places you think, well, you've already had a little nosy in there, well, I don't need to go back there. You have to remember that as well, or you get your own booby
so
trap
you can
in
blow
your
yourself
face.
up, which I always do, because in my panic I usually...
Yeah, but what's good about it, so when the other person gets electrocuted or blown up, right? It's very comic-like, so if they get electrocuted, you see their skeleton, or if they get blown up, they're black in the face. But your own character that you're controlling stops and does a little sort of chuckle.
Does a giggle, like Muttley laugh. And then and the other guy, when they die, they turn like with little wings and
an angel,
fly, angel, and fly up the screen. It's great. I mean, it's amazing because obviously this, as you said, is a port of the C64 and Atari 8-bit versions, which came out the year before. It's amazing. Originally, this came out in '84. Obviously, we didn't see it on the Spectrum until 1985.
I was jealous. It was one of these games that I wanted, and thankfully, then after that, the other two sequels, Island Capers and Arctic Antics came out after that. So there's 3 games to play, but I think this one is the original and the best.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I because I was quite a loner gamer. Family wasn't like that into it. I probably don't have quite the same love as some of the other people have, because it was very few and far between when I had somebody that wanted to sort of play it.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is really good. I mean, Anthony Taglioni is the guy that did
Anthony Tagliatelli.
Taglioni. He did the Mooncrester on the Specky, Deathscape, and one of my favourites actually on the Amiga, he did Blood Witch.
All right, yeah.
And recently, actually, was in the programming team that did, Total War, Shogun, and Medieval.
Yeah.
So, yeah, real talented individual. And this is a great home port. In terms of the list, it only made the Your Sinclair readers list outside of this one, obviously. They put it at number 49. So, yeah, so I can see why. You just need you need to have 2 players and people that are into that sort of game to really make it sing, isn't it? But when you do, it's sublime. Right, this is a real favourite of yours. So I'm going to read it out. And it's number 19, and it's Back to School, the sequel to School Days. Came out in 1985 by Microsphere, and it's another David S. Rady, he of Wheelies, School Days, and Contact Sam Cruise fame. And also Keith Warrington, who did all those games and the train games. So these guys have appeared on this list for quite a while. But let's hear what Stuart has to say about it. Back to School, or the game that brought teenage romance back to the Spectrum. In the sequel to the brilliant School Days, Microsphere added the school full of girls to the original formula of sneaky backhanded japery and unusual escapades with amphibians. This was obviously a good thing. They ended up with a game that provided many a Spectrum owner with some of the happiest days of their lives. The wonderful atmosphere of School Days was just part of the recipe, which also included incredibly devious puzzles, a whole cast of genuine characters, and superb graphics. And a combination of platform dexterity with beat-em-up violence and strategic planning, for a game with a feel of completeness that has never really been bettered. So yeah, very good description, I think, there of Stuart. I mean, do you want to describe it a little more to our listeners?
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, the sequel to School Days. I can understand why they put this one on, and both occupy the same. I suppose this one you could have done School Days / Back to School. Both delivered a fantastic piece of British comprehensive high school. It delivered that. It really captured it. Something very different from how schools probably were in other parts of the world at this time. So you look upon the school from a sliced side-on section. The school is fully occupied by all students. Most of them look about the same, little urchin minions, but there's main stars in the game like you, the hero, Eric, and Boy Wonder, and Angel Face, and Einstein, the SWAT, the sort of character traits that we've all seen in schools: tearaways, bullies, geeky SWATs. And obviously the teachers that teach in the school, like Mr. Creek, Mr. Rocket, Mr. With It, all these ones. But they made this game bigger and better than the original School Days. It was just fantastic. So, like I said in The Great Escape, you had the timetable of the day where the school bell rang, you had to go to the different classes. Everyone's all in their blazers and their shorts, like what schools were, more so in the 60s, to be honest, than our time. And the idea is you've got a bad report card coming out soon. It's in the school safe, and you need to find a way to get it. Each of the teachers have one code of the combination to open the safe, and Eric has to find a way of doing it, which involves smashing water over people's teachers' heads from water you put in the trophy. So you have to get water pistols, catapults, pick up mice that you can use in the girls' school, because girls are afraid of mice, So you run across the playground there. You have to find ways to sneaking out before the school bell goes. If you don't attend your classes, the teacher comes after you. And rather than life, you're awarded lines. And once you're lines, the punishment of the day gets up to 10,000. Then you're excluded and sent home. What a fantastic game! Just absolutely love it. Still play it today and get so much out of it. I really adore this.
It just always blows me away how well this captures it, and it just captures a school so well, and there's so much you can do in across the 2 schools, all the ones you described there. So it's just amazing that they got this on the Spectrum to run not only so well but play so well. It really is a unique, wonderful game. Yeah, absolutely. And I can understand why he's chosen Back to School, because it is like School Days but more. So I understand why he chose that. I mean, we chose School Days over this. We put that at number 4. And I guess that's because it came out a little bit early and it's probably had a greater impact.
Well, it's more as well just award the original idea more, I think, as well, you know, that even though one's better, you go, well, who the genre was invented. There's no other game like this. No other game.
I mean, Bully's kind of like a modern love letter.
Yeah,
to
but I
this,
love that side-on view like this, and especially in the spectrum where, well, everyone's doing their own thing. I wouldn't even know where to begin. No, I can even know where to begin programming Space Invaders on the spectrum, you know what I mean? But this is complex stuff, and how this all pulled off and delivered a very popular game is beyond me. I mean, top accolades for this.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, we're not alone. As I say, we gave School Days number 4. The Your Sinclair readers, they put it at number 8, this back to school, and School Days at number 23. So it appeared both times on their top 100. Wizword chose School Days Like Us. He put it at position 22. And World of Spectrum, the people vote, the modern people vote, put it back to school, and joint 71 is what they put it on. And Crash put position 32. So they said the best bit, being a complete pain in the neck and the snog up with Tracy at break time. Perv. And the worst bit, the kid who always says, "Please, sir, I cannot tell a lie." Yes, he's annoying, isn't he?
Yeah. I
was trying to hit him.
You know, you can change the names of the
we forgot to
characters.
say you can change.
Yeah.
Yes.
I changed, nowadays I change him to Drisky.
You mean bastard. I probably would be. "Please, sir." No, really, really good. Shall we go on to the next one, though?
Yeah,
We're
sure.
getting through these. Number 18. This is you now, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, 1984 was a big year for Ultimate Play the game, and we're back to a Cyberman game here, and this is Underworld. The very fantastic Underworld. So what does Stuart say about this? "Boing, time for bed, everyone," said Zebedee once. And Underworld fans knew exactly what he meant. Ultimate's brilliant platform arcade adventure had only one real difference from the thousands which the Spectrum played host to. The nasties didn't kill you. They bounced you around the screen in an attempt, usually successful, to send you plunging to your death down a mineshaft. The stratospheric level of frustration made this at the time the most loved, most hated computer game of its day. If you play it now, you'll see why. Devilish. Oh, funny he says devilish. I saw what he did there. You want to give a little description to this one, mate?
Yeah, I mean, it's a platform game. You play Saberman. From the side, you can shoot daggers and things, but it is very much like you described there. You're bouncing from platform to platform, and the enemies don't kill you. They sort of knock you, which is difficult when you're bouncing from area to area, and you can die by, as I say, falling down the holes. This is one that, for me, I find a little. I mean, it's technically, like all of their games, it's technically wonderful. I get a little frustrated with this one. It's kind of like Attic Attack from the side, is how I'd describe it.
I suppose in a way, yeah, it is, yeah.
I mean, do you want to? Because I think this is one.
Oh yeah, it was funny enough when I first came across, the same evening that I came across Nightlore from this infamous first forage into video game piracy, you know, a C90 full of games. This was on the cassette as well, and I was just, you know, of course I'm going to be smitten in 1984 when I've got my Spectrum and playing all these games when they've been loaded up. But so see, the map of Underworld is pretty vast, right? Ultimately, the idea is to get right up to the top and escape. There's 3 different exits, more than that, well, we mentioned that earlier on, actually, didn't we? That Nightlore was one of the games mentioned. There's 3 Ultimate games to be continued in the next adventure, depending on the exit you found. But you can go down the way, and there are the Guardians of Hell to kill, and you have to get the right weapon, whether it be the dagger or the bow and arrow or whatever, to kill them. So the devil's down there. There's a beetle-like creature as well. So you can go down the complete depths and kill them. But that's very hard. You have to really get used to the mechanics of the game, know how the leaping and jumping works, because it's a bit like what you said on Manic Miner. Once you're committed to a jump in these games, there is no controlling of the movement in mid-air. There's a jumping arc, and that's it, committed once you leap. So think like Bugaboo the Flea or something like that. But once you get used to the distances and gaps and continually keep shooting so the minis don't push you, you do get the hang of the game. And I'm sure everyone by accident discovered the rope for the first time. They tried to make a leap across the cavern, and the rope just appears, and yay, and you can lower it down and swing about and shoot all the minis. But I just loved this. I loved the whole nature of it. It certainly inspired other games. In fact, there's another game coming next that I'm convinced
definitely inspired it. Yeah,
inspired it. And did it better, yes, but this is one of the original ones off it. And yet again, it's an ultimate game. It has the graphical charm, it has the excellent sound effects, and it has the originality, like the big eagles that pick you up and carry you, and and each of the areas and zones look quite different as well. So yeah, I've always loved this. It's it doesn't get enough love, Underworld. A lot of people, it's a love-hate thing, like Stuart says on his.
It's one you've got to get used to, isn't it? It's probably one I don't have quite the same nostalgia for as like the others, but it is really, really solid. Interestingly, so Your Sinclair readers, they put it at number 97 on their top 100, and Crash put it at number 69.
Right.
Half an hour. And they said the best bits, the speed and chaos of the action. The worst bits, the boing effect, which sends you bouncing around the screen uncontrollably. So, right, okay, shall we go on to number 17 then?
Yes, and like I said, Stuart's blurb says this very thing, so I'll leave him to say it in his words. But in the year 1985, gave us the absolutely fantastic Starquake. It was on Bubble Bus software label and written by the wonderful Steve Crow. So what does Stuart say about this one?
Yeah. Do you want me to read it? Or?
Oh, sorry, I'm taking over your job there. Sorry, apologies, I'm forgetting her place. Yeah,
doesn't matter. Right, okay, so let's hear what Stuart has to say. He says, and speaking of Ultimate, programmer Stephen Crow was never strong on originality. His games had a habit of looking very much like tributes to earlier Ultimate classics. Nevertheless, his knack for writing superb software was undisputed. This hybrid of Underworld and Attic Attack was fast and frantic, with a target which was difficult but attainable, brimming with playability and addictiveness. Thanks largely to the attributes previously mentioned. Starquake was Steve's finest hour. Yeah. To this day, many people maintain that it's the Specky arcade game's finest hour too. A classic in the truest sense of the word. And do you want to describe it to our listeners? Yeah.
So you control a little white alien being called a blob, which stands for biologically operated being. And his job is to stabilise the unstable core at the centre of the planet. Now, to do that, you must find the core, get to it, and you will see flashing the types of objects that you need to bring to it. So you've got an inventory pocket you can pick up. They mainly look like sort of cross lattices type things, but it randomises. There's no one game the same in that way, or as a seed, to say the least, that generates an illusion of randomness. And you must bring that to the core and go and get other objects. And there's maybe something like 8 or something you need to get, if I remember correctly, to stabilise it. But the charm is in doing so. It's just so super exciting. The visuals blow you away straight away. The sound effects, there's a homage or plagiarism, if you want, to Ultimate games. I'm surprised they never got sued, but this is a far better game than Ultimate ever put out. This is the game. They should have bought him, So the levels, Blob can't jump, so you've got a couple of options. There's a little flying footstool, if you want to call it that, that he goes on, a little hovercraft that he can go and he can fly about, and you can go about shooting the creatures. But there's a lot of places where that's blocked. This thing's blocking your way, and therefore you have to run through tunnels. So you can also, you press down on the joystick or keyboard, and a platform appears under them, and you can stack them up to get up to the height you want. Watch out, there's an energy level for them that keeps it limited, just the same as there's an energy level for your health and the amount of bullets that you can shoot. So with that in mind, then, you go all about the place looking for those stabilisation objects. There are teleports in the game, that you go in, you have to get the codes for them so you remember them. I think they're etched in many a player's memory, them Quake, Tulsa, Xerox, all those kind of codes. And, you know, get to the other areas, and the areas, a bit like what I was saying in Underworld, are distinctly different from each other. It gave a good, you know, variety to the game and allowed you to map it in your mind as well, to be honest. I loved it. I just absolutely love this game. I don't think it's dated in any shape or form. It's just as much playable now.
Yeah, no, this is a fantastic game. And of course, you know, I mean, Stephen Crow, he did games like Eliminator, Firelord. That's why he was like, Stuart's referencing, because Firelord's very close to Saber.
Yes, it is.
Saberman.
Wizard's Lair.
Wizard's Lair.
Attic Attack.
He did the Spectrum version of Iridium. But of course, he went on to work for Virgin and Shiny Entertainment and that, or became Shiny Entertainment. But he did the Earthworm Jim 1 and 2. He did Skull Monkeys, which we've covered and loved. Metal Arms, Glitch in the System. And he, most recently, he went off to do the World of Warcraft, working on that. So, very talented individual. And this is, I mean, incidentally, with all those games, Earthworm Jim that I mentioned onwards, that was for the graphics, because, and you can see why, your graphics is his first love. I mean, as good, as solid as the engine is, there's just so much humour and wonder with the design of these levels. From the, like, you've got like the spaceman with just like the skeleton lying on the floor, or you got the like it looks like Xeno, like the aliens, but as a piranha plant. And there's just so much lovely characterization and detail, along with it being such a solid game that you just can't stop playing. I adore this one. So, yeah, huge fan. We put it at number 14 on our list. Your Sinclair, the readers, they put it at number 27. And Wizwood put it at number 32. And bizarrely, Crash didn't put it on their top 100. So, but, yeah, I mean, any more you want to say on this one? I think we've said all we can in it. Right, okay, so we go on to number 16 then. We're getting there.
Yeah, number 16, 1985. One of the biggest games and influential games of all time here. Not particularly a favourite of mine. I know Paul loves it greatly, and I respect the love for it, to be honest. And what I'm on about here, it's Elite by Firebird. Let's see what Stuart has to say here then. Were You Deadly, the all-time classic space trading and blasting epic Elite combines Star Trek with Minder. That's what it boils down to. In a game for which the word legendary seems like a severe understatement. Deeper than space itself, Elite created such a believable world that players immersed themselves into totally, and the sneering ranking system, what do you mean I'm harmless, added a compulsion to progress that was, well, incredibly compulsive. It was big, it was hard, and it was clever. That's good enough for me, matey. So, yeah, I'm not a fan, it's just not my genre, but I know you are rather fond of this.
I mean, this is a huge game, and it was so good on the Spectrum. It really felt at home on the Spectrum. Yes, I know you had, obviously, the BBCs where it sort of started, but it was the Spectrum, BBC Micro, that is. But it was a Spectrum that really stood out. What is it? It was just a completely open galaxy, or galaxies for you to explore, really. It was just mind-blowing. You have your ship that you've been left by I think your uncle or something, on the blurb it said, and you fly around trading. You could be a good guy or a bad guy. You become a space pirate, or legal trading of, like, drugs and narcotics and things, or and take the ire of the police. And you just could do anything. That was the thing that for 1985 when it came out on the Spectrum, or even 84 when it came out on the BBC Micro, this concept of completely open world was unheard of. The fact they had a lot of pushback to, people, they were saying, well, how do you complete it? And they're like, well, you can't really. And that's why sort of they ended up doing the grading of the system from mostly harmless to elite status, was to give it some kind of conclusion. I love it. Of course, made by Ian Bell and David Braben. David Braben, of course, has gone on to do all the Elite sequels, most recently Elite Horizon, and of course he's CEO of the development house Frontier Developments that do, they did that Jurassic theme park one recently, isn't it? And things like that. They've done loads of good ones. But I'm a huge fan of this. Special memories of just, it was the closest you felt like to being all those sci-fi books you read as a kid and teenager. It was the closest you could get in in the computer, and it still holds up today, I think.
Boring for me, I'm afraid. I don't really have anything to add because it's not my thing. It's one of the games I'll always disagree on being on a personal top 100 list for me. I've tried it over the years and just went, oh,
yeah. I think it's but it definitely deserves a spot on this list.
Oh yeah,
just
I understand that.
What
Yeah.
it achieved.
It's influential. It really is.
For influence, yeah. We put it at number 26. Your Sinclair reader list, they put it at number 7, so well loved there. Bizarrely, actually, World of Spectrum, the people vote, put it at joint 90, so very low on their list, but at least it made it. And Crash put it at number 25. They said, best bit, there's plenty to do and see. The graphics are good, even by today's standard, because of course...
What does it mean there's plenty to see? There's stars and a couple of round circles representing planets. There's nothing to see.
Use your imagination, man.
Imagination, I'll tell you.
And worst bit, working out where all the keyboard commands, working them out. Yeah.
Did that not have a cut-out layout that went over the rubber keyboard back in the day?
Do you know, I own the original now, but I never owned it back in the day. So for me, it was written down on a notepad.
Right, okay. I know the next game coming up did, by the way. I had a couple.
Yeah, the next one, you really need the instructions. So this is me, isn't it? This is number 15, and it's Lords of Midnight. This came out in 1984. Blows my mind that so early on. And it's Beyond Software, and of course it's Mike Singleton game, because he's famous for like the Midwinter games, to name but a few. But let's hear what Stuart has to say about this. In the days of 48K, software houses would often make a big issue of the number of screens contained in their latest game. Companies boasted of a game with 20, then 50, then 100, then 250 levels. But Beyond stunned everyone. Not surprising, really, because there was no less than 32,000 accurately mapped views in this complex and wonderful strategy game. For the first time, you really got the feeling of being lost in a huge land in another world. This overwhelming sense of atmosphere was pretty spooky, and it went a long way to ensuring that Lords of Midnight was a colossal and deserved success. So do you want to attempt to try and describe this one?
Yeah, and Paul's chuckling away. Yeah, this is the game I always wanted to love and never really was ever able to successfully play it. Even now in my adult years, you read the instructions and go, right, what am I really doing here? It just seems all so overwhelming and so much to read. Now, I loved the novella that came with it that gave you a flavour of the story, which is... really an incredible read. I mean, it's clearly influenced by Tolkien's work, but that's not a bad thing. It gave this vast, sprawling strategy fantasy where you control the main character, Luxor the Moon Prince, right? And he is really trying to get an uprising army against Doomdark, who is awoken at winter solstice and then spread winter across the land. So everything... all the lands of midnight, subjected to a perma-winter. So you must travel to all the different citadels, stuff like that, convince the legions of those areas to join you in your army in the quest to defeat Doomdark. Now, basically the game, you can look at, right round the compass, north, northwest, west, so forth, all the way around it. And the direction you look then is the direction you walk in. So... it's all static. There's no visual movement. It's just a little clue. It's always. But
it is impressive, isn't it? When you look each direction, the view is different, and it's static to the map. Like the map that came with it. You could.
Well, you need to lay that map out. This was a game, to be honest, that thwarted pirates, I think. You needed to buy the box that came with everything with it, the lore, the book. Really, you needed to be a fantasy enthusiast to really tuck and delve into this and enjoy it. incredibly, and it is a deeply involving game. And I mean, for going through 100 games, I couldn't commit too much to delving back into this again, but I gave it some good bit of considerable time, because there was other games I knew like the back of my hand, so I don't need to play them because I've played them all my days. This one I've just tapped in and out of, and again, I do become engrossed in it. I don't think the graphics have dated any. I still love the visual style of Singleton's work on this. I think they're incredible, and I can see why it's revered as much as it is. It's like no other game. A bit like this is. It's funny, whereas you're more for Elite, this is Space One. This is the fantasy equivalent of it, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
This is its counterpart in that way, and it's involving so much meat on the bone, and it is not a casual game for your average player.
No, but there's a lot of incredible depth. You're building up your armies. That's the strategy element. But it is impressive that you can, like, when you're looking at a map of it. I had the map on one screen, and that you can actually, what's on the map is actually, as you make your way through, you can, make your way through and get there. I think there's a lot of charm. It's one that I'm like you. I would love. I didn't play this back in the day, and I've tried to play it like you many times since. I just haven't, because I only tried it with sort of when I was an adult. I haven't really got the patience that this deserves to really sort of like give it its dues. But the ambition, and I can see there's a great game there. You got to give it real time and effort.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what I do like, obviously you've got the main character, the main leader, but you can jump to the other characters, and once you're finished there, you can send them in all their different directions as well, right? I'll go north, you go west, east, south, whatever. And once you finish, they've only got limited moves, and once their moves are exhausted, they can't move any further. They're just standing there pondering, thinking. So you need to end your turn, and then it turns night time, and the legions of Doomdart then all move at night, and all the chess pieces on the board all move. So when you move the next day, things could bloody have changed. There's an army in front of you. It's like, shit, right? Yeah. So you can imagine the involvement of this and the replayability that this game actually has, because not one game in this would be the same. Not one.
No, very, very impressive. If you've got the patience and love for fantasy games, but particularly the patience to sit down and play this kind of strategy game, there's a lot to love here. But yes, make sure you have all. Thankfully, in today's world, you can find on Spectrum Computing and places like all the blurb and the maps and the instructions, because you need it all.
Well, that's good. Either if you've got a second monitor or a tablet, right, or even a phone. Have all the stuff out, and I think you'd enjoy it as like it would. You bought the beautiful box from Beyond back in the day. Open it up, enjoy it. I mean, it was a very well presented box and all the rest, wasn't all their software was, and just really get into the flavour of it. Don't be distracted by anything else. Don't check Facebook, don't check Twitter, don't chat on Discord. Just close it all down.
Turn the lights down and just concentrate.
Get in it. This is what we're talking about here.
Definitely. Really, really good. Your Sinclair readers, they put it at number 25, so it shows you how popular it was back in the day. And World of Spectrum, so the modern people vote, they put it at 26, so it still retained the popularity. So it's good to see. Didn't make Crash list, or bizarrely, or Graham's list.
And obviously spawned the sequel, Doomdart's Revenge, as well.
Yeah, which I've never really dived into because I couldn't understand the first. But I've heard it's very good as well.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so we go on to number 14.
14?
And I've lost, I can't remember whose turn is it. It's your turn, isn't it?
It's me, yeah, that's right. Yeah. We read each other's nemesis' games out to us.
Well, it doesn't matter because we talk about it anyway.
No, as I'm chuckling, I read Elite for you and then you read Lords of Renegade for me, so it was good we I'll just shut up. I need a drink of water here. My mouth's bone dry here.
Do you want to take a bit of a break?
You needing a break? I'm okay.
No, I'm alright. I thought you needed a glass of water.
I've got water here. I just need a drink. Cool. I was getting tongue-tied there. Anyway, right, number 14, matey. Well, we have ants, not just ants. We have 3D ones, and they attack you. That's right. Number 14 is Quicksilver's Ant Attack by the one and only Sandy White. fantastic game. We've waxed lyrical on this before on our B movies one, if I remember correctly,
yes,
Paul. But
that's right, yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, what's this all about? Well, Stuart's going to tell you. There's a strong case for calling this the most beautiful game ever to grace the Specky. The graphics were made up of simple blocks and the characters were unremarkable stick men and women. But the stunning architecture of Antics, the lost city inhabited by huge ants that the player had to rescue their girl boyfriend, no sexism here, was quite stunning. Atmospheric is a much overused term, especially in these top 100 articles. But if ever a game deserved the accolade, it's this one. Completely unique and utterly wonderful, Antics was one of those games that took the spectrum a step further than it ever had before. Yep, absolutely. I mean, 83 we're talking about here, Paul.
Absolutely
83.
amazing. Absolutely amazing.
I mean, if you give that a little description.
Yeah, I mean, this is an amazing game. Such fond memories. So basically, you start outside the city. You're either a boy or girl. It was one of the first games that lets you play a girl, which I always hate when you see like American retro heads say things like Metroid is the first. It's like, no. But the idea is it's isometric. It's got beautiful sort of like 3D visuals of the city, and you can change viewpoint and you run around to find the princess or prince, depending on who, the person you're going to rescue. And there's giant ants that, cleverly chase you, and you can throw like a sort of bomb at them to sort of paralyze them temporarily. And the idea is you run around trying to find the person, and then you have to they follow you and you take them out of the city.
That and common theme again.
Yeah, and it comes up with, my hero, take me away from all of this.
That beepy tune.
Yeah, that beepy tune. So many fond memories of this. As I've said before, me and my cousin, when she used to come round, we used to play this, and we never used to play it properly. We used to play it to how can we make the princess or prince die in the most horrific way, because we were cruel. But this is just so classic and so ahead of its time. I mean, it's got to be up there with one of the first sort of solid 3D graphics, isn't it, up there? Really good. I mean, what's your memories of this one?
Oh, plenty. I mean, I just adored this from day one when I first came across it. My jaw hit the ground. It oozed atmosphere. The graphics look like nothing else. They don't look like Ultimate's 3D. They don't look like Ocean's 3D games. Sandy White created his own visual style here, yes, influenced by the works of Escher, but for us, it more likes a drawing you did in technical drawing at school. The whole landscape's like that, of just ruins of steps and things to clamber up, half existing buildings, isn't it? And the best thing about it as well is, so you didn't get lost in the perspective of the game in terms of being behind an object, you were able to have it from a different viewpoint, so north, south, east, west, to flip it round so you can always see behind an object. And that was super cool. Just something just a bit different you hadn't seen in a game before. The ants appearing back then instilled absolute fear in me when they appeared. I was terrified. And you can go back now.
Swarming you, isn't it? Like
they do swarm.
And they're giant and really good. Yeah.
The control system's a bit janky by today's standards, so it was quite fiddly to control with the rotational system on it. I was never the biggest fan of that, but you saw past that simply because it was such fun to play. It was just super exciting running about. A bit like yourself, I didn't always want to rescue, I just wanted to explore Antics and try to clamber up every building I possibly could, and much to the raging of the ants. If you tried to jump off a building and land on an ant, though, it saved your life and you stunned the ant as well, so it was cool trying to do that.
And you could always cheat as well, like if you let them bite you jump higher.
That's right.
And that usually let you escape as well.
That's right. You had tactics to do.
Yeah, the tactics. But it was always interesting because each time was a different, the person you had to rescue was in a sort of different location, wasn't it? Depending on the level.
Yes.
Yeah, I just think it's a sublime
Awesome.
game. It's you're right. The control scheme, because of where the keys are placed, is a bit difficult in today's world. But everything else about it is perfect. And once you get used to the controls, you'll have a grand old time. I think this is loved across the board. We put it at number 25 in our top 40. Your Sinclair readers put it at number 30, and World of Spectrum, so the modern vote, they put it at a joint number 10. So yeah, beloved game all round, and Sandy White's a total genius. Really, really good. Right, shall we go on to number 13 then?
Yeah, sure do.
Yeah. So number 13 is Chucky Egg. I love this game. This came out in 1983 by A&F Software, and of course was done by Nigel Alderton. I think he was taking a break from, like, in the school holidays he wrote this, wasn't it? And okay, so what is Chucky Egg? Let's hear what Stuart has to say. Very probably the most played computer game the world has ever seen, if you don't count Super Mario Brothers as a computer game, that is. Chucky Egg was converted for just about every machine under the sun, but the Specky incarnation was the original and best. A straightforward platform game with the emphasis on speed and playability. Chucky Egg rose above its daft title and total lack of promotion to become the longest running chart smash until Robocop some 6 years later. If you want to see how thought and care can transform the most basic concept into a classic, take a look at this. I think that describes it very well, isn't it? I mean, do you want to describe to our listeners?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a classic, absolute classic game. So Chucky Egg is a single screen, ladders and levels platform game. Now, looking at it on the surface, it's nothing any more remarkable than games that came around at the time. You know, it can look a bit like, I suppose, not, it doesn't play like it, but it looks a bit like Space Panic and things like that, you know. There's influences from the genre, but what it gave here is a fast-paced, very tight and addictive game. So Henhouse Harry is in each of the hen houses collecting all the eggs, and you have to watch out for, funnily enough, if they're ducks, for whatever reason. But aside from the confusion of what kind of animal type of bird it is, you basically got to collect the eggs to complete the level in the time limit, and there's pieces of corn that pause your bonus score as it's going down. Now that might seem simple, but the sort of random nature of the ducks or the hens, whatever you want to call them, walking about the platforms, and they also go up and down the ladders, they can really disrupt your pace in the game. But once you loop the first 8 levels, it's back to level 1 again, and the mother duck comes out of the cage. Now that just swoops and flies about the screen and completely changes the dynamic of the game altogether, doing the same thing, but there's no little ducks about. Then when you complete that, level 16, then it's both of them combined, and then it gets harder and harder. But it's absolutely fantastic. Love it, but it's all in the level designs. It's a bit like the same perfection with Manic Miner. All of the 8 levels brilliantly designed with elevators, lots of ladders, big gaps to jump, but it's the fluidity and how you control Henhouse Harry that makes this game a winner. It is certainly one that people would have high score challenges on, just the way you can zip up the ladders, jump off the ladders, or land on the ladders in the middle, and as long as you press up, you make contact and you start climbing the ladder. The engine is bloody perfect. He's written an incredible game and really addictive. No wonder it got ported to every 8-bit system back in the day.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is, I think you've hit it now on the head. I mean, this is platform perfection. It really is what he's achieved. This is one that I always recommend to people that are saying, you know, they want to explore the spectrum and get a sense. This is one that I always put top of the list, because this today plays as well as it always did back in the day. It's not aged today. No. This is just absolutely sublime and real deserved favourite. And Nigel Alderton, incidentally, later on he did the Specky port of Commando. He did the Specky port of Ghosts and Goblins and Kong Strikes Back as well. So great game. But this was his peak, It really was. We put it at number 6 on our top 40. Your Sinclair readers put it at number 28. Wizword put it at number 2. I agree with that. Didn't make the Crash list. I didn't find the Crash top 100 very good, actually.
It's not very believable, is it? Not at all.
No.
I mean, you have to include Chucky Egg on a top 100 list, no matter where you put it. That needs to be there.
As you say, it's probably, whereas they had the sense to like pull in a veteran to do the top 100 for the Your Sinclair, they probably were working with the dregs, maybe.
The dregs.
Sorry, it's a bit insulting, but they didn't put Chucky Egg on the top 100. I stand by my dreg comment. No, but this is a really good. But shall we move on to the next one?
Number 12.
Number 12. This is
me, is it?
you. Yeah. Yes, it's you, isn't it?
Oh, this is a real special game. I fell in love with this initially on the Amiga, and when I heard it was coming out on the Spectrum, I just had to buy it. It took 2 years of coding or so to make this come out, something like that. Well, so legend has it. So anyway, what I'm on about is Carrier Cabana, starring.
Gonna start singing. Cabana.
Oh dear, it's such a long episode. Does anyway. So yes, this is Carrier Command by Rainbird Software. As I said, it came out in 1989. So what does Stuart say about this? Now This is just silly. For Rainbird to even consider for a second that this stunning 16-bit epic would ever make the Specky game was quite obviously self-delusion of the second highest order. Luckily, like a bumblebee which can only fly because it doesn't know the laws of aerodynamics forbid it, they went ahead and in process brought one of the most engrossing games ever to the Spectrum in all its glory. Absolutely nothing from the original version was left out, leaving this monster of seagoing strategy and shoot 'em up action as the most playable warfare experience ever seen this side of Davy Jones's locker.
Yeah.
My God, that's a mouthful to say.
I'm going to pass it to you to explain it, because this is, whilst I appreciate it, I've never really got Carrier Command.
Carrier Command, as I said, I was smitten on the Amiga. I mean, this came out in the Spectrum. The reviews were massive on it. I was like, yes, I can't wait. And I played this all the time. I just absolutely adored it. Now, it's a 3D battleship, a futuristic battleship game where you can either choose an action game or a strategic game, but even in an action game, there's strategic elements to it. And it's all about, there's resource management in it. So you sail this, you're the commander of the ship, basically, and you can control everything about it. Now, your other vehicles on the ship are the Mantis, which is the flying ship, or the Manta, I can't remember what it's called, Mantis or Manta. And you have the amphibious tank as well that sails out the hull and can attack the islands. So all the islands have different kinds of defences on them, and so you need to attack them. And you can know from your charts if they're resource islands, production islands, strategic islands, or enemy strongholds, and all have various needs. If you have resource islands, you can have resources such as fuel and ammunition and raw materials to build other things. Production islands then are refineries that can, work from the stuff from the resource island. So you have to take over them to actually keep your ship alive and keep it going. But at the same time, there's an enemy carrier ship just like you that just randomly appears, and so all hands on deck and battle stations commence, and it's brilliant. But what's good about it is you can either fly the craft or tell it to go on autopilot and fly to an area. So you can, whilst it's doing that, you can then load up the amphibious vehicle and send it on its way. By that time you're alerted the craft is flying to its area. You can take control and bomb the crap out the areas. Are you with me? Yeah.
I'm feeling like Sentinel.
Yeah, that's coming soon. Yeah, so you've got all these kind of strategies in place to dominate and take over that and to make it surrender. So it then belongs to your federation if you want. And that is basic the premise of the game, but it's highly addictive. I just loved loading up everything. This is quite a tough island. What will benefit better? A more stealthy attack, firing it from the guns on the carrier itself first to blow up its artillery first. So you have to develop strategies. You're spinning plates in this game. Tapper syndrome will frustrate you, Paul? Give you that kind of anxiety?
Yeah,
Because
it does. I mean, I've played this on the Amiga, but
Yeah.
it's I like nice slow turn-based strategy games where I can take my time.
Okay.
But technically, I mean, it looks beautiful, and the port that they've done on the Spectrum is absolutely sublime. It looks amazing. It runs at amazing pace. Obviously, the Amiga and the ST are the best port,
Yes.
or the original.
yes, of course they are.
But what they achieved on the Specky is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't have an Amiga at that time. I seen it at a mate's house and thought, this is wonderful. This is great.
Yeah, no, I mean, because it came out 88 on the Amiga and ST, and we didn't get it on the Spectrum until late on 89. So, incidentally, Andy Onions, I love that name. He did the 3D Star Strike.
Yep.
So, Your Sinclair readers put it at number 46. Didn't make any of the other lists. Should we go on to the next one? We're on number 11. We're nearly to the top, to the final 10.
Yeah.
Okay, so number 11 is Sim City. Yes, the classic. This came out in 1990 by Infogrames, and of course is the famous Will Wright classic. But obviously the Spectrum port wasn't made by him. So let's go on to what Stuart has to say. Now this is just silly. For Infogrames to even consider for a second that this stunning 16-bit epic would ever make the Specky game was quite obviously self-delusion of the very highest order. Luckily, the Bumblebee, which can only fly because it doesn't know the laws of aerodynamics, forbid it. They went ahead and in the process brought one of the most compulsive games ever to the Spectrum in all its glory. Absolutely nothing from the original version was left out, leaving this monster of municipal planning and political manoeuvring the most compelling strategic experience that anyone ever lost a night's sleep over. So he reused a lot of that from the previous one, but I love it. Yeah, this is really solid, isn't it? I mean, I think everybody knows SimCity, the city builder. This has great graphics by Simon Butler. He's really sort of used the Spectrum palette. But everything's here in the game. This was done by Anthony Hartley. He did Rygar on the Spectrum and Outrun Europa on the Master System. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's SimCity. Would I play it necessarily on SimCity? I mean, obviously the Amiga was where I sort of played it and where my love is. But yeah, can't deny this is an amazing port of it. If you didn't have an Amiga, it would have been blown away by it. I mean, what do you think? And
yeah, I mean, I've no this one. It's too late on. It slipped me by. I wasn't even aware it was on the Spectrum until many years later.
Yeah.
To be honest, my first foray into SimCity was SimCity 2000. In all honesty, and that was on. I had it on the PS1.
Oh, okay.
And it worked really well on the PlayStation, and I loved it. It was just a great game. The visuals were incredible as well. It's such an addictive game, and who'd ever thought being a mayor and deciding the funds and the electricity runs, and just it's quite mundane in that way. But if it came out a year or so earlier when it was at the peak of playing the Spectrum, and I came across it there, I mean, absolutely would have blown my socks away. It is SimCity. You compare it to its 16-bit counterparts, where it's on the Amiga or the SNES or whatever, then yeah, you'll recognise it for what it is, and it handles and plays very well. So for people that like that kind of city builder strategy games, then you've got an incredible game here.
Yeah, I mean, with modern eyes, it probably wouldn't make, didn't make our top 40 or anything. But for interestingly, the list that came out, at a similar time to when Stuart released his top 100, had similar views. I mean, Your Sinclair readers, they put it at number 4. And Crash put it at number 15, saying the best bit, the choice of icons and the vow to make your version of the M25 work, and the worst bit, tough to master. Yeah. And I totally get it. If you didn't have an Amiga at this point in 1990, this would blow your socks off, because it is really, really good. It's just, obviously the 16-bit ports were superior, really. Yeah, absolutely. But I totally get it. Okay, so shall we go on
10,
to number
yeah.
10?
Wow,
Is
that's
it
a good
me
one.
or you? I can't remember.
It's me, yeah, because...
Yeah, it's you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Me to you, to you to me.
Yeah.
Right, 1984. Back to Costa Panahi again. See, I remembered his name. I'm pronouncing
You
it
did.
correctly now, yeah. And it's TLL, or Tornado Low Level. And yeah, it's a fan favourite of mine. Well, let's see what Stuart says about it. For me, Tornado Low Level, to give it its Sunday name, still represents the most astonishing technical achievement on the Spectrum ever. Did he not say it about Antics? But I'm getting confused there. Solid 3D, full colour graphics, scrolling smoothly and swiftly in 8 directions, stunned everyone. Testing gameplay and perfect playability made it a game worth having in its own right, over and above the sheer gosh wowness of it all. If some incompetent tells you your spec can't handle more than 2 colours at a time, hey Commodore people, even in some poxy 2D arcade shoot 'em up conversion, show them this and watch him die of shame.
It's amazing, 1984, isn't it?
Yeah, what a game, mate, isn't it?
I'll let you describe it because
Okay.
I know this is one of your favourites.
Sure.
Deservedly so, yeah.
So it's you have to understand Costa Panahi's style of graphics, taken certainly from Android 2 kind of aesthetics. So it is a 3D landscape where you fly this jet plane, which you have to wait in it fueling up first. You know, how many times you've played this game and impatiently took off and forgot to fuel and the plane crashes. So once you get up there, let it fuel, run along the runway till you get to the right speed to take off. You're up in the air and you can go up to maximum height and you're not going to bang into much. But there's houses, there's trees, there's pylons, there's telegraph poles, bridges to go under, you name it. And the idea of this game is simply there's targets scattered throughout the landscape as you'll see them as dots on the map on the screen. And you have to get down low enough, but also close your wings. That's because you need to go to sonic boom over 600 miles an hour for the sonic boom to blow the targets up. So, yeah, the minute you close the wings on the plane does indeed go faster. But you basically get in the region of the target with your wingspan out, lower down, fly in a circle round the area, make sure you're not banging into anything, and then flip those wings, blow up that target and get up again. Incredibly addictive, such fun to play. And you know what, going under that bridge over the river is just, you know you want to do it and you end up dying, but you need to do it anyway and you think you're a skilled air pilot. But what a classic game he made here.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. This is one I didn't really play back in the day, unfortunately, and it's a shame. I mean, I've played it because we've talked about it since.
We have, yeah.
But this is sublime. It really is. I love the shadow effect of the plane, and it's just got really nice, colourful graphics.
Yes.
And yeah, just the whole concept of like getting that speed. But even if you're just having fun, it's just fun to like fly around the landscape and enjoy and take in all the gorgeous scenery and the speed. It's I think this is really, really engaging, and I would love to see a remake of this one actually using that same sort of beautiful graphic style.
I do personally think it's bettered by its spiritual sequel, Cyclone, which you have to rescue people on the islands for obviously a cyclone, because simply the excitement of getting caught in that storm and really struggling to control the helicopter was exciting as hell in that. But there would be no cyclone if there wasn't TLL, and it deserves to be in a top 100 because I came back to this game countless times. I was a proud owner of it, and it was one of my prized games in my collection. I loved showing people this, and my mates loved it as well. A lot of us played it together. And
I can see why. Yeah. Now I remember you saying with Cyclone, it's a bit more engaging storyline, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I recommend anyone to play that.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, that's great. Shall we go on to number 9 then?
Number 9, yeah.
Yeah. So this is me, isn't it now?
Yeah.
Yeah. And number 9 is Boulder Dash. So this came out in 1984, and it's first star or front runner, and it's developed by Delali Software Limited. But let's hear what Stuart has to say. Yes, spec chums, physics can be fun. Well, it can be, as long as you're playing Boulder Dash. The classic underground and diamonds collecting epic relied heavily on calculating the effects of gravity on piles of dangerous boulders. Fiendishly designed levels and extra baddies complicated matters to a horrendous level. While based on existing concepts, Boulder Dash transcended its roots and turned out to be one of the most original games in years. That it's one of the select group to be converted from the Specky to the Game Boy proves the broadness of its appeal. Yeah, I mean, this is, what can you say with Boulder Dash? It's such a good port on the Spectrum. I think everybody knows it, isn't it? You basically dig your way through as Little Rockford, and as you can either push boulders, or if you dig under them they'll fall with gravity, and the idea is to collect all the diamonds on the level and get to the exit. I think everybody knows it. There is beasties, which are like orange fiery squares and things that will kill you if they touch you, so you've got to contend with that.
Yeah.
But this is great on the Spectrum, isn't it? It's beautiful. I mean, do you want to say more about it?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, when I first saw this, it was on my friend Harry across the road's Commodore 64, and I was envious because it hadn't quite been released on the Spectrum yet, and I just loved the complete concept of the game and the playability of it. It was just addictive, enjoyable. It was like no other game, right? People think about digging in Minecraft as this modern thing. Boulder Dash had it first, crumbling boulders and all the rest. Yeah, once you mapped the levels, this is where the real skill came. You knew the level well, and you whizzed through it. You knew the routes to take. You played it like a god when you were good at Boulder Dash. And that's to the level I used to play at. Just incredibly addicted to it. Each level was varied, and I liked how you can, the level selection was like, you play level A, play level F, play level M, and so forth, you know what I mean? So you can decide, I can play A to E, and I'm happy with that now. I can just start on level F now, you don't have to go all the way back to the beginning. I always quite like that in games like that you were able to test the later levels, but only get a small flavour of them, that you couldn't go back the way and play what came before it. I think the only thing is, the Spectrum is let down greatly by its piss-poor scrolling, that Rockford can actually run out the screen. He can run faster than the scrolling moves, and it's the only thing that lets this version down. And therefore the definitive versions are on the original Atari 8-bit or the Commodore 64. Play it on them if you really want to play Boulder Dash. I know that's terrible for a Spectrum episode.
We're honest. We're always honest. We're never, we're never fan. Well, we love all systems, isn't it?
Yeah. But the game itself is definitely a top 100 game. Absolutely. What does he mean by converted from the Spectrum to the Game Boy? Is it?
Yeah, but there's a fantastic Game Boy version that would have just come out at this time. You've never played it on the Game Boy. It's brilliant.
I have, but I don't. But what I'm meaning is, why is he referring it from converted from the Specky to the Game Boy? Does he not think it's on any other system? That's what I mean.
Well, I guess he's just saying, I guess he's
doing it from a Spectrum perspective.
He's doing it from a Specky perspective. His point is that it's even in 91 when he wrote it's come to the Game Boy, so it has that lasting appeal.
Yeah, this is one of the few games that still can be bought, I think, isn't it? It's still copyrighted fiercely and distribution denied on normal sites like World of Spectrum or Spectrum Computing, where you can normally download things. They don't have the permission for this at all. So it's that's
which I understand. I mean,
it's an American game. Yeah, obviously, originally by Peter Lipa anyway, so it's their IP, I suppose. They can say what they want to do with it.
But it's one of the things that, it's just as good today if you released it with like the basic graphics, and they have done modern releases of it.
They don't work. The originals are the best.
No, the originals are the best. Yeah.
Even the arcade version, I don't like. I enjoy Rockford. I don't want a little Bob the Builder fella, or it needs to. The trouble with it is, if it doesn't control, it's not even about the visuals, it's how it controls. If it doesn't work like Boulder Dash, then it isn't Boulder Dash. I need the game's complete and utter mechanics.
Yeah, definitely. Well, incidentally, so it didn't make any of the lists apart from Crash. Crash put it at position 75, and they said the best bit, the brain-bending puzzles. Just how do you reach some of those diamonds? And the worst bit, the boulders that fall on your head.
Right.
So yeah, I think it's deserves to be in the list, and it's nice to see it.
Yeah, cool.
Right, so we go on to the next game then.
Yeah,
I think it's your turn, isn't it?
The final countdown is nearly upon us here. So
the final 8.
yeah. The listeners are going, why are they sounding so glad to be towards the end? We've been enjoying this. Yeah, if I was a listener too, I'd be milking this. But see me, you're on the other end of the microphone and not on the earphones. Oh my God. It's no, it's been great.
It's been great. I've really been enjoying it. I love nattering about these games and playing them all and all the discovery.
That was the point.
It is a big task, but it's just it's great. I've really enjoyed with this duo of episodes. Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Right then, so yeah, we're in the final number. So number 8 here. You know, it's another arcade conversion actually, deservedly so, because it is a real classic, this one, and I think most of us enjoyed it on either the Amiga or the ZX Spectrum. So in the year of 1987, Ocean released Rainbow Islands, the sequel to Bubble Bobbles by Taito. So let's see what Stuart says about this here. For many, me included, this is the best 16-bit game of all time. The adorable graphics, lovely naff music, a pocket calculator version of Somewhere Over the Rainbow, instinctive gameplay, and a level of hidden depth that would shame the Pacific make it all but a perfect arcade game. Unfortunately on the Specky, the graphics are just a little too indistinct for comfort on later levels, making it a real bitch to complete in a slightly unfair kind of way. But that's its only flaw. With keen eyes or a really good monitor, this is just about the only game you'll ever really need. Yeah, so, I mean, it's Rainbow Islands, mate. I mean, you want to explain it?
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, the Spectrum port, we didn't see it until 1990. So it came out quite low. 1987, you said, which is the...
I never said 1987, I said 1989, surely.
No.
No, rewind back. We're having a little marathon here.
I could do with like recording of my missus, because she always proves me I'm wrong. You're probably doing the same. Anyway, yeah. So it came out in 1990, and as I say, I think everybody knows the Taito classic. It's a sequel to Bubble Bobble, but completely different sort of game. You've got to go from the bottom to the top, and you have magic rainbows this time that you can use both as a weapon and so capture the enemies in the rainbow, or you can use it as a bridge. And there's power-ups you can pick up, and you make your way to the top. But you're sort of going against the clock because the sea is rising. So if you're too slow or fall down, you'll die on the level. It's a brilliant Taito arcade classic, and the Spectrum port is absolutely phenomenal, isn't it? It's the ported by David O'Connor. He did on programming. He's gone on to do the Dragon Age Origins game and Dragon Age 2 and Mass Effect 2. So he's gone on to great things. And for art, you have John Cumming, who did also the fantastic artwork on the Spectrum of Flying Shark, Super Off-Road, Uridium and Synapse. So real high caliber duo working on this for Graph Gold, and I'm blown away. I mean, I don't know about you, I'd moved on from the Spectrum at this point, so I didn't really play it on the Spectrum back in the day.
For me, I was still defiant against the 16-bit era, simply because I couldn't afford it. I was at this point, I started just working. I left school in 1990. I remained on in 6 years, so I would have still been in 6th year had I remained at school all the time. But during then, I was just, this is not for me anymore. I want a job, so I got a job interview and left. In the very school I was a pupil at, but that's by the by. But therefore, I had a disposable income then. But up to that point, no, I still had the Spectrum, and so
you had this on the Spectrum?
Yes, I bought this, and with my hard-earned pocket money. So, to be honest, I had a Saturday job at this point, so, a whole grand total of £12 for every Saturday shift I worked. £12 for an 8-hour shift, by the way. It's slave labour. But, so I was still, clutching the Spectrum close to my chest at this point. It was on its way out. I knew its days were numbered. But it was games like this it still proved that it did have some life in it yet, that its 16-bit counterparts clearly are kicking its arse at this point. But for what the Spectrum's capabilities are and what it can offer, this is a real remarkable game that really does give the
amazing
arcade.
ports. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, apart from obviously less colours, you don't feel you're missing much out on this.
Yeah, some people scoff at the rainbows aren't rainbow-like. Well,
they're fine. They're you know, I mean, they're bright yellow. I mean, it's clear with the colours. It all moves at a fantastic pace. It makes good use of. I mean, there's a lot of detail to Bub and Bob. You know, the main characters and the enemies.
Yeah.
I think it's a phenomenal port, and it's I mean, I've not really sort of like checked, but it feels like it's pretty much all there, certainly compared to what the 16-bit had. I'm not obviously made it all the way through on the Specky for this show, but yeah, I think it's absolutely phenomenal port, and definitely deserving on the lists. One of the better.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, it's got all the things there you identify with the game, where it has all the. Can't remember now, all the more hidden depths, like he's saying the game's got that. I can't remember now, you know, it's been years.
Yeah, no, I just think this is brilliant, and we're not alone in it all. As I say, Your Sinclair readers, they put it at position number 2. That's how much they loved it back in the day. World of Spectrum, so like the modern people vote, they put it at number 75 of the top 100. I guess, understandably, like we did with our top 40, really. Arcade games have less focus, isn't it, and more modernised, because you can get access to the original. But a Crash put it at number 1. This was their number 1 game for the top 100. And they said the best bit, the graphics, the speed, the movement and in-game tune. The worst bit, the tune that you whistle all through the day, annoying everyone else immensely. I can't fault it. It's an absolute arcade classic, and it definitely deserves to be there.
Yeah, I agree.
Awesome.
I agree.
So we go on to the next one then.
He's chuckling, you know.
It's come. I knew it was going to come. It's like the pit and the pendulum. I knew the sword of Damocles was going to fall eventually. Right, okay. It is The Sentinel, number 7. And this came out in 1987 by Firebird Software. Of course, it's Jeff Crammond, who's like, you know, he did Microprose Formula 1 and Stunt Car Racer and all, you know, just a total clever man with all of his games. I'm going to go to Stuart to explain what this game is.
Good luck with him. If he fails, I'll do it.
Yeah. So Stuart says, in direct contrast to Rainbow Islands, The Sentinel is a sombre, slow-moving game of mental exertion and tactical acumen. As the player struggles to reach the top of a complex 3D landscape while avoiding the deadly gaze of old Sentinel and his evil minions. How did you manage it? By absorbing energy from trees and converting it into boulders to stand on and raise yourself ever higher until you could absorb the big guy himself and move on to the next 10,000 landscapes, of course. Twice as weird as it sounds and 50 times as fun. Well, it doesn't sound very fun to me, but this is a game that no one with a brain should be without, and that's where I think I fail on the brain department. This is too smart for me. So, yeah, I'll pass it to you to explain to our listeners.
Having such a deja vu with this, aren't we?
Yes.
Whatever episode we covered this in years ago.
I still don't get it, yeah.
Right, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, sit down. I'll try my best to explain this very confusing game. So, in the land of Sentinel, it's basically made up of a kind of checkerboard landscape, right, with high mountains and ridges and valleys, and there's trees and boulders, and at the very highest peak there is the Sentinel. So yeah, this Sentinel, he rotates in a 360 degree rotation at the top of his tower, looking for things to absorb. So he absorbs trees and boulders, and even if yourself. But the only way he can do this is if he can actually see the checkerboard square that the item is on, including yourself. So if it's hidden by, he may see your head, right, because you're, you know, behind a ridge. But if you can't see where your feet are, the base of you on the square, you can't be absorbed. So you have to do the opposite. You have to get up to his lofty heights and absorb him. The only way you can do that is by looking around 360 where you are, absorbing trees and boulders, and you get health points or unit points, okay? And you then stack boulders and then place another being that you can then... There it goes again. Right, you done this the last time at this point. You go into that being and absorb the old shell that you've left, like a cockroach leaving its shell, really, if that's a better way of doing it. And you rinse and repeat until you can get to that high height. Yeah, he can easily gaze upon you then because you're exposed, but you need to be faster than him and absorb him. And then when you do that, the next code for the next level is generated with a seed, which uses your energy left to get. So there's basically 10,000 landscapes in the game. So it's not a linear game you can play. It will generate something. You might go to level 2000 and that's your next level. So it's brilliant. I love this game. I really do. It's beautiful. So it's a kind of first person game.
It looks fantastic.
It is.
Yeah.
It is shaded in solid 3D.
I look around and I click the trees and they disappear.
Oh, you
and
really
then I go and play Rainbow Islands.
Nope, I'd rather play this over Rainbow Islands any day. This is an absorbing, no pun intended, and compelling game, which I remember reading it in the Crash review at the time, and they really highly rated it. I was so sold in it, and yeah, I had to, nag and harp on it my mum and dad to get me this, and I was not disappointed. They had silence from me playing this game. I just thought it was amazing. So it was money well worth spent for them as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I can see, it's clever, it's unique. I think I'm just too stupid. I think that's basically it. But it is. There's nothing like it, is it? And it
nothing
looks
like
amazing
no.
on the Spectrum. With all the grids and the fact that with the 3D and clearly you're not alone. I mean, Wizword put it at number 64 on his list. Mm-hmm. World of Spectrum put it on 21st on their list. Mm-hmm. Didn't make the Your Sinclair readers list or Crash. I think they're all thick like me.
Considering it got high 90s in Crash. It's such a strange, but just subjective, I suppose. So, but yeah, no, I love this one, mate. Absolutely.
Well, clearly Stuart liked it as well, so you're in good company. Mm-hmm. Right, shall we go on to the next one? No, this is a great one. Absolutely. Number 6, and this is R-Type. Came out in 1988, published by Electric Dreams, and of course done by the wonderful Bob Pape. And let's hear what Stuart has to say about this one.
We're into the realm of the staggering now, and R-Type is a game which certainly fits that description. An impossible conversion, the programmers flicked 2 fingers at the world and produced a game with non-stop high-speed frenzied blasting, huge graphics, exploding literally with colour, and a near-perfect replication of the arcade gameplay. The Specky's finest shoot-'em-up by a mile, indeed almost certainly the best shoot-'em-up on any 8-bit machine ever. Every time I see this, I still refuse to believe it's possible. Amazing. Yeah, absolutely amazing, Paul, isn't it?
It is. This is great. I mean, of course, I think everybody knows the IREM or IREM. I will always call them IREM. I think it's IREM, isn't it? But
come on, IREM. Come on, IREM.
This is like the famous horizontal shoot 'em up. Of course, it has great weapons and very iconic sort of like HR Giga kind of aliens. Space designs, yeah. And it's this is just simply amazing what he achieved. I mean, it's got everything of the arcade. I actually prefer the Spectrum version over the arcade. I always struggle with the arcade version. I find it too difficult, but I feel I've got a bit of a fighting chance with that slightly slower nature of the Spectrum. I mean, it's still good challenge, don't get me wrong, but it's just amazing colours, no colour clash. Bob Pape is an absolute genius, and I know we've shouted out his book before, but he does have. We'll put in the show notes on his website, which is Bizzley. That's BIZZLEY.42web.io. We'll put it in the show notes, but basically in there he's written a free book. It's Behind You. He's written a totally free book called It's Behind You, The Making of a Computer Game. And he goes through all the rigmarole he had to go through before this for Activision, like because he also did Rampage, and he was literally given like a bag full of 10p's, and that was the only way he could work out the game. To just go to the arcade. And with this, this was like pretty much his second arcade conversion. This is what the book goes through mostly, but you just realise what pressure and how difficult it was. It wasn't the idea that was perpetuated by the media at the time, where people were driving Ferraris. This, people like Bob Pape, they were like living in bed sits, and
that's right.
Basically having a real tough time, sort of like under a lot of pressure to bring these games to us. But what an amazing game R-Type is! It's just stunning. You can't. Yeah, you can't fault it. I totally agree. It is. Whilst I love Chase HQ, probably because I'm more geared towards racing as an arcade conversion, I got fonder memories of that. This is a close second for me. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah, and we're not alone as well. I mean, we put it at number 10 on our list.
We did that, yeah. And
that's a big thing because we didn't like to do arcade conversions. Your Sinclair readers, they put it at number 3, so they really love this as well. Wizword put it at number 42, and World of Spectrum put it at joint first.
Yeah, I mean, apart from a handful of shoot 'em ups on the Spectrum, I just was not a fan of the genre on this home computer, because they were bland, they were monochromatic or just uninteresting, especially non-arcade conversions. People tried to create their own original shoot 'em ups. I just found them like Synapse. You quite like Synapse, but I just got quite bored with it. It's visually impressive and technically impressive, but I just don't think there's the level design, But to be bringing such a huge arcade game, it was a big thing at the time. Antics stood out in arcades just as equally as it stood out on 8-bit computers. To hear this was coming to the Spectrum really was a highly anticipated title, and then the reviews came out and it just went stratospheric. It was the must-have game of this year at that point. I remember getting it for my Christmas and playing it on Christmas morning and just being in awe with how excellent the quality of the port is, the use of the colour, the big, the big enemy sprites, the bosses, and it just felt you really did have the arcade version at home. There was enough there to convince you that you didn't. I don't think I'd really, apart from going back to our arcade club now, invested another coin in the arcade original because this was good enough for me.
Yeah, exactly. This is, I totally agree. Really bizarre. This is another one that didn't make the Crash Top 100. I'm just cross-checking again in case my notes were wrong, but no, it didn't make the top 100. It's a bizarre list, the Crash one, I have to say. I'm glad we did the Your Sinclair top 100. No, I think this definitely deserves to be there. It's a real classic, and awesome to see. Excellent right, choice. So we go to number 5, and this is me, isn't it? You can't fool me. Right. This is Head Over Heels, and it came out in 1987 by Ocean again, and it's done by John Rittman, he of Bear Bother and Matchday Games fame, and Bertie Drummond, his graphical partner in crime, who just had that unique style. And I think everybody knows Head Over Heels, fantastic isometric graphic adventure that took everything that was wonderful about Night Law, but really was the pinnacle. Took it to another level, didn't it?
Yeah, indeed it did. Yeah.
So, shall we go and see what Stuart has to say? After Night Law, there were 100 isometric 3D arcade adventure puzzle games, but this is undeniably the peak of the genre. It's quite possible that this game represents the peak of the game designer's art, full stop. It was monstrously cute and gorgeous looking. Head Over Heels toyed with the player's emotions as he struggled to join up the two independent heroes, only to have the joy of success cruelly shattered by another problem which could only be solved by splitting them up again. Mind-wrenchingly devious, but always tantalisingly solvable, this is so addictive it hurts. Yeah, I mean this is just an amazing game, isn't it? We were lucky enough we were able to interview John Rittman, weren't we?
Indeed.
And it was fascinating. You know, all the technicalities. He goes in quite in depth of how he did all the tricks, the programming tricks. To, you know, because to fit this much, I mean, it's absolutely a huge game. To fit this much on a humble Spectrum was just insane, wasn't it? I mean, do you want to describe it a bit more to our listeners?
Absolutely. So there's a basic premise where there's different worlds being enslaved by the Blacktooth Empire, right? So the idea is to find the crowns and liberate them, you know, from the evil clutches of that empire. So our spies at large, head and heels, are imprisoned. This is how we find them in the game. They're in prison. So the game, like Night Lore and things like that, is an isometric 3D flick screen adventure sprawling over truckloads of screens, isn't it? There's just so many. It's vast, this game. It's incredible. I love it to bits. Now, Head and Heels are separated by a dividing wall. They're in their own prison cells, so they can't meet up to start off with, and they have their own unique abilities. Heads can jump higher and float because he has little wings like a flying squirrel under his... He should have shaved his armpits, shouldn't he? He would have done a bit better. It's like big hairy armpits. So he can drift. So he's got the ability to reach the higher places and maybe float across to the unreachable places. But Heads himself is a very fast little blighter. He just runs all over the place. So the game has puzzles in all the locations that either require the combination of both of them, because you can eventually meet them up and they lock on and go Brokeback Mountain style, and you know, they become one entity in that way, where they can run fast, jump high, float. That's really good. So there's screens and levels where you need to be able to do that on, or in some worlds split them up again to solve the puzzles, that you go that way, I'll go this way, and we'll meet at another rendezvous point. So what really stood out for this was how well the level design is. It's completely exciting. You never get bored of it. It's a real tough challenge, but it is the finest isometric 3D game on the Spectrum, hands down. This is the best one.
Yeah, no, 100%. Just, it's a perfect combination. It's got great design, all the technicality of course, John Rittman, you know, what he's able to achieve, but of course the fantastic artwork, you know, that's so unique and so full of humour of Bertie Drummond, from your what was Prince Charles, now King Charles III's done as a Dalek, and but it's just every screen is a delight, plus with the compelling gameplay. I'm with you. This is the best, I would say. For me, it's my favourite isometric adventure, full stop. Probably only Lumo, which is that...
I was about to say Lumo really harks back to that period on modern...
Oh, it's definitely the love letter to this game and ones like it. But I mean, if you want to get a sense, Lumo's a great one to play, you know, worth picking up. But this is just an awesome one, and it only really works on the Spectrum. I mean, yes, there's been remakes, isn't there? It was on the Amiga and things, but as John Rittman himself said, he was never happy with any of the subsequent versions. As beautiful as they look, he never felt they got the jump quite right. Yeah, he put a lot of effort into the jump.
Well, interestingly, I've been playing the Spectrum Next version. I've got a preview copy of it. It's due out imminently, and obviously we're getting a review copy for Crash Magazine very soon, so that's the final one we can use to base the review on, because he's want to make sure there's no bugs or anything like that. I understand that.
Yeah, of course.
And it is sublime, because obviously Michael Flashware and Simon Butler have been working this, so Simon Butler's been doing the sprites, and it handles just like the original. It's impressive. So this may full colour, obviously.
Yeah, of
but
course.
It may be after all these years the go-to one to play, if you see what I mean. But let's not take anything away from this game. It is just absolutely spectacular.
I mean, the graphics, even though it's like solid colour monochromatic, sort of like two colour. There's so much colour on the screen, and you say the sprite work and the controls.
All the different worlds have their own. So, like when you played Night Lore or Alien 8, right, or Pentagram, you might get a castle, you might get a forest, or different coloured zones. But predominantly these Ultimate titles, all the worlds, no, it's just one world anyway, but all the areas just kind of looked the same, didn't they? But at least on this one, when you go to say Egyptus, it looks like Egypt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or
it's just really clever puzzles, isn't it? Like, pushing blocks and flicking switches, jumping around. There's just it's constantly giving you something new to puzzle.
I mean, he certainly took what he learned from making the fantastic Batman isometric that he'd done with Ocean a couple of years earlier, which I love as well. I think it's an incredible game. It's pretty much the same engine, and looks kind of the same because he's teamed up with Bernie Drummond again doing that. So I would say play both, but this is by far the peak. And
it is, yeah. If you want to get a sense, this is another one that I always try to recommend to people that are perhaps new to the Spectrum, just to see something unique. That's. I mean, it can be a little bit difficult to get into with modern eyes if you're not used to these sort of puzzles and things. But
some people don't like these isometric games. They sort of judging the distances and the jumps and the angles to move. The 3D-ness, as I always call it, kind of puts them off. But once you get the hang of it, it's such a wonderful experience.
Absolutely.
I can't champion this game enough. It's so good, and one of the it's not just the best isometric games, one of the finest games ever written for the Spectrum. Let's be honest about it.
Yeah, and we're not alone. I mean, we put it at number 8 on our top 40. Your Sinclair readers, they put it at number 14. So a little bit lower down the list of what Stuart did. And Wizword, he put it at number 45, so a bit further down on his list. World of Spectrum put it at number 10 on their list. That's a modern joint 10th. They put it at that's a modern people vote. And Crash put it at number 30 on their list. They said the best bit, the 3D graphics and the hair tearing puzzles. The worst bit, the hair tearing puzzles. So I think that's a little bit low on the Crash list, but it's a great one.
Yeah, one more to add, and it was you that put this on to me that I wasn't aware of until many years later, was the fact that this partnership of these two authors moved on the Game Boy, didn't it, and gave us Monster Max, which is like a spiritual...
On the Game Boy, original Game Boy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a wonderful game, Monster Max. Really, really good.
Yeah, so if you like this style of game and you want to see more of what they have achieved, Monster Max on the Game Boy, original Game Boys are really, really great. It's this and more. So well worth playing that one as well. Right, should we go on to number 4? We're getting there.
Yeah, number 4. It's me to read this. Yeah. So 4, well, whoever fancied a game similar to Silver Streak, remember that kind of adventure comedy with
never seen it.
Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor. Yeah, great movie. So the iconic movie running across the top of a train. So this is Stop the Express. And yes, you have to stop the express. This came out way back in 1983 by the one and only Hudson Soft. Would you believe created this? So there's
published by Sinclair Research.
So
it's interesting to see Hudson Soft. I mean, obviously they would have been MSX conversions.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Stop the Express. It must be. I've never looked to see if it came out in any other systems. To me, I only ever saw it on the Spectrum. But yeah. So anyway, let's see what Stuart says about this one. Is this the cutest specky game ever? I certainly think so. The Japanese influence of Oriental programmers Hudson Soft shone through like a beacon. Your gorgeous mop-headed hero swashbuckled his way across the roof of a speeding train, killing bad guys and throwing plucked birds at them. The graphics were impossibly bright and lovely, and the gameplay was hugely addictive, but the very best thing was the way that the demo mode consisted of a rerun of your last game in its entirety. Pure arcade beauty. Yes, indeed. I loved that feature in the game. So you want to give a little description of this one, Paul?
Yeah, this is really, really good. It's basically you're running on a fast-moving train. You've got enemies trying to get you, and you've got to duck and dodge and fire at them to make your way through. And then the second part of the game, you're actually in the train itself. And you again dodging these sort of little aliens and other characters that are coming at you. It's just, I love the main character. He's got big mop of yellow frizzy hair, and he's got a lovely little run, and he's got that sort of little grin on his face as he's running. It's just incredibly cute. Simple arcade game, but really good use of colours. and totally new to me, actually. I'd never played this one
Seriously?
before.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I never played that. I've come to realise there's a big gap of a lot of games of the Spectrum.
I think a lot of the early years ones you've perhaps missed out on.
Yeah, but that's
I think that's where the gap may be, but what a sensational game this is.
This is amazing, isn't it? It is like a lost arcade game, really. It is that level of quality. I mean, do you want to describe it a little bit more?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's understated the size of the sprites and the full range of colour used without no colour clash going on. And this is an early title. And we're speaking about R-Type with these kind of attributes showing off and making the Spectrum sing. But, I mean, the system's barely out. And this game looks like nothing else I'd ever seen. And I would have fired this up in 84 when I first saw it. And my jaw just hit the ground. You just thought this was next gen at the time. This is, I came from playing the Atari 2600 with its, very basic blocky look, as great as it was, to then playing games like this. And I was astounded how the little guy gets lowered from a helicopter on a rope at the very back carriage, and you have to make your way across. And the feel and sensation of the speed in the train, because you've got a telegraph pole in the background, don't you, with the wires between it, and it gives that good sensation. Or the track and the gravel down at the bottom. And then you get a warning that there's other overhead things coming that you've got to it's a quick reflex game where you have to quickly duck, or the bad guys are coming from the right or the left or whatever. So, imagine games like Kung Fu Master where you have to fend off all fronts in that sense. But you don't, it's not a run and gun in that way, because you don't have any weapons. The only way to fight them, as you said, is pluck the birds, the red birds. They're called dragon birds. If you look at the front cover of the thing, they're a kind of weird mystical creature, half dragon, half bird. That's a bit weird, but they look like just red sparrows or something to me. But you jump up and grab them, and you can fire it well when an enemy is getting too close to you, and you can't fire them forward. They'll only go with the draft of the movement of the train and whack into the bad guys and make them tumble down. It's a tough as nails game, right? Because it's like you said, it is very much an arcade game. And to even get into the inner carriages takes a good bit of practice before you can get to it. But I love how it's a game of two halves like that, because it does bring slightly different challenges and what you have to do. And eventually, you just get to the engine room and stop the express. And
doesn't that train look amazing as well?
The train
Not
looks
just
incredible.
to the speed, but when you get to the front of the train, it looks gorgeous. It really does.
The engine looks absolutely
and you can see it's a Japanese train as well, which is like awesome.
Yeah, it's like almost the bullet train.
Exactly.
Yeah,
no, I really love this. This was totally new to me, and I just thought it was sublime. It's amazing as well. I don't know if you noticed, but I mean, you effectively have parallax, because you've got things moving at different speeds,
absolutely,
depending on the distance, to give you that, the things nearest you, the gravels, right, moving sort of like twice as fast as the
telegraph
things in the background, the telegraph poles. Really, really impressive. This don't know how it passed me by.
It's a shame, mate. I mean, it's well known. It's not unknown in Specky Quarters for sure. It's not. I wouldn't even call it a hidden gem per se, but it is such an early period that the nature of it. Once that was released and made the sales it did, and that was it gone, they were on to the next best thing. That was it down the annals of history in that way.
And I think that's the thing with because the Spectrum has such a vast library, it's very difficult to do like a voyage of discovery on it, because there's so many games, and there's so many games that probably aren't worth going back to. It's very easy to miss out on the good ones, which is why I always love, podcasts championing games and like best of lists like this, because it brings it to the fore. Interesting, it didn't make, apart from World of Spectrum, so the Modern People vote, they put it a joint 90th. No one else put it on their list, which I think is a crying shame. This is really, really good. Yeah, awesome. Right, should we go on to the next game then? Right, okay, this is me to read, isn't it?
It's your turn. Yep.
My turn. Okay, and this is All or Nothing, another one completely new to me. It came out in 1984 by Abex Electronics and by Paul Reynolds. Let's hear what Stuart has to say with this one. Even if you're as old as me, you probably won't have heard of this one. The crude graphics and mostly purple screen ensured that most gamers gave this a wide berth, which is a shame because it's an unrivaled classic in the espionage field. Sneaking around an enemy complex, letting off bombs to distract guard dogs, stealing stuff from deaf guards' pockets, breaking into locked warehouses to steal important documents, bribing the enemy with money looted from their fallen comrades' bodies. Every devious trick you ever wanted to try was catered for in this enormously entertaining piece of software. Too compelling for words. So do you want to describe it to our
No,
listeners?
not really. This doesn't even deserve to be in here. Let's move on. I mean, I'm aware of the game. I know the game, but I've never really particularly enjoyed it. I get that there's a hidden layer of depth on it, because basically your infiltrator lands down his parachute into the enemy complex. It looks more like a prison camp, to be honest. And there's secret files to be located, and you have to get into the buildings to eventually find them. And it's random, which is good, so it's never going to be in the same location. But, you know, there can be doors that are locked, doors that are open. You have to find the means to get into them. Any action, the game will tell you, well, it takes so many seconds to do this. So, you know, there's a pressure of getting caught by the guards and the sentries in the place. But to be honest, I don't really rate this as a game. I really don't. Never have and never will. To put this here, I mean, one, it doesn't deserve to be in the top 100. Absolutely not. It's a bit naff, really. I don't get an enjoyment.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily naff. I mean, it's there's a lot of like nuances with things you can do. It does have a certain charm. I like the fact that when you go into the buildings, you know, you do get that pressure of like you're trying to break in, and it says it's doing a countdown, 3 seconds countdown, and you're like, oh, I hope nobody comes while you're doing it. And then you get a nicely drawn depiction inside, and then you can pick up the things that are, you know, where it's a key or whatever. I think there's a lot of charm with it. I don't think it should be this high up the list, but clearly this is a favourite of him. But you know, I was quite impressed. Like, you can take out the guards. There was a lot. You know, it kind of felt a bit like a more simplistic version of The Great Escape.
Yeah, it is that. It's a precursor to it. Absolutely. It's a
precursor to Great Escape, mixed with probably like an isometric version of Castle Wolfenstein, the original Castle Wolfenstein. So I can see it's doing a lot of clever things. I'm certainly glad to have played it. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have put it on my top 100, but as we said before, you know, top 100 lists or any kind of lists are subjective, and clearly, you know, I could see why somebody in 1984 would have a real love for this.
I get that, because I suppose it's not like anything else that's out there. People are still inventing genres and whatnot, so it isn't like any other game at all that you've played at this period. To be honest, it's not like any other game you've really played at all, apart from the aforementioned games you compared it to. But I just don't find the level of excitement in this at all. I find the guards are a bit ineffective. They run around like the Keystone Cops. Sometimes
they keep running past you.
It's like, well, what are they doing? They attack me. They've discovered me. I'm not in disguise. I'm in their base going, hello, I'm breaking into the secret base. And they do naff all. And then it's the same with the dogs. They just come up and maybe sniff your crotch. And
I thought they were cats at the beginning.
I get what the author's trying to do in the game, and I get the exhilaration that some people may get from it, but this for me does nothing. There's far better games that do elements of this better. You might not get them all combined, but yeah, I think you nailed it with The Great Escape. Just play that instead. You get the same game here. Or Saboteur that we mentioned in the previous part 1 of this for infiltration is far more enjoyable and interesting. Or even the criminally unmentioned Strike Force Cobra or something like that. Another fantastic game. But this, enjoyable game perhaps, but number 3, come on, you're having a giraffe.
But hey, I'm glad to have played it. That's all.
Okay.
Say. Right, so we go on to number 2, and this is
let's redeem ourselves here. Yeah, so number 2 at long last. The final 2 drum rolls for these ones. And at number 2, 1986, Firebird brought us Rebel Star, the sequel to Rebel Star Raiders, which I still prefer personally, but that's just a nostalgia thing, rose tinted glasses. That was written in BASIC anyway, by the one and only Julian Gollop. So let's see what Stuart praises about this game. A very close second, I can tell you, Before Julian Gollop's epic wargaming was a minority interest characterised by tedious number crunching and amateur programming, then came Rebel Star, turning it into an experience unrivalled for thrills by all but the most adrenaline-pumping blaster. The battle for the Rebel base station was fast-moving and violent, but best of all, the incredible glow of satisfaction you got from beating the thing at the top level is incomparable. The price for this masterpiece? £1.99. The second best game in the world ever.
Yeah.
What a game this is, Paul, isn't it?
This is great. I mean, basically, more people recognise Julian Gollop's later work. He's, of course, did Laser Squad, he did UFO, the early UFO games, XCOM series. And, of course, most recently, Phoenix Point. And for me, the peak was Laser Squad. But this is wonderful in its design. It's the same thing, sort of turn-based, targeting your shots. Lots of detail to the environments. You're controlling like a squad, aren't you? And sort of breaking into a base compound against the sort of like the alien robots, and just compelling, isn't it? It's and great use of the Spectrum color palette. Yeah. Where everything's very clear and also very bright and colourful. Yeah, a lot of time for this. Amazing, it was a budget game as well. Yeah. And what value? I mean, do you want to describe it a bit more? Because I know you have so many nostalgic memories.
Love this. I mean, I've played this so much, more so in two-player mode, playing with my brother rather than against the computer. And to be honest, predominantly then for him, that's what he still plays to this day, is these kind of, whether it be real-time or turn-based strategy games. It's his go-to genre now, and it all stemmed from playing Rebel Star Raiders and this, to be honest. We just adored them. So it's a top-down view, and the rebels all start out with the base. And you have each character you can choose. They all just have so many moves they can do. They all have different kinds of weapons. So you have to strategically place them and move them into breaking into the base first of all. And then thinking about, like a good game of tactical chess or any tactical board game like this, is get them in the right positions for the battles that are going to commence, fighting against the aliens that are in the base. And you can do a quick shot that if you're close enough, it will have a different kind of damage to a more precise shot, you know what I mean? So there's elements of changing your tactics of how you fight in the game that makes it so enjoyable, but it all comes down to ultimately the last man standing, doesn't it?
He does, but it's just he's really refined, the sort of controls. I mean, that's the thing that Julian Gollop did, is he took what was very dry tactical, before this you had very dry tactical sort of war games, very complex, we had to really pore over manuals, but he made it accessible, but no more, it's not like weak strategy or anything. It's still got all the tactics, it just hides it from you, all the number crunching, and just gives you a very easy to learn user interface to move your characters, which of course he carried on with Laser Squad, a couple of years later. But this is essentially the same idea, really, in terms of the ease of control. Absolutely phenomenal game. I actually prefer his older games. I have to say, I keep trying to get into Phoenix Point, but there's just too much complexity. There's something beautiful about the purity of Laser Squad and purity of this Rebel Star, where it's just about the one sort of battle in the complex, and really, really cool. And not making it over complex with the parts of the body you're shooting and all of this rubbish.
It's never a game where you grew bored of, right? Because other games, you played it and milked it for all it's worth, for all your £1.99 or whatever it was, a budget game. But for us, I mean, it was an incredible value for money that no skirmish really was the same. You tried different tactics because you failed the last time, right? I'm going to try this a different way. You're determined to be the victor, and there was something very returnable about that, just to see if you can get either a better outcome, even if you did win, or 9 times out of 10 you did lose, and you're like, I'm going again, and I'm going in again, see if I could do this better. And you did learn, and you did get better. You got to learn the more finer nuances of the game, and just it was so gripping, and you were absorbed into the world of this. You really it got all of your focus. It really did, and games that do that deserve to be so high up on the list.
Yeah, I mean, to put it in context, we put it at number 33. On our top 40. The Your Sinclair readers, they put it at number 32. Wizword put it at number 7, and World of Spectrum, so the modern vote, put it at joint 33. So love. This is another one that didn't make the crash list either, but yeah, I just think it's a phenomenal game. It's just as much fun to play it today as it was back then. Very easy to sort of pick up and play and learn.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Awesome. Right, should we go on to the number one game? We've made
please.
It.
Drum rolls.
Right,
what can this be if you've not looked at the list?
Yeah, so number one is Death Chase, and this came out in 1983 by Micromega, of course done by Mervyn Escort, he of Lunar Crabs and Full Throttle, and Richard Beston worked on this. But this is an absolute classic. I'm going to read out what Stuart says. Stick with me because it's a rather
long one, isn't it?
That's why I kept on trying to swap it. Said, "Oh no, get the." I'm sure it's your turn, Kingy.
We can do a paragraph each if you like.
No, it's all right. I'll go for it. Right, you ready, boys and girls?
I'm away to put the kettle on. I'll see you in 5 minutes, folks.
No apologies, no regrets. You see, Spec Chums, I've been playing computer games for as long as computer games have existed. I've played thousands of them, from coin-up games to ZX81 games to Apple Macintosh games and all the points in between. And the simple fact of the matter is that there isn't one in existence that's as exciting, as gripping, as tense, or downright thrilling as this is. Written in 1982 in just 9k of memory, Death Chase puts you on a motorbike in a forest with no purpose in life other than chase other characters on motorbikes and kill them for bounty money. Your enemies don't shoot back at you, not even the bonus point tanks and helicopters. There's no power-ups and no end-level bosses, and the only thing that can kill you are the trees of the forest itself. They don't try to kill you, of course. They just stand there growing leaves and photosynthesizing and doing whatever it is that trees do over the countless millennia and wait for you to crash headlong into them full tilt. And you will. The inanimate nature of your only enemy gives Death Chase addictive qualities which are almost unimaginable to anyone who hasn't played it. You see, when you get killed in Death Chase, it's nobody's fault but your own. The trees don't move, nothing shoots at you to distract you, and you can even slow down or stop to catch your breath. It should be can't, isn't it? And you can't slow down to stop and catch your breath. Basically, there's absolutely no excuse for getting yourself splattered all over the forest except your own carelessness and impatience. Which means, of course, that the next time you play it, you won't make any of those silly mistakes, will you? Well, of course you will. The thing is, the game is so utterly simple. I mean, avoid the trees. It's almost insulting that you don't see any reason to slow down. You can't accept that your skills as a game player aren't equal to the task. So off you go at top speed again, whizzing through the forest in fine dramatic style until you remember that you've got enemies to chase. So you swerve after them with your bullets, zipping past just centimetres away, edge just that little bit further over to get them in your sights, and blam! Another face full of bark. There's more to Death Chase than this, but not much more. As a wise man once said, more is less. For one thing, sorry, there's another page. For one thing, there's the sound. Not...
We've started. For God's sake. Just like the last time at the end.
It's just the fact there was another page. I really thought that was it. For one thing, there's the sound. Not only is there a lot of it, all you get is the scary siren effects of the start of each level and the jarring screech when you collide with one of these ubiquitous giant redwoods. The result, though, is so effective that you wonder why no one's done it more often. The silence as you whip soundlessly through between the trees just makes the sudden explosion of noise all the more terrifying. This is a game that will make you jump off your seat in fright if you play it at night with the lights off. And that reminds me, there's a night time too. Every second level of Death Chase is a night level with the same number of trees as the previous one, but in the light blue sky turned pitch black. Theoretically, it shouldn't make things any harder, but the atmosphere is so gloomy and oppressive that you find yourself crashing out of purpose, out of sheer subconscious despair. The coming of dawn, when you finally manage to nail the two bikers, heralds an increased level of danger, but the relief of being back in daylight is so great that you almost welcome it. Finally, there are the bonuses. Every now and again, a tank or helicopter cruises slowly across the horizon from left to right. They don't shoot you and they don't get in your way. They don't drop reinforcements for the bad guys. They don't do any harm in any way. Except sometimes they're just too much of a sitting target to pass up, and you deviate from your path for a single second to bangs the juicy points bonus you get for shooting them, and blam! Time to leave your teeth marks for posterity once more. They'll never hurt you, but you'll grow to hate them. Doesn't sound like much, does it? Bikes, trees, bonus targets, and crashing. Lots of crashing. Only 2 real controls, hardly any sound, totally basic character square graphics, and gameplay your dog could probably learn. I'm probably talking rubbish here. All those years in front of a flickering screen has probably destroyed my mind. It can't be that good, really. So why not prove me wrong? Why don't you give it a try? What have you got to lose? Except the rest of your life, that is. Wow, that's quite a line, but it's a... This is, I mean, do you want to describe it? I'm going to pass it so it's not my voice anymore.
It's interesting to say it's 1982 because it's 1983.
He said programmed in 82. Maybe he knew that
well,
they did it.
So if it was programmed in 82, Return of the Jedi wasn't in general release till 83. So is he claiming here that this wasn't inspired by Return of the Jedi?
I think he was just going senile looking at all those computer
Exactly
screens.
that. So it is. I mean, when we fired this up, we had just seen Jedi at the cinema, and oh my god! So basically, you see the front of your futuristic bike thing, and it does look like the front of the
as far as I was concerned, it was a speeder bike, and we were going through the Endor forest.
Exactly that, minus the Ewoks, you know. So you just it's simple. You have accelerate, decelerate, left and right, and fire. That's all the game has, and it goes up to quite a sensational speed, and it allows you into a false sense of security, because the first few levels, it's just, I wouldn't even call it a forest, you know, it's just maybe the local common with a few trees.
A coppice of trees,
A coppice of trees, yes, you know, and it's quite easy, but you get the hang of it. You have got to avoid the trees coming towards you, and, you know, let's shoot those bikers that you are pursuing, and on to the next level. As I said, night vision, the same, but as the levels go on, it just gets increasingly more dense in this forest, and your eyes blur, you know, and it just becomes intense. These trees all coming towards you, and it's just fantastic. It's exhilarating. It is a fantastic spectral game. It is an amazing game.
And it's one that you definitely, going back today, it's just as much fun as it ever was. The speed of the trees are absolutely insane, isn't it? And it's just... The levels don't outstay their welcome. You just got to get at the enemies, and then you're on. So you always feel you're progressing. It doesn't outstay its welcome. The levels. I'm quite pleased this actually made number one. I think it's probably wouldn't make mine number one, but very high up there. It's a joy to play this. It really is, and fond memories. I mean, as you say, this is basically. Return of the Jedi jet bike, that's what we were thinking. You say missing the Ewoks, but that's because they had all sodded off to star in
Beer Bother.
Man at Minor, I was going to say, because you've got the Ewok level, haven't you?
Yeah, that's right. The Endorian Forest is on.
Endorian Forest, yeah. But no, this is what we all wanted from the Return of the Jedi game, and it was a big disappointment when you got the Return of the Jedi official game, which was that rubbish Atari one, which was isometric and not that much fun. This is a much better Return of the Jedi game.
Highly enjoyable. And I mean, obviously, it being initially playable in 16K Spectrums, it is a real early doors game that people who were early adopters will have. You know, the people that played Jetpack and Psst and Cookie and games of that ilk will just remember this just as much fondly, of this new frontier that video gaming was just starting to give us in the UK in terms of, you know, home microcomputer gaming opposed to the console, which Atari console basically. This was a very new period for us, and you know, anything was open to be played, any genre, any type, and we were loving these games and soaking them up. And I think this is very indicative of that period, if you ask me. And it is. I'm with you. I'm chuffed to see it get recognition and be at the top of a list. Personally, not my list, but it is in my list, and in that way, you know, as the games that you must play on the Spectrum, and this is by far one of those games. And well done, Dev Chase. Yeah,
awesome. Incidentally, we put it at number 12 on our list. So that's about right, where I said definitely deserves a recognition, but a little bit lower down as far as we were concerned. But not by much. Your Sinclair readers, they put it at number 10. So they, very similar to us, loved it, but put it a little bit lower down the list. Wizword put it at number 18. World of Spectrum, the People Vote, put it at number 26. Joint position. So all very high. Crash put it at number 98 on their top 100, and they said the best bit, the fast and very colourful graphics. The worst bit, the game moves so fast you often play lumberjack with the trees. Timber is what they said. But no, I think this is a sublime game. It's one, you know, if you want to showcase the games that are still just as playable today on, you know, for people new to the Spectrum or want to discover what the Spectrum could do even in the early days, this is a fantastic showcase for it. I think. Addictive, very addictive. So there we go, we made to number 1.
So games for you personally you think's missing from this list, if you would choose a few, what would you say? There's loads.
Well, Jack the Nipper, I love that game. That's missing. Jetpack we mentioned. Target Renegade I prefer over Renegade, but that's, you know, fine. Fides and Monty, I always have a special.
Any of the Monty games, there was no Monty games in this here at all.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but of all of them, I'd probably put, for me, I think you like Monty on the Run more, don't you? But for me, of Fides and Monty, probably from nostalgia.
Okay.
But it's a pretty solid list. I mean,
well, where's Scuba Dive?
Jetpack and Scuba Dive's not there. That's true. Trapdoor's not there.
Quasitron.
None of the Spellbound or, you know, that.
Or the Magic Night games,
the Magic Night games. Roller Coaster, that's a really classic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, Where Time Stood Still, but I get that, you know, The Great Escape is the one that really you should choose.
I think in terms of isometrics.
Exelon?
Yeah, I was going to say Exelon. Yeah. I suppose he went for Raphael Checo's finest moment of Cybernoid, but Exelon needs to be in there because it's rather excellent. You know, so it's...
I'm
here all evening. Fairlight for isometric games still needs to be there, I think.
Pyjamarama?
Yeah, that's it.
Laser Squad, I personally prefer over, you know, Rebel Star. That's it. Yeah, I prefer Laser Squad over Rebel Star, but I get why I chose Rebel Star because it's probably it's the one that sort of started it all. I love 180, but that's a personal one. That's like putting Bear Bother. That's a personal one. Bubble, obviously, that's a great version.
I suppose then
Batman the Cape Crusader.
Batman the Cape Crusader needs to be there. That's a fun because you're getting 2 games for the price of 1 on that as well. Two independent adventures. Side A and Side B. I suppose in terms of arcade conversions, even though we enjoyed them, Bomb Jack wasn't mentioned.
Bomb Jack's great.
Turbo was free.
Dan Dare as well.
Dan Dare,
yeah. I mean, you know, these all sort of the ones that sort of appeared on other lists. You know, from Crash and that. But no, I thought it's a pretty good list. Really, there wasn't many glaring clangers.
No.
I thought it was a lot better list than the Crash Top 100.
Yeah,
that could be my
we're doing
fanboyism
that. We're doing
out.
that for the next episode, by the way. No, we are not.
No, we cover both. I made sure. That's why That's why I said all the positions.
Yeah, the next episode will just be in one single game.
Yeah. Snap.
Snap. Yeah, that's it.
No, this is it was a really good list. I've had a thoroughly good time playing.
That's the
them.
point.
It's been wonderful. Yeah.
We have played 100 games through this. Has allowed us to fire up the familiar, fire up the ones that tend, for whatever reason, they don't enter our mind and go to, and some unfamiliar. So I'm delighted with the journey through this, to be honest. And it's been a long one. It's been a bit of effort to get this all together, but the feedback from the listeners and chat and Discord and social media has been exceptional, and it's made us pleased.
Yeah, it's been hugely popular, isn't it? This has been a big hit in both the reaction from our listeners, but also in like viewership numbers. It shows you the love of the Spectrum. But the real thrill is when we get like listeners reaching out saying, "Oh, I don't really know the Spectrum, but they're playing through some of these games," or even ones that perhaps they know the Spectrum really well, but they're replaying games they don't recognise. It's a real sort of thrill that people are going on the journey with us of this voyage of discovery.
Absolutely.
Yeah, awesome.
It's been brilliant.
Awesome.
So there we go. That is this YS Top 100 games, and thank you everyone for tuning in, and thank you, Paul, for joining me in this mad but enjoyable adventure. And I'm sure after a little bit of recovery, we'll see you all on the very next episode, or maybe get a breather. Right. So our journey has ended, mate. We have went through the YS Top 100 list. What a journey it's been. I've thoroughly enjoyed that. So thank you again for putting up with me with suggesting this one. You thought it was mad at the time, but we've persevered.
I'll get my revenge.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
It's been a great one. I, as I say, it's really made me realise how many gaps there are in my Spectrum gaming knowledge. Because you're right, I think I fall foul of what we all do, really, is I always go to the games that I grew up with rather than go exploring on the Spectrum. Whereas perhaps on the Amiga and some of the later systems, because the games are maybe going to be a lot more accessible.
Yeah.
But I'm just realising it's given me a whole new appreciation of the Spectrum to another level. Just how diverse and wonderful the game library is, and I really, really hope to our listeners, please give these games a go, even if it's just watching the video, just to get a sense and choose the ones that you fancy.
Yeah.
And if you do explore them, please let us know. It really makes our day that people are discovering all these classics like we are. So awesome.
It amazes me looking at this list that maybe in all but 2 maximum, maybe 3, that I have played every single one of these games back in the day, and it frightens me to how many Spectrum games I played from 84 through to 1990, 91 actually, right? So there's almost 7 years of playing the Spectrum, and till I finally gave it up. That look at the delights and the fantastic worlds and adventures I've been on with one silly cheap computer that all my parents could afford, but it gave me such enjoyment and at times solace and everything in between. So this list here just proves that, ironclads that I think it was the computer of choice for me. Absolutely.
Oh, 100%. And you can see the love. I mean, around the world, the homebrew scene is so vibrant and so much talent.
Yeah.
Making fantastic games on it still. It's
still to
people,
this day, yeah.
People, there's something wonderful about the Spectrum colour palette and the beauty and unique nature of these games that you just don't get elsewhere, and that's where it's really special.
Yeah, so here's to the Spectrum, everyone.
Yes, raise a glass Cheers. Well, I think it's been a wonderful episode, but we've got to wrap things up because some bugger's got to edit it. I think I'm doing this one, aren't I? So, so until next time, keep it retro.
See ya. Bye.